The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. Welcome to Nightly Old Time Radio, hosted by Matt from the past. Today is January 30th, 2024, and let's get started with This Day in History. In 1661, Oliver Cromwell, Lord Protector of the Commonwealth of England, is ritually executed after having been dead for 2 years. Yeah, this is the most pointless thing that a government has ever done. What? Pointless. And if you needed proof that they were bored in the past, they were executing people who were already dead just to relieve the monotony. 1815, Burns' U.S. Library of Congress reestablished with Thomas Jefferson's 6,500 volumes. His wife had given him an ultimatum: get the book, either the books go or I go. And after considering it for a few days, he decided to give them to Congress and let Congress deal with the problem. In 1902, Britain and Japan signed a treaty after months of negotiations which commits each country to supporting an independent China and Korea, although it acknowledges Japan's special interest in Korea. Because supporting China and Korea, that'll at the same time, that'll work out so well. In 1833, President Paul von Hindenburg appoints Adolf Hitler as Reichschancellor of Germany, who forms a government with Franz von Papen. In 1939, to mark the occasion, Hitler threatens Jews during his speech to the German Reichstag. I guess he figured after 6 years he had to mark his 6-year anniversary of coming to power with something special. In 1848, Mahatma Gandhi is assassinated in the garden of the New Delhi home he was visiting by Hindi extremist Nathuram Godse? Is that how you pronounce that? Or it could be pronounced Goatsy, actually. Now that I'm looking at it. Oh well. In 1965, the state funeral for Winston Churchill at St. Paul's Cathedral in London, at the time the world's largest ever state funeral. In 1972, we have Bloody Sunday, as 27 unarmed civilians are shot, 14 are killed by the British Army during a civil rights march in Derry, Northern Ireland, which is the highest death toll from a single shooting incident during the Troubles. Calling that the Troubles is a typical British understatement. 14 people died, and it's trouble. And yes, I know it's a whole historical period. I do happen to know the history. I'm just trying to be entertaining here before somebody comments on my ignorance. In 1931, City Lights, American style an American style red comedy film directed by Charlie Chaplin, starring himself and Virginia Churell, premieres at Los Angeles Theater. In music, I Fall to Pieces single released by Patsy Cline, Billboard Song of the Year 1961. And on sports, in 1994, Kapil Dev takes 2-41 as India beats Sri Lanka by an innings and 95 runs in the second cricket test in Bulgaria, equaling Sir Richard Hardy's world record of 431 test wickets. None of those are real words. I refuse to believe that's a real sentence. I've had somebody try to explain cricket to me, and I swear, you have to be born drinking tea to have a hope of understanding what they're talking about. Well, good for Kapil Dev, I guess, even if I'm not exactly sure what he accomplished there. But that does it for this day in history. Now on with the shows. Who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello. Coming up next.
The Abbott and Costello program, brought to you by Camel, the cigarette that's first in the service. Listen to the music of Freddie Rich and his orchestra, the songs of Connie Haynes, tonight's guest Peter Lorre, and starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Costello, where have you been? Look at you. Your clothes are dripping wet. There's water running out of your shoes. What happened to you?
Oh, I stopped to get a drink at the faucet outside the street.
Faucet?
Yeah.
You dummy, that's no faucet. That's a fire hydrant.
Fire hydrant?
Yes.
No wonder I went halfway to Pomona by gutter. Gee, 3 G's. I gotta get these wet clothes off. Because if I don't get...
Now, what's the matter? Please, how many times have I told you when you sneeze, sneeze the other way?
I don't know any other way.
You please talk sense, will you? Do you realize you've probably caught a cold? Do you want the germs to spread?
Oh, I won't let them spread.
How can you keep germs from spreading?
I'll make them wear a girdle.
Oh. Now, that's ridiculous. You've got a cold in your head. How are you going to keep that cold in your head from going down into your chest?
I'll tie a knot in my neck. Hey, yeah, but what are you talking about? You're not so healthy.
Oh, I'll have you know, my friend, that I keep regular hours. Every night I go to bed with the chickens.
How do you all get in that little coop?
No, I'm trying to tell you that I go to bed early, and I'm up at the crack of dawn. Then I go out and chop wood for breakfast.
Chop wood for breakfast? How can you eat that stuff?
Listen, Costello, I chop wood for exercise. For example, every morning I jump out of bed and crawl around the room on all fours.
You crawl around on all fours?
Yes, that's the athlete in me.
Athlete? That's the monkey in you, brother.
Oh, hey, here's Ken Niles. Say, I'm glad you dropped in, Ken. Take a look at Costello. He doesn't feel very well.
Oh, just let some of the air out of his head. He'll be all right.
I mean, you got a lot of nerve there, Niles. I mean, talking like that. Well, with such a swell head like you got.
Oh, I'll have you know I'm not swell-headed.
Oh, yeah? You're the only guy I know who gets the mumps above the ears.
Now, take it easy, Costello. You're a sick man.
Who's a sick man? I'm all right. I just got a little...
Good heavens, Bud. Did you hear Costello sneeze?
What's wrong with the way I sneeze with a little thing like that? What's wrong with it?
What's wrong with it? Well, if you have to sneeze, why don't you sneeze with your mouth closed?
I tried that once and blew out 3 of my teeth.
Now, wait a minute, Costello. Your sneezing is dangerous. I can catch your cold, then go home and my beautiful wife will get it in her lovely throat.
Her lovely throat?
Yes, Costello. Mrs. Niles has a neck like a swan.
Yes. And she's got webbed feet to match.
Oh, I heard that remark. Mr. Costello, you might be interested in knowing that all my friends think I have perfect features.
Is that your nose, or are you looking through a periscope?
Oh, stop that. Don't pay any attention to Costello, Mrs. Niles. You see, he's got a cold, and we're trying to help him.
Well, you know the old saying, starve a cold. Now, the first thing to do is to put him on a diet. No carbohydrates, no liquids, and no solids. You think you can stick to that diet, Costello?
Sure. Then what?
Then Kenneth and I'll split your rations.
Oh, nice going. I heard you the first time. You're going to split it.
It was almost a wonderful joke, Poochie.
Oh, don't say that, darling. You're my Poochie.
No, you're my Poochie.
No, you're my Poochie.
If there's a dog catcher in the house, what are you waiting for?
Come, Kenneth. And as for you, Costello, I hope your cold is nothing trivial.
Well, I don't blame them for going out. The only way to avoid the flu is to flee.
What's that?
I mean, you've got to flee flu.
Gotta flee flu. What kind of talk is that?
I'm trying to tell you the only way to be free from flu is to flee when flu flies. When there's flu, everybody flees.
Did you say fleas?
Certainly. I flee, you flee, he flees, she flees.
What I got, a cold or a flea circus?
You don't understand. To avoid the flu, you've got to flee.
I gotta flee. Get him off of me then. Get him off. I don't want any fleas.
No. I don't mean fleas like bugs. I mean fleas like flies.
Oh, let the fleas like flies. I don't want to break up no romance.
Look, it has nothing to do with fleas and flies. I'm trying to tell you, to avoid the flu, you must flee. The only way to be free from flu is to flee when flu flies.
Oh, you mean that to be free from flu, I gotta flee when flu flies. And the fleas and flies have got nothing to do with the flu.
Now you've got it.
Now I've got it. I don't even know what I'm talking about.
Well, let me put it this way. You're in the house. You open the window, and a cold germ comes in.
A cold germ comes in?
Yes. What would you do?
I'd give him a cup of hot tea. Who wants a shivering germ around the house?
Now, that's crazy. This cold germ attacks you and immediately starts to germinate. Before you know it, you've got a lot of nasty germs rushing through your system.
According to my system, the Russians are rushing through the Nazi Germans.
Well, that's true, Costello, but I'm talking about flu germs. Do you realize that germs travel with the speed of light? Now, one little sneeze... What? Huh? There you are. There you are. The germs are off. They've already traveled from California to Maine. They are now crossing the Atlantic.
I didn't even say goodbye to him.
Costello, right now, at this very minute, someone in Europe is catching your cold. Hello?
Meine Freunde, das letzte Mal, alle Teile hier letzte Mal fallen, dem großen Schwein und alle zusammen.
Well, I sure fixed it out.
What do you mean?
He's just sneezing now. The coffin will come later.
Freddie Rich and the orchestra dress up an old favorite, Alone Together.
matter?
Listen, Abbott, I'm telling you, I haven't got the flu. Now, get me out of this bed. Now, come on, get me out.
Now, stop that screaming, Costello. You want me just pull that cord by the bed.
Oh, I did.
And what happened?
My pajamas fell down. Now, Abbott, if I had to stay in bed, why don't you give me some attention?
What are you talking about? Didn't I put some cracked ice on your head?
Yeah, but you didn't have to wait till you got the ice on my head before you cracked it. Now, Abbott, for the last time, I'm telling you, what am I doing in bed?
Well, it's part of the health building course I got from Professor Hercules. Starting tomorrow morning, you're going to get out of bed at 5 o'clock. Then at 5:10...
Back in bed.
No. At 5:10, you jump into a nice, cold shower.
And I whistle.
You don't whistle.
I gotta whistle.
Why?
Well, there's no lock on a bathroom door.
Look, pay attention. At 5:10, you jump into the shower. Can't you just feel the ice-cold water running down your back? Huh? No. Now, stop that. Stop that.
It's cold.
Stop it. Then at 5:20...
Back in bed with a hot water bottle.
Listen. At 5:20, you take a bouncing horseback ride. 5:40...
Back in bed, face down.
Then at 6 o'clock, an hour of wrestling. 7 o'clock, 2 hours of handball. 9 o'clock, you walk 30 miles with a heavy pack on your back. And 12 to 1, you climb a mountain.
12 to 1, I don't make it.
Oh, you idiot. You never listen to me. Just wait till you see Hercules. Exercise has given him bulging biceps, rippling muscles, a massive chest. He's the strongest man in the world, the mighty Hercules. Come in.
I am the mighty Hercules. Honest, I am. Honest.
See, Costello? Take a look at Hercules. Get a load of that muscle.
What muscle? The last time I saw a muscle like that was on a sparrow's ankle. You know, I could chalk his head and use him for a pool cue.
Costello.
Well, he reminds me of a radio program I heard. One man's famine.
Mr. Costello, as I analyze your case, my treatment for you should not be postponed. Let me show you what my course can do for you. Hand me the telephone book and I will tear it. Are you ready? And now the second page.
Now, look, Hercules, what's so great about that? I can bend bars with my bare hands.
Iron bars?
No, Hershey bars. And I'll do it the hard way, with nuts.
Costello, now don't be silly. You're talking to the mighty Hercules.
Yeah, Mr. Costello, I'm a master muscle.
You're a mess of something, brother. And while I'm on the subject, you ain't seen nothing yet. Just feel my muscle.
Where is it? All I can feel is one little corpuscle.
Yeah, but ain't it got a hard head?
Oh, this is ridiculous. Professor, why don't you give Costello a demonstration of your strength?
Very well. Mr. Costello, I'm going to let you squeeze my hand as hard as you like. Go ahead. Squeeze my hand.
Okay. You asked for it.
Gee, thanks, Mr. Costello.
Thanks for what?
My draft board will never accept me now.
Look, Abbott, for the last time I tell you there's nothing wrong with me. Now, you got to get me out of this bed. Now, give me a lift.
All right. What was that?
I got my nose caught in the bed spring.
Come in.
Good evening, gentlemen. I'm Peter Lorre. Oh, Mr. Costello, I've come here to offer you the services of my sanitarium. I understand your health is run down.
Now, wait a minute, Laurie. Who told you all this?
Oh, nobody. You see, I get messages through my brain. My mind is like an open door.
What do you hear from the knob?
Quiet, Costello. Let me handle this. Mr. Lorre, you say you have a private sanitarium?
Oh, yes, and it's just the place for Mr. Costello. It is out in the woods, in a very lonely spot, where he can get away from it all. Far, far away.
I don't want to get that far away. Get me closer to town now. Get a lot of people around me, too. Ring those bells. Blow those horns. Blow those horns.
Please,
Don't
please.
noise. I gotta have it. When you're around, I gotta have noise.
But please, Mr. Costello, you're scaring me.
I'm scaring you.
Costello, there's no sense in shouting.
That's right, Mr. Costello. Let us speak low.
I don't want to speak low. I always talk loud. Hooray! Happy New Year! Get around, everybody. Here's some John Charles Thomas. On the road to
Yes. Never mind. Look, just a minute, please. People are there. Wrong question. That's enough.
Hey, they like it.
Yeah, never mind. Look, pay no attention to him.
Where's this Frank Sinatra?
Will you? Never mind. Pay no attention to him, Mr. Lorry. I'll bring Costello out to your sanitarium tonight.
Oh, yes, please. And at midnight, I hope. When the moon is down.
No, tomorrow when the sun is up. Way up! Plenty of light, brother. Lots of light. We're going to turn on a searchlight.
Costello, you're acting like an idiot.
Yes, Mr. Costello. I've had thousands of patients at my sanitarium, and I've never had one of them complain. You know what that proves, don't you?
Yes, sir. Dead men tell no tales.
Connie Haynes sings the new hit tune, I Couldn't Sleep a Wink Last Night.
I couldn't sleep a wink last night because we had that silly fight. I thought my heart would break the whole night through. I knew that you'd be sorry, and I'm sorry too. I didn't have my favorite dream, the one in which I hold you tight. I had to call you up this morning to see if everything was still all right. Yes, I had to call you up this morning 'cause I couldn't sleep a wink last night. I didn't have my favorite dream, the one in which I hold you tight. I had to call you up this morning to see if everything was still all right. Yes, I had to call you up this morning 'cause I couldn't sleep a wink last night.
And now back to Abbott and Costello, who are en route to Peter Lorre's sanitarium. The time is midnight.
Well, Costello, we'll be at Peter Lorre's sanitarium in a minute. He's a great doctor, Costello. He'll see that you get some rest and peace.
That's what bothers me. I don't want to rest in peace.
Quiet. Listen, a friend of mine was just about to die, and Dr. Lorre pulled him over the hump.
Which way?
Well, here it is. Peter Lorre Sanitarium, 1313 Gravesend Road.
What an address. Look at the sign on the gate. Deliver all bodies in the rear.
All right, now stop complaining. Look how quiet and peaceful it is out here.
That's the first robin I've heard this spring.
Oh, shut up.
Quite a part, wasn't it?
You know, Lou, this is the kind of a place I've always wanted to visit. Look at that green stuff clinging to the gate.
That green stuff clinging to the gate is me.
Now, don't be such a coward. Go ahead up to the door and knock.
Oh, so you think I'm a coward, huh? Okay, yeah, but I'll prove to you I'm a hero. I'll be brave. I'll show you what I'm made of. I'll knock on the door. I'll go in there. But before I do, there's just one thing I want you to do for me.
What's that?
Talk me out of it.
No, Now, none of that. Go ahead. Knock on the door. Don't be afraid. Why, Peter Lorre may not even be at home.
He's home, all right.
How do you know?
I see a straitjacket hanging on the line.
Costello, once and for all, will you please knock on the door?
Okay. All right. How do you do, gentlemen? Did you ring? No, I knocked. I thought I heard you whistle. Let me have your hat, please.
Don't you want the coat, too?
No, just the hat.
Just the hat. Who are you?
I'm a skull. I'm just going out for a walk. Come on, Abbott. That's all. Let's get out of here!
Shh, quiet. Here comes Peter Lorre.
Good evening, gentlemen. Welcome to my sanitarium. Now come, Mr. Costello. Let me take you over. Here, close to the fire.
Come on, no pushing, Lorre. Quit shoving. Hey, Abbott, help me now. Come on, help me out of here.
Costello.
The guy's pushing me. Fire!
No, nothing of the kind. What's the matter with you?
Yes, I mean you no harm. It's cold out tonight. You must be killed. Chilled.
I heard you the first time, brother. Get what I'm calling brother.
Please do not excite yourself, Mr. Costello. All I want you to do is to take a pill.
I'm not taking no pill. I'm taking a powder. Now! Come on, Abbott.
Wait a minute, Costello. If you want to cure your cold, you've got to listen to Dr. Lorre.
Abbott, I'm not sick. All I did was let out a little a sneeze.
You see, you must not minimize your illness. Here, take this little blue pill.
I ain't taking no pill.
You heard the man. Take the blue pill.
Oh, you always went out. Okay. Oh,
good. Now take this red pill.
What's the red pill for?
Oh, that's in case the blue pill was poisoned.
Get away with those pills, Mr. Lorre, will you?
Just a minute. Be calm. Take it easy. Relax.
I don't want to relax. I want to jump. Come on, everybody, get up. Let's dance. Come on. I'll leave me with this guy.
You see,
alone?
Doctor? You see, Doctor?
Sounds like I'm alone.
You see, Doctor, I told you that Costello was in bad shape. What he really needs is some exercise.
Oh, splendid. Let's go out and play some golf.
Golf? At midnight?
Oh, yes. Oh, last night I played a fine game with my friend Frankenstein.
Now, there's a gruesome twosome.
Oh, it was a very interesting game. Frankenstein made a hole in one, so I buried him in it. You know, I play a very hot game.
Hot game? You probably play in the lower Hades. The lower Hades.
Oh, doctor.
Excuse me, please. That's one of my patients.
Oh, doctor. I just killed my keeper.
Yeah?
I just killed my keeper.
Well, but why did you kill him?
He killed me first.
Hey, Abbott, now that guy wasn't kidding. Now, there's a body behind the couch.
Is he dead?
I can't tell. His head is missing.
Say, Costello, look. The body is getting up.
Abbott, he's coming towards me. Listen, mister. You're dead, ain't you?
Yes, I am dead.
Then why aren't you laying down?
If you must know, the floor is too cold.
That's the last straw. I'm getting out of here.
Now, stop worrying. There's nothing wrong with this place. What was that?
1 o'clock. Let's go.
Mr. Costello, I think you're running a temperature. I must call my assistant.
Who's your assistant, Dracula?
Oh, no. I'm mad at him. I caught him stealing from my blood bank.
Dr. Lorre, the operating table's all ready.
What? What operating table? You ain't operating on me. I'm not hungry.
You're not hungry?
You heard me. I don't want any cold cuts.
Oh, I must insist, Mr. Costello. My diagnosis shows that the sneeze caused your cold, which caused poison to run through your system. This has affected your appendix, and your appendix must come out. Put him on the operating table, boys.
The first guy that touches me gets a fat lip.
Now, that's no way to talk. You must follow your doctor's advice if you ever expect to get well.
Okay, then. Lorre, I'll let you take out my appendix on one condition.
Good. What's the condition?
You gotta take it out from the back.
From the back? From the back?
That's right.
But why?
Because I got a battleship tattooed on my stomach. And he is liable to sink it.
Oh, get out.
Costello with the final word.
Thanks, Ken. Well, Peter Lorre, it certainly was nice to have you with us tonight.
Yes, I certainly...
That's not your line, please.
Excuse me.
Oh, thank you, Bud. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Costello. I hope you didn't mind coming to my sanitarium. You should come again sometimes.
I will, on Visitor's Day.
Oh, another thing, Mr. Costello. You should take care of your cold. You see, flu flies, and in order to be free from flu, you must flee when flu flies.
Say it again, Lorre.
All right, I will.
I mean, without the script.
Oh, get out of here. Good night, folks. Good night, everybody.
Good night, Mom.
Be sure to tune in again next week for another great Abbott and Costello show with a great Gildersleeve. This is Ken Niles saying good night from Hollywood.
Now let's join a true legend of American comedy who also entertained troops for nearly 60 years, Bob Hope.
The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
We're not one for bragging, but if your party's lagging, just remember where there's life you'll find Bob Hope.
Thank you so much. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob, way out west Hope, who says if you want to be a Western pal to your gal, just say, listen, Sal, use Pepsodent, and you won't have empty molars in the old corral. Or, this is Bob, Income Tax Hope, telling you we're paying more taxes and using more Pepsodent this year so we can be armed to the teeth. Yes, sir, I've been busy all week trying to fill out my income tax. Blank. This is the time of the year we all try hard to make deductions on our income tax. It's like trying to tilt a pinball machine with Morgenthau sitting on the end of it. I sent Henry Morgenthau a big tube of Pepsodent so I can clean him while he's cleaning me. No, really, I went down and paid my tax the other day without a single complaint, without a whimper. And in 2 more days, the Novocaine should all wear off. And I happened to mention to the income tax clerk that I was working for Pepsodent. Clerk says, we have a little radio program of our own. It's called Truth or Consequences. But when it comes to income tax, I'm lucky I'm living in California. Where else could I take off $5,000 for umbrellas? I shouldn't say that because the weather is beautiful now. We're now having the kind of weather we weren't having when we said we had it. But, weren't we? But the sun has been shining beautifully for a whole week now, and I've got a wonderful tan on my face. That is the part above the waterline. Sun finally came out. A Democrat took his first look at the sun, smiled, and said, I knew Roosevelt would come through. But really, it's amazing what happened on Sunset Boulevard. When the water finally went down, they found 2 taxis, 3 buses, and an octopus who'd taken a wrong turn at Redondo Beach. At least the rain fills the yard with beautiful flowers. This is the only part of the country where you can pick water lilies and sit on the roof at the same time. And the fruit packers out here have a new idea this year. The oranges are all stamped grown in California in spite of everything. But regardless of the weather, they always dress the same here. Back east, everybody bundles up in the cold weather. Out here, when you see a guy with an overcoat on, it means he hasn't been to Santa Anita. And it's wonderful the way you can pick oranges right off the trees out here. They told me at the hospital as they removed the buckshot. But gee, the way things grow out here in California, why, only last week I planted a little bit of a tree, and already it's dead. I want to tell you, and everything in California grows so fast. In fact, every time the stork delivers the baby, he throws in a package of blue blades. I'll be back. Wait a minute. Every time the stork delivers the baby, he throws in a package of blue blades free. I should have gone to the third grade. They told me it was swell there. But this... But I want to tell you, this is beautiful country out here, and what a view from Hollywood Boulevard. I'm doing great tonight, huh? I got a nice throat, too. I wish my agent had 10% of it, that's all. But what a beautiful view from Hollywood Boulevard. Go ahead, talk to each other while we rehearse, will you? I'll start over. This is beautiful country out here, and what a view from Hollywood Boulevard. Where else can you stand in the street, look up, and see snow-covered mountains and have your pocket picked at the same time? Thank you. I'm glad it's over, too.
Mr. Hope.
Yes?
Mr. Hope, I represent the Rainy Day Savings Association.
Yeah, what do? Save them up and send them to Florida?
Oh, no, you misunderstand, Mr. Hope. This is about money. Have you enough money put away for a big rain?
No, but I've got quite a bit. I've got quite a bit.
I say, have you enough money put away for...
Just read your lines. I'm lousy.
Mr. Hope, I'm simply asking a very question.
You think I was wearing my galoshes over my mouth, wouldn't you?
I would like to talk about money, Mr. Hope.
If you feel anything, I'd cut in anywhere. It's all right.
Have you enough money put away for a big rain?
No, but I've got quite a bit put away for a drip, and I do mean me.
Surely, Mr. Hope, you must have heard about that old saying, take care of the pennies and the dollars will take care of themselves. That's the way to make both ends meet.
I knew there must be an easier way than the way they do it on a massaging table.
Well, I can see I'm not getting any place with you. Well, how about you, Mr. Baker? Do you know a good thing when you hear about it?
Say, I should say I do, brother. That's why I've been so hepped up on Pepsodent Antiseptic. You see, you can save real cash when you use it because it lasts 3 times as long and makes your money go 3 times as far. Now, here's the reason for that. Pepsodent Antiseptic, even when diluted with 2 parts of water, kills germs in seconds. And even after the dilution, it's a more effective germ killer than many mouth antiseptics used full strength. A United States government ruling provides that when the word antiseptic is used on the label, the product must kill germs. Standard laboratory tests are used to prove the germ-killing properties of all antiseptics. Now, many antiseptics do no more than just pass those tests. But Pepsodent does more, lots more. It passes these rigid tests even after it's diluted with water. So there you are, ladies and gentlemen. You can have the protection of Pepsodent Antiseptic and at the same time save money because it lasts 3 times as long. For these raw, changeable days, it's a good idea to have Pepsodent Antiseptic in your home. Use it as a gargle frequently. All you have to do to have this protection is phone your druggist and order a bottle of Pepsodent Antiseptic, the kind that lasts 3 times as long.
With a twist of the wrist, with your lips that insist, with that come hither look in your eye. Just when I think we through, you do magic and make me love you. At the drop of a hat, it's as easy as that, with the merest attempt at a sigh. When I'm sure you're untrue, you do magic and make me love you. Yes, I'm just, after all, at your beck and your call. Seems we'll never be for you and me all over. With a twist of the wrist, I'd be back on your list. It doesn't matter how hard I may try. How can I get away from your very persuasive allure? With a twist of the wrist, I'm yours.
wrist, your lips that insist.
Baby, I see that look in your eye.
Looking at you, there is nothing to do but love you. At the drop of a hat, easy as that. Stop that sighing, never untrue. It's the magic of you. I love you.
Guess I'm just, after all, at your beck and your call. Seems 'twill never be for you and me all over. With a twist of the wrist, I'll be back on your list. Doesn't matter how hard I may try. How can I get away from your very persuasive allure? With a twist of the wrist, I'm yours.
You ought to know I mean it. That's it, baby, I'm yours.
Yes, sir. That was Skinny Ennis and the Six Hits and a Miss singing Twist of the Wrist from the sensational New York production Crazy with the Heat. Say, Bill Goodman.
Oh, hello, Bob. You know, Bob, it's kind of tough getting back to work after all the fun we had over there at Catalina Island.
Oh, it sure is, Bill.
When we got there, did you see those pretty girls in short bathing suits standing with the ocean in back of them?
Oh, was that the ocean in back of them?
Gee, what a place that Catalina is. And those girls over there are so young and fresh, you know, just like little buds.
Yeah, I saw you trying to collect a corsage. Say, how big was that bathing suit your girl was wearing? Well, my girl's was even smaller.
You know, Bob, if girls' bathing suits get any smaller, they'll have to go in the water. I thought it was darn nice of you, though, to take your girl on that swell boat trip to Catalina.
Oh, it was nothing.
Gee, she rows well, doesn't she?
She could have done better with oars. Say, you disappeared that first night, Bill.
Yes, I did, Bob. I wanted to be alone, so I just sat in front of the window in the dark for hours, just staring out.
Gee, could you see her from your place, too? I spent the next afternoon lying in the warm sun. Did you see me out there?
Yes, I saw you, all right. Was that a bathing suit or a bet you had on?
Why, it was a bathing suit. Did you think the sleeves were too long?
Well, yes, I did, Bob. It'd be nicer if you let your fingers show a little. Gee, what an old-fashioned suit.
Why, Goodman, I thought my bathing suit looked very modern since I had the skirt shortened. I think it looks better above the knees.
Say, Bob, did you see Skinny Ennis in his bathing suit? He's thinner than I thought.
Yeah, he's the only man I ever saw swim out of his bathing suit without touching the sides.
Skinny Ennis made a big mistake, you know. He walked out on the shore and opened a big beach umbrella. It was too bad it was such a windy day.
Yeah, but I hear he made a wonderful landing at the Union Airport.
Say, by the way, did you see me swim underwater, Bob?
Yeah, you were good at swimming underwater. Where'd you learn to grab your nose and hold it so long?
I've been in this program 3 years, and he asked me a question like that.
Say, but I'm glad we went over to Catalina. Those little trips really helped me. I wonder where I should go next. I wonder where I should go next. No coaching from the audience, please.
Say, Rob, did you see the Chicago Cubs training over there?
Sure, Bill. That wasn't a very high fence. I even brought one of the Cubs back with me. Ladies and gentlemen, as a special treat, it is my pleasure to present one of baseball's outstanding pitchers and personalities at present in training with the Chicago Cubs at Catalina Island, Dizzy Dean.
Thanks, Bob.
Well, how are you, Dizzy?
Fine, but don't call me Dizzy.
Why? I thought everybody called you Dizzy.
They do, but somehow in this program I resent it. You see, it's only my bullpen name.
Well, if it isn't Dizzy Dean, what is your right name? You know, the name on your bank account, on the checks you sign.
Oh, that's Mrs. Dizzy Dean.
Dizzy, you actually mean she wears the baseball pants in your family?
Yeah, and on her in this town, they'd look good.
Say, you're playing with the Chicago Cubs, aren't you? You know, Dizzy, I was just thinking, you with Mr. Wrigley and me with Pepsodent, we're both living off gums, aren't we? Tell me, does Mr. Wrigley make you work during the off season?
Does he? Bob, you know those 3 little green men that dance around advertising his gum?
Why, yes.
Well, this winter there were 4 of us. Say, Bob, you seemed to enjoy it when you were over watching our spring training. You ought to come over and visit me again on the island. Maybe next Friday.
I can't, Dizzy. That's the day I visit my brother on his island.
By the way, do you know my brother? Daffy?
What do you do? Use your own punctuation?
Listen, when I see a comma, I emphasize it.
What's that?
When I see a comma, I emphasize it.
Coma? I don't like to get personal. Did you ever room with Maxie Rosenblum?
Only when I went to Harvard.
Let's get back to the dull stuff. Say, Dizzy, I was sorry to hear you had a little trouble with your arm. What was the matter?
Well, my doctor thought it might be a bad tooth. He wanted to pull it, but fortunately, a friend of mine had told him about Pepsodent toothpaste.
Yes, go on.
Boy, on this program, you have to sweat for your money.
Well, listen to this. I know a lot about baseball myself. When I was a kid, I used to pitch for the Eagle Knob Skunks. Remember that time I met you? I was with the Skunks then, and you helped me quite a bit.
Shucks, Bob, that was nothing. Anybody could have told you about Lady Esther.
Well, when I played ball in those days, I used to have trouble with my batting. I'd always swing and miss.
Did you ever connect?
Yeah, one day I hit a long drive to the outfield. I slid in the first, then I slid in the second, then I slid in the third, then I slid in the second.
What'd you go back to second for?
My pants. I got to be a pretty good batter, though. One thing those pitchers couldn't do was scare me away from the plate. I remember one fella threw a ball straight at my head.
What happened, Bob?
I heard a rhapsody. Say, Dizzy, while you're here in Hollywood, is there anything I can do for you?
There sure is, Bob. I'd really like to meet Hedy Lamarr.
Hedy Lamarr, huh? Well, take a train to Kansas City, Diz. The line starts there.
I've been meaning to ask you, Bob, what's all this I hear about Hollywood wolves?
Oh, that's just a guy that likes to walk down Hollywood Boulevard and look at all the pretty girls and wants to talk to them and get to know them.
Oh, well, I'll be darned. I'm a wolf.
You know, Diz, you'd be pretty popular with the girls if you were as big and strong as I am.
Are you kidding?
Wait a minute, Dizzy. I think I'm as strong as you are. Let's shake hands and see who has the strongest grip.
All right. Put your hand in mine. Now squeeze.
Now will you put it in my pocket for me? Thank you, Dizzy Dean. And Dizzy will be back with us in a few minutes, folks. And now a funny little story about a funny little fellow whose name was Alexander. The 6 hits and a miss, Pauline, Professor Colonna, Bill Goodman, Brendan Cavina, and Skinny Ennis's orchestra will help me tell you about Alexander the Swoosh.
Here comes little Alexander, what a funny-looking gander.
He's half swan and he's half goose.
Ha, 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 he's just a swoosh.
Oh, mother, mother, mother goose, why am I not like brother goose? The other geese just laugh at me and call me a catastrophe.
Swoosh, swoosh, Alexander is a swoosh, swoosh. Alexander is a swoosh, half swan, half goose. Alexander is a swoosh.
Whenever they play hide and seek, I hide my head 'cause I'm a freak. They say my pappy was a swan, a good-for-nothing vagabond.
Swoosh, swoosh, Alexander is a swoosh, swoosh. Alexander is a swoosh, big feet, big beak. Alexander is a freak.
They're so unkind, but I don't mind their slander. I'm just disturbed because I heard they're gonna cook my goosey gander.
Guess you'll have to run away. We know what they'll do if you stay.
I'd rather be a refugee instead of chicken fricassee.
Alligator's a half a swan, swan, swan. Alligator's a half a swan.
What would I be if my father were a gopher and my mother had been a raccoon?
Now, let me see. Cabina, half gopher and half raccoon?
Gosh, that makes me a goon.
Check.
Goose, goose, alligator's a half a goose. Goose, goose, alligator's a half a goose.
Suppose my mother was a badger, and suppose my father was a stag.
I'll run that down. That's half badger and half stag? Oh, sister, that makes you say you're lonesome, aren't you?
They're unkind, you need not mind their slander. You don't need to be disturbed.
The gonna cook your goosey gander.
Now, supposing my mother was a dragon, and let's say my father was a skunk.
Let me have that, bud. That's half dragon and half skunk?
You dig me.
Oh, brother, you ain't sober, are you, huh?
Swoos, swoos, Alexander is a swoos, 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 Alexander is a swoos.
Now, on my father's side, I'm a jaybird, and they say my mother was a turkey. I died very young.
Oh, no kidding. Half jaybird and half turkey?
Oh, that doesn't make me very perky, does it?
That's our lesson for today. Teacher, can't we go and play?
Yeah, but look, what's half swan and half a goose?
We don't know.
Oh, what's the use? What are you laughing at, Kelowna?
Alexander is a
Alexander is a
Oh, you can really empty a studio, that, Jerry. That was the entire mob and Jim the cop, ladies and gentlemen.
Say, Bob, who's that girl over there at the piano? What's she doing all alone? She looks like she hasn't got a friend in the world.
Gosh, I feel sorry for her. As a matter of fact, she hasn't got many friends. A swell kid like that, too. I met her for the first time at Helen's about a month ago.
Well, what's the payoff?
Well, we were telling all about our lives. Heart-to-heart stuff, you know. Would have been okay over the telephone, but not face-to-face. Oh, it's a darn shame.
Yes, it is a shame that anyone need suffer from this kind of a whispering campaign, especially when it's usually so easy to avoid. There's no trick at all in keeping your breath sweet and pure. Why, in just a few seconds, Pepsodent Antiseptic makes your mouth feel refreshed and your breath fresh and clean. Here's all you have to do. Before you go out where you'll meet people, gargle with Pepsodent Antiseptic for a few seconds. It gives 3 times as much safe breath protection because even when it's diluted with 2 parts of water, it's still an effective antiseptic. And you can see what this means in money saving. Because it lasts 3 times as long, it makes your money go 3 times as far. Now, don't run the risk of offending when it's so easy to guard against it. Just keep a bottle of Pepsodent Antiseptic handy as your breath insurance. Get a bottle tonight at any drug counter.
How much longer must I wait, Dizzy?
Well, folks, here we are in the 9th inning of this great baseball game. Bob's Hope team is out there in the field. There's the hit. It's a high fly ball. Hope himself is out in the field, and he's going to try to get it. He's circling under it now. It's coming down. Is there a doctor in the house? Well, Bob Hope is forfeiting the game. He's going back to the locker room to see if he can sign up some better players for his ball club. We take you now to the locker room where Bob is trying to sign his star holdout.
You like pitching tomorrow, Dizzy?
Sure, Chief.
Think you can win?
Sure, Chief.
Know what'll happen if you don't win?
Sure, Super Chief.
Well, then, we're ready to draw up your contract, Dizzy. Here's my lawyers, Blitz, Fitz, Mitz, and Barney Dean.
How'd that Barney Dean get in there?
He owns a fountain pen. Now, Dizzy, if you'll just sign this.
Now, wait a minute. I won't sign this baseball contract, Hope. I don't like it.
Why, there's nothing wrong with that contract. I copied it right from the one Paramount gave me.
That's what I don't like about it. Why should I have to carry out the garbage?
I don't carry out the garbage at Paramount. My nose turns up like this naturally.
I don't know whether I like this contract or not. Where's the part where it says how much money I get?
Right there in the white print. Now, come on. Now, come on, Dizzy, sign up. And remember, you'll have to abide by our training rules. You can't go out with girls, understand?
Listen here. If I want to go out with a girl, I'll go out with a girl, see?
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Has she got a friend?
Never mind. Never mind, I ain't going to sign.
Listen, Diz, you better sign with me because right now my assistant is in New York trying to sign up one of the greatest baseball players of all time, Babe Ruth. Hello?
Great news. This is your assistant, Kelowna, and I'm in New York talking with the babe. She said no.
Professor, you're supposed to be signing up a baseball player.
Well, I have. I've just signed up a trained bear to play second base.
A bear? Kelowna, that's dangerous.
Oh, nonsense. This bear is trained, and I've got him eating out of my hand. In fact, I'm going to feed him a little piece of candy now, and he'll eat it right out of my hand. Here, nice bear, eat this piece of candy. Yes, boss, I've got him eating right out of my shoulder.
Kelowna, how do you always get into foolish predicaments?
I got a season pass.
Well, you know, Diz, I really don't need you. I'm negotiating with another great picture. Did you ever hear about Skinny Ennis?
Sure, I know all about Skinny Ennis.
Isn't it a shame? I'll get it, Diz. Hello. Hope's Pepsodent Polecats. Our catcher's sly, our pitcher's mysterious, and we expect to win the World Series.
He's delirious. Listen, Hope, great news. I just found a baseball pitcher who can pitch a curve, a spitball, a drop, and a fastball all at the same time.
Professor, in order to do that, a player would have to have 4 arms. That's impossible.
You hear that, Joe? Is it impossible? Well, stop shaking one head yes and the other one no.
Professor, you signed up a baseball player who has 2 heads and 4 arms?
Yes, 2 arms face one way and 2 arms face the other way. It's wonderful.
What's so wonderful about it?
He can scratch himself any place.
Kelowna, you irk me.
No, you irk me. You're a bigger irk.
Say, Diz, look out the window. Here come the pitcher and catcher Kelowna signed up for me yesterday. Let's listen to what they're saying.
Brenda, what is it, Cobina?
Isn't it swell us being baseball players?
Yeah, but you take the game too seriously. What an argument you gave that umpire because you didn't like his decision.
Oh, I didn't mind his decision, but I got awful sore when he dusted home plate with my hair.
Yeah, at least he should have taken it off your head first. Cobina, do you really like being a baseball player?
Sure. Oh, I haven't had so much fun since I was in Seattle during the blackout.
Oh, gosh, baseball players are so romantic. I was out with a baseball player once. He was with the Yankees.
With the Yankees? Where'd you meet him, walking through Central Park?
No, marching through Georgia. Say, you went out with a baseball player from the house of David, didn't you?
Yeah. He had a great big bushy beard all over his face.
Did you neck with him?
Yeah. It's the first time I ever kissed a guy and had 2 helpings of shredded wheat. Oh, you know, every time I wanted to kiss him, he'd cry so hard tears rolled into his beard.
Well, what did you do when you wanted him to kiss you?
Oh, I'd just say, shoot the shrubbery to me, blubbery. Oh, come on. Here's Bobsy's office. Let's go in.
Hello, Bobsy.
Oh, hello, girls. And when I call you that, I'm spreading propaganda.
Hey, what is this?
Oh, Dizzy, let me introduce you formally. These are Brenda and Cabina.
Hello. Nice to meet all the DiMaggio boys.
Say, Dizzy, just put your arms around my neck and show me how to play baseball. Come on, put your arms around my neck.
Wait a minute. That's not baseball.
Every game I try to play, some wise guy's got to umpire.
Oh, now get out of here. I've got to talk to Diz. Say, Diz, now that I see what kind of baseball players Kelowna sent me, there's nothing I can do but hire you at whatever salary you want. It's my only chance.
Well, Bob, I'll sign, but only if you give me a salary of $50,000 and 10% at the gate on weekdays and 15% on Sundays.
Okay.
Gosh, Bobsy, how are you going to figure that out?
Oh, don't worry, Cabina. I've got this automatic adding, subtracting, and multiplying machine here. It'll add up those figures in a jiffy, and I'll finally have Dizzy signed. Here goes. I press the button on the adding machine. Anybody got a pencil? Good night, ladies and gentlemen. Next week, we're going to have a big show because we're going to have the groaner, old Bing, back here. And we're really going to do a little road of some kind. I don't know. But Bing Crosby will be here next week and the regular gang. Good night.
Don't forget next week, ladies and gentlemen, Bing Crosby and Bob Hope. This is Bill Goodwin saying goodnight for Pepsodent. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Adventures in Space await you with Buck Rogers coming up next.
Rogers in the 25th century.
Buck Rogers is on the air, brought to you by the makers of Popsicle, Fudgicle, and Creamsicle, those delicious frozen confections on a stick. And now a message from the famous winner of the Typical American Boy contest, Popsicle Pete.
Say, kids, can you imagine this? You get wonderful free presents for doing something you want to do anyway. Look, when you eat a swell popsicle, fudgicle, or creamsicle, you save the bags and get your pick of keen gifts. Listen to these. A movie camera, skates, table tennis, sleeping doll, jewelry, hundreds of gifts. And they're wonderful gifts, too. Get yourself a popsicle gift list. It tells all the things you can get and how many bags you need. And it's got a free coupon on it worth 10 bags. You get it at your ice cream store free.
And take along a nickel and have a swell popsicle or fudgicle or creamsicle on a handy stick. Are they good? So refreshing. And good for you. Mother knows that. They're made fresh every day by the best ice cream manufacturers in town. And boy, do they last. The biggest nickel's worth anywhere.
Say, don't forget to save the bags for gifts.
Now, let's see. In our last episode, we learned that while Buck and his friends were trying to get on the trail of Killer Kane and Ardela, Kane appeared aboard Black Barney's rocket plane and ordered him to head for the ruins of ancient Philadelphia. But tonight, we'll pick up our story at the Central Spaceport, where Buck and Wilma are waiting in vain for Barney to come in and land. Now, here we go, 500 years into the future.
Doggone it, Wilma. I certainly wish Black Barney would hurry up and get here.
I know it, Buck. It was over an hour ago that he radioed Dr. Hewitt that he was on his way in.
Yeah.
Don't suppose something could have happened to him, do you?
Thinking of that new gyrocosmic relativator aboard his ship?
Uh-huh. Think it may have gone wrong somehow and thrown his ship out of control?
No, he'd have radioed for help. He's probably just taking his time somewhere out there in space, giving that relativator a real tryout.
Dr. Hewitt told him we need that ship in a hurry, though.
Yeah, that's true. And I have a battle cruiser here all ready to have the relativator transferred to it. See it over there?
Oh, I wondered why that ship was out of the hangar. Well equipped for a chase after Kane and Ardela?
Yes, sir. Rocket guns, a long-range disintegrator, one-way energy projector, all sorts of stuff. Even a gas analyzer that'll let us pick up and follow a rocket trail.
Good. It'll have a gyrocosmic relativator when Barney gets it back here to us.
Say, if necessary, we could start without it.
What?
Sure. Barney must have left a rocket trail when he took off from here.
Yes.
Well, we can follow it up to where he is and board his ship out in space.
How?
With a good old collapsible airlock.
Collapsible airlock.
Sure, you remember it. A big flexo steel tube that... Well, look there. Don't you see it there on the underside of our battle cruiser?
Oh, yes. It's a big tube that connects two ships flying side by side out in space.
Or better still, you can hook the two ships together with the magnetic grapples they all carry.
Uh-huh.
Then the collapsible airlock makes an airtight connection between the two ships.
Oh, I see. We could transfer the gyrocosmic relativator to our cruiser that way.
That's the idea. Wilma, you're so doggone used to all these scientific developments that you don't even think of them when there's an occasion to use them. But having come from the 20th century, they're all so marvelous to me, I can't help thinking of them most of the time. So come on, let's hop into the cruiser, turn on the gas analyzer, and take off.
Well, now listen, Buck.
Come on, all the time we're standing around here, waiting for Barney to come back is wasted. Gives Kane and Ardela just that much more chance to get away from us.
I doubt if they're very far away. No rocket planes have been reported missing, you know.
Except for a little air roadster. The one that was seen leaving the vicinity of Dr. Hewer's laboratory.
Mm-hmm.
And with that pair at the controls, even a little roadster is enough to take them well out of reach.
Look, Buck.
Yeah?
Why not try calling Barney by radio before we head out into space after him?
Now, that's a good idea. But come on. Aboard the cruiser is as good a place to call him as any.
Okay.
Here you are. Go ahead and climb in.
Right. Shall I turn on the transmitter?
Please. I'll leave this metal door open just in case he should come sailing down while we're trying to contact him.
All set, Buck. Go ahead.
Thanks. Buck Rogers calling Black Barney.
Probably he'll come in now that we've decided to go up after him.
No, that won't make me mad. Calling Black Barney. Buck Rogers calling Black Barney.
Apparently he didn't realize how important it was that he get back here in a hurry.
Calling Black Barney.
Funny, though, that he doesn't answer. I think he might have the receiver aboard that ship turned off.
No reason under the sun why he should. Even then, the automatic signal would work. Calling Black Barney.
And, Buck, something must be wrong. He's had plenty of time to get back here, even flying slowly. And if he doesn't answer a radio call, why, something must be wrong, that's all.
I hope you're wrong. Calling Black Barney. I'm afraid you're right, Wilma. Close the metal door, will you, please?
All set, Buck.
Now, take the controls and head us straight up until the gas analyzer picks up the trail of rocket exhaust from Barney's ship.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to keep on trying to call him.
Right. Here we go.
Now, don't be afraid to use plenty of power, Wilma, and swing us around in a wide circle as soon as we get some altitude.
Okay, Buck.
Calling Black Barney. Buck Rogers calling Black Barney. Calling Black Barney. Calling Black Barney. Buck Rogers calling Black Barney.
Listen here now to me, Kane. You gotta let me answer that radio call.
Shut up, Barney. And don't make any move toward that transmitter.
Please let him answer, Mr. Kane.
Be quiet, Willie.
Buck Rogers calling Black Barney. Well, I guess it's no use, Wilma.
But don't you see, Kane? They don't know where I'm at. They might even be thinking I run off with a rocket ship. This one.
Which is exactly what you have done.
No, sir. Why, if it wasn't for you, I'd have this ship right back at the center of space.
Don't you see, Barney? You're in trouble, no matter how you look at it. The only wise thing you can do is come along and work with me.
No, sir. There ain't nobody or nothing that can make me do it.
We'll see about that later. Watch your navigation now. We're ready to land.
Okay.
You see there? There are the ruins of ancient Philadelphia just ahead of us.
Hey, that must have been a pretty big city.
Never mind about that. Barney, you see that rocket roadster parked over there to the left?
Yeah.
Well, drop us down right beside it. And land easily so the rocket blast won't scorch up the entire countryside.
Hey, you trying to tell me how I should order to land a rocket ship? Now, hang on. I'm going to cut the power.
And coast down from here?
Yeah.
Turn on that power, Barney. We drop this far, we'll crack up.
No, we can coast down from here easy.
Turn on that power, you fool. Turn it on.
Okay. There you are. Just as nice a landing as you could want.
See, Mr. Kane? He told you he could do it.
It's the gyrocosmic relativator. That's what kept us from crashing.
You mean I didn't do a nice landing?
Yes, I can see where that instrument will be of real value to us. All right, Barney.
Yeah?
Open the door.
Sure.
Well, well, if it isn't my old friend Black Bonnet.
Huh? Adela.
And Willie. Well, what a surprise this is.
Willie, I don't like this. No, sir.
No, sir.
Why, Barney, how can you say
Hold it, Adela. We've got work to do.
Okay, what's on your mind, if any?
Did you break into Hearer's laboratory as I told you to?
Absolutely.
How about the scientific instrument I told you to bring along?
You mean the
Don't name it. The point is, did you get it?
Sure. It's right there beside the rocket roadster. That big package there.
Then, Barney.
Yeah?
Go over there and get that package and put it aboard this ship.
Well, now, listen, Kane.
Go ahead, Barney, and make it fast.
Okay. Only you don't need to be tough about it.
Willie.
Yes, sir?
In on the control table of this ship, you'll find some scraps of paper. Get me one of them.
What kind of paper?
Go ahead, get going.
Yes, sir. I'll get it.
Okay, now what?
Where do you want me to put this, Kane?
Inside the ship, I said. On the floor, anywhere.
Okay.
Adela, keep an eye on him to make sure he doesn't try to touch the controls and get away.
Right, Kane.
Here's a piece of paper, Mr. Kane.
Good. Now, hold still so I can write on it on your back. That's it.
Now what, Kane?
Just keep your eye on Barney for a minute until I finish this.
Okay.
There, that'll do it. Now, Willie,
Yes, sir.
your job is to deliver this note to Captain Buck Rogers in Niagara. You can fly over in that little rocket roadster. And I want you to make time, you understand?
All alone?
You can fly that roadster, can't you?
Sure, I guess so, but I don't think I know the way to Niagara.
Then find your way.
But how about Mr. Barney?
Never mind about Barney. Get going with that note for Captain Rogers.
Oh, now listen, Mr. Kane.
Get out of here
All
before
right,
I...
All right, I'll go.
Well, that's that. Adela,
Yeah?
didn't leave anything of value in that roadster, did you?
Nope. All the weapons I brought along are right here.
Good. Now, let me into that control seat.
Are we taking off?
Just as soon as little Willie gets started back toward Niagara.
Willie? Niagara?
Look through this window, Barney, and you'll see that he's about to take off in the air roadster.
But he can't run that ship, Kane. He'll crack up.
He'd better not. He's taking a message to Buck Rogers.
There he goes.
But Kane, I tell you, the boy can't fly.
And here we go.
Now, listen here to me, Kane.
Yes, Kane, I think you were crazy to let Willie try to fly to Niagara like that.
Are you running this little party, or am I?
Oh.
Barney. Barney!
Yeah?
Watch closely, and I'll show you how to keep from leaving a rocket trail.
What are you going to try to do, Kane?
Cut the power and coast into the place we land.
But we'll smash up.
Use your head, Adela. This ship is equipped with a gyro cosmic relativator.
But you're not going to make our headquarters so close to the place we left Willie, I hope.
Absolutely. Because that's the last place in the world Rogers would expect to find us.
I hope you're right, Kane.
Of course I am. Now, Barney, you can unwrap that package there on the floor.
What is it?
The instrument that'll make you more than glad to join forces with Adela and me.
No, sir. No, sir. There won't nothing ever make me do that. Well, let me see what you got here.
Watch that face, Adela.
Right.
Kane! Kane! No!
Well?
It's a ray. The cycle description ray.
Right, Barney. The psychic restriction ray.
Yes, and I'm afraid that although it won't hurt Barney, that ray will make him perfectly willing to do whatever Kane says.
Say, fellas and girls, there's a raft of wonderful presents just waiting for you to send in those bags from Popsicle, Fudgicle, and Creamsicle. I picked out the presents. Yep, skates, fishing tackle, a candid camera, dolls, bracelets, wallets, and gosh, hundreds of swell things. Get your friends to help you save bags. The more you save, the better presents you get.
And don't forget, a valuable gift bag is wrapped around every single Popsicle, Creamsicle, and Fudgicle. Now make today Fudgicle Day. What a treat. Real creamy chocolate fudge frozen on a handy stick. Only 5 cents for a big one. Full of energy, too. Good for your bones and teeth. Each one is as rich in milk solids as a glass of milk. It's delicious.
Save bags for gifts every day. Don't forget.
I think that I shall never see, for I ran with scissors carelessly. Orson Welles and his supporting cast of Academy Award-winning actors present yet another classic tale in the Campbell's Playhouse, coming up next.
The makers of Campbell's Soup present The Campbell Playhouse. Orson Welles, producer.
Good evening, this is Orson Welles. The motion pictures and even the radio and the living stage have made it clear by now that the female of the species is not only more deadly than the opposite sex, more desirable, but also more durable in times of stress and more to be relied on for the solution of even the bloodiest murders. And in case these observations may seem as irrelevant as they are certainly irreverent, let me break down right here and admit the subject of tonight's broadcast is the bloodiest of bloody murders. Now, as to the ladies. Time was when all the girls used to do in a mystery story was to scream loudly, and be grasped at by horrible, clutching claws. But all that's been changed. And the heroines of these modern romances are ladies of parts. They are not the ones to find themselves clad only in something filmy and feminine, being carried off by a gorilla whose identity you will be subsequently requested not to divulge. They are not susceptible to hypnosis, to the blandishments of sinister Latins, and they never faint. They are accomplished in the use of firearms and can escape from anything, including suspicion. But the gentlemen, I am sorry to say, have degenerated in our new fiction into a pretty pathetic low among human things. There seems to be no excuse for us. I say us because tonight I am fated to attempt before this microphone the portrayal of one of these wretched beings. No, the lady bloodhounds could do without us if they didn't still insist, just for appearances, on the old traditional turnout of likely suspects. There's Always a Woman, which is tonight's story, contains no less than 2 murders and Miss Mary Wilson. Miss Wilson is one of the most promising of the talented and personable young women whom Hollywood has discovered in recent days. Her frequent appearance as what is called a dumb and dizzy blonde is, let it be noted, an outstanding example of what is known to the entertainment world as casting against type. In There's Always a Woman, Miss Wilson demonstrates again that dumbness and dizziness can be surface disguises of infinite resources and a far-seeing purpose. But before our story of the evening, Mr. Ernest Chappell has a question to ask us, the answer to which I'm pretty sure will be unanimous. Mr. Chappell?
Thank you, Orson Welles. And ladies and gentlemen, the question is simply this. What one soup would you say most deserves to be called a family standby? As Orson Welles suggested, I'm pretty sure of your answer. Isn't it vegetable soup? Bowls of homemade vegetable soup, I imagine, are among the very earliest memories of nearly all of us. Maybe we also recall the time and trouble Mother took to make that soup, simmering the stock and preparing the vegetables. Yet, as mothers will, she always felt rewarded when she saw how much the family enjoyed it. Today, most of us still have a keen liking for vegetable soup. But wives and mothers increasingly are giving up making it and instead are serving Campbell's vegetable soup. Are you at your house? Of course, it will save much kitchen time and trouble, but a far more important reason is that one taste of Campbell's will convince you that it's made in the time-honored, good home way. Grown-ups and children alike enjoy the 15 different garden vegetables and the rich beef stock that together make Campbell's vegetable soup so stout and hearty and nourishing. You'll realize why women everywhere agree that it's almost a meal in itself. Wouldn't piping hot bowls of Campbell's vegetable soup just hit the spot with everyone at your house tomorrow? And now Orson Welles in There's Always a Woman with Marie Wilson.
Statement to William H. Reardon for 3 months' rent. Due $375. Unless this bill is paid in on before the 1st, the undersigned reserve the right to re-rent the premises. Signed, Frank F. Carter. Oh, Bill, what are we going to do?
I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to get my old job back. Hello? Is this the district attorney's office?
Oh,
district
no,
attorney
Bill,
there?
no.
Oh, shut up. This is Bill Reardon. Oh, hello, Joe. When'll he be in? Half an hour? Thanks.
Oh, Bill, where's your prize?
I just swallowed it. It's the only thing you can swallow on credit. Come on, Sally. We'll go down and see the DA together. You can make up your mind your husband is just too dumb to make a go of this detective business.
Not me. I'm going to carry on here.
All right, you carry on, but make sure to get out of here by the 1st of the month, unless you want Mr. Carter to re-rent you, too.
Well, I hope you don't get the job.
If I don't, there's a cute little bench in Central Park where we can spend the summer.
Oh, Bill.
And don't be too sure of that bench. It's first come, first served in Central Park.
Come in.
Pardon me. Is Mr. Reardon in?
No.
Could you tell me when he'll be in? I want to see him on business.
Business? Won't you sit down?
Thank you.
Mr. Reardon is out right now on a very important case, but if there's anything that's, could I have him call you?
I prefer not to give my name.
Oh, just as you wish, Mrs. Fraser.
How did you know my name is Fraser?
Well, your picture was in the papers when you were married, and it's a detective's business never to forget a face.
Are you a detective?
I'm Mr. Reardon's chief operator. I handle all his women clients. You see, women often feel that they can talk more freely to another woman.
And you keep this matter confidential.
Well, I won't even discuss it with Mr. Reardon.
But he'll have to know, won't he?
Well, not unless you want him to. You see, you'll be entered in our books as a number. Now, just a moment. Let's see. The last case was, number 375. Your case will be number 376. And now then, what can I do for you?
Well, there's a person I'd like to have shadowed. Her name is Calhoun, Anne Calhoun. Here's her picture.
Oh, thanks. Gee, nice looking, isn't she? To Lola, who is doing a much better job than I would have done, Anne. Has this inscription anything to do with the case?
Anne Calhoun was engaged to my husband before I
understand.
Well, there hasn't been anything to understand until a week ago. Then quite suddenly, Mr. Fraser began getting letters and phone calls from her. I haven't spied, but I know her handwriting and I know her voice. There's something going on between them, and you've got to find out.
If I don't solve it by the 1st of the month, Mrs. Fraser, I'll retire from business. I'll just leave this office.
By the way, if you want to get a good look at her, at Miss Calhoun, she and my husband and I and Jerry Marlowe are dropping in at the Skyline Club tonight.
Skyline Club? Well, I'll be there.
Now, I dare say you want some advance money for expenses.
I dare say.
I don't know what your rates are, miss, but how would $300 do?
$300? Why?
I'm sorry. It's all I happen to have with me. Of course, if you insist.
Oh, no, that's all right. Of course, it's less than our usual rates, but I'm delighted to make the exception.
Oh, thank you, Miss...
Operator 7. Just call me that. Goodbye, 376. Reardon Detective Agency, Operator 7.
Who's that?
You sound awfully happy.
Oh, I am. I got my job back. Let's celebrate.
What's the salary?
I said celebrate.
What do you get paid?
$75 each and every week.
Oh, isn't that nice?
Hey, what's wrong?
Oh, I said, isn't that nice? Say, what did you say about
Better
celebrating?
start packing.
But what's the hurry? We got until the 1st.
Okay, if you don't mind being lonesome. Tell me, how's the Reardon Agency coming along under its new management?
Splendidly, thank you, splendidly. Customers are popping in all over the place.
Customers? Name one.
The Reardon Detective Agency never reveals the name of its clients. That's part of the Reardon policy.
That's an easy policy. There aren't any Reardon clients. Any more bills come in?
Several. 3 great big ones. Say, didn't you say something about celebrating?
Sure. Where'll you meet me?
Well, how about the Skyline Club, Bill? We can afford it, can't we?
No, we can't afford the Skyline
Club.
Club.
Just this once.
It's always just this one.
Oh, Bill, I just love the Skyline Club.
Sally, we can't afford the Skyline Club.
I just love the Skyline Club. Don't you, Bill? Well, don't you, Bill?
No, it's too expensive, but it is pretty, and this man wants to take your order. He's not waiting to ask you to dance.
Excuse me. Let's see. After the puree mongol, I think I'll take the filet mignon.
Ixnay.
You mean instead of filet mignon? No, I'd really rather have the filet mignon. And some sliced tomatoes.
Sliced tomatoes, yes, madame.
And some potato salad.
And some potato salad.
Strawberry parfait. How about that, dear?
Oh, yeah, and some coffee. Does strawberries go with martinis?
Madame will find out.
Too sweet, madame. And you, Monsieur
A
Reardon?
small glass of water and the hard roll.
Toasted?
If you insist.
With the regular dinner, sir?
If you insist.
Any wine, sir?
No, thanks, sir. I mean, no.
Now, wait a minute. I might want some. Why don't you ask
No
me?
wine, waiter, and make it quick.
Very good, monsieur.
Conscientious scruples?
No, just mathematics. All I have is a $20 bill. You don't, by any chance, have a couple of dollars in your purse.
Money? Well, why didn't you say so? Now, let's see. I've got a $50 and 4 pennies and 3 sticks of chewing gum.
Give me the $50. You can keep the chewing gum. Oh, wait a minute. Mr. Shane.
Hello, Mr. Reardon.
Just the man I want to see, Mr. Shane. Will you cash a check for me, Mr. Shane?
sure. How much do you want?
Not much. $25.
Better make it 50 in case you want some champagne.
That's all. It's Mrs. Reardon, Mr. Shane.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Shane?
Nice to meet you, Mrs. Reardon.
My wife.
Here's your 50.
Thanks. Got a pen? I'll write you a check.
Here you are.
Oh, you're taking an awful chance, Mr. Shane. I don't think he's got $50 in his account.
Well, I'm sort of used to taking chances. Your wife has a great sense of humor, Mr. Reardon.
Have you noticed it, too? Here's your check.
Thanks. Haven't seen you around lately, Mr. Reardon.
No, I've been busy.
How do you like being on your own?
I'm not exactly on my own anymore. I'm back with the DA.
Oh, that reminds me. You don't happen to have his home phone number, do you?
Well, you did me a favor. Lexington 8672, and he won't be home till pretty late.
Lexington 8672. Thank you.
Don't tell him where you got it.
Excuse me, Mr. Shane. The captain told me to tell you there's a call for you in the office. Excuse me, folks.
Oh, certainly, Mr.
I'll probably see you around later.
Oh, sure. Goodbye.
Nice personality.
Yes, most gamblers have.
Gambler? I thought you said he owned this place.
Well, he also happens to own the casino across the river.
Why couldn't I have married a man like that instead of a prohibitionist? Say, I'll bet he could have got us a better table than this one, too.
We're lucky to have a table at all. Do you remember way back, Sally, on the phone when you promised if I brought you to the Skyline Club, you'd go light on everything?
But that was before you made the $50.
What $50?
The $50 you just got from Mr. Shane.
Oh, excuse me. I forgot about that. Of course, there's always a chance that he might deposit that check.
Well, even if he does, you still have $50 more than when you started out. And that's certainly a profit.
Certainly is. But do me a favor, will you, Sally, and don't mention it to the income tax people. They don't understand finance as well as you do.
You know you can trust me, Bill.
Sure, eat your soup.
It's not soup, it's puree mango.
Try not to eat so noisily, even if you had a couple of martinis. That's quality, folks, the next table.
Oh, Pew, that's not quality folk either. I'll bet they're just as unimportant as you and I.
For your information, Mrs. Reardon, they are people that anyone pretending to be a detective ought to know at first sight. They're Mr. and Mrs. Fraser.
Faber?
F-R-A-S-E-R.
Oh, I get it,
Fraser.
I get it.
This other man is Jerry Marlowe, Transcontinental Copper, and the girl's Ann Calhoun. You know Ann Calhoun. He's engaged to her.
You're
glamour
just
girl.
showing off again, Bill Reardon. I don't think you know anything about
Be
them.
quiet. Not so loud, Sally, please.
I'm not talking half as loud as they are. Now,
Why
Come
should
on,
we
Ann,
listen?
dance with me.
But, Jerry, I just saw it just dance to Walter. Didn't I, Walter?
Certainly did. Say who's engaged to Ann anyhow. Don't be jealous, Jerry. If you two think you're going to put anything over her.
Jerry, come on and dance.
Oh, all right.
Turn around. They'll notice you're staring at them, Sally.
I'll bet they love it.
Oh,
Why, if I was society, I'd want everybody to stare at me all the time.
I wonder if you'd answer me one question.
What question?
How did a smart guy like me happen to marry a dumb cluck like you?
Oh, I don't know. I don't think there's any explanation.
No, probably
It's
not.
just one of those things, you
Yeah.
know. Say, you know, this filet mignon is delicious. It's delicious.
Glad you enjoy it.
Aren't you eating your lamb
Not
chop?
hungry.
Well, you paid for it. Don't be
I
extravagant.
don't want anything more to eat. Waiter, bring me something to drink. Champagne, one glass.
But
one
madame.
glass.
2 glasses, waiter.
Oh, yes, madame.
Had more than enough to drink, Sally.
Not while I can still spell Mississippi. M-I-S-I-P-I. Correct?
It's as close as you'll ever get.
Let's go back to the table.
Quiet now.
What is it now?
We're going to get another chance to learn how to talk when we
you
get
can't
into society.
sit there and just listen in on a lot of
Well,
people.
can I help it if I want to be
Behave yourself,
cultured like
Sally.
Mr. and Mrs. Fraser
Oh,
and Miss Calhoun? Now, quiet. This is for when I've been dancing with somebody else's husband.
Stop that.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time he lost you, Ann. What do you mean by that, Jerry? I'll tell you what I mean by that. Ann's engaged to me now, and I'll kill the first guy that tries to take her away from her.
Bravo! Bravo! That's the spirit.
Just a minute,
Sally.
madam. Our conversation is no concern of yours.
Oh, I know, but you were expressing yourself so beautifully, I couldn't help but listen in.
Sally, will you please shut up?
Say, dear, if
Sally,
I knew
darling.
this gentleman's name, I'd be glad to
Listen
introduce
here,
you.
young lady.
Bill, but you don't.
Walter, let's pay the check and go.
Oh, you think Mr. Fraser means I check, too?
Sally, you better shut up.
Do you think so?
Come on, let's go.
Look, mister, would you like me to shut
Ann, are you
up?
coming?
Yes, I'm coming.
See, Bill, you are wrong. They won't even answer me.
You're lucky. Waiter.
Yes, Mr. Reardon.
You can give Mrs. Reardon the check, please.
Hello?
Daily Bulletin.
paper.
Beg pardon?
It says here in your paper that Walter Frazier was shot. Shot dead in Jerry Marlowe's apartment.
Just a minute. I'll give you the city desk.
Okay.
Good morning, city desk.
Oh, can you tell me if it's true about Walter Frazier?
Madam, are you kidding?
Well, it's here in the headlines. It says Frazier was shot in Jerry Marlowe's apartment.
You think we put it in to improve circulation? What do you want?
Well, I wonder if I could interest you in the Frazier murder.
Why? Did you kill him?
No, but I think I know who did. I'm Sally Reardon of the Reardon Detective Agency. You know.
No, I don't know, but go ahead.
Well, if you don't want to know about a threat that Marlowe made, I can call the Globe. You know, there's more than one paper in New York.
Yes, okay. We'll send somebody over. What's the address?
Now, take it easy, Marlowe.
I don't want to take it easy. And you're a fine lawyer, I must say. Take it easy. Can't you read? Marlowe guilty, says blonde investigator. Why should I hire anybody who says that?
To make us stop saying
That's
that.
bribery, Mr. Kettling. I don't want any part of it.
You made the threat, didn't you?
Yes, I made the threat, but I didn't kill him. That's important, too.
Not as important as you think. The important thing is to make sure you're not convicted.
Mrs. Reardon is here, Mr. Kettling.
Good. Send her right in. And you be nice to her, Jerry.
To a nice where I'd like to kill her.
You keep on talking about liking to kill people, and you'll be a suspect in every murder trial in New York.
This way, Mrs. Reardon.
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Reardon?
Oh, are you Mr. Ketterling?
You know Mr. Marlowe, don't you?
Oh, well, we met last night, didn't
How do
we?
you do?
I mean, well, maybe we didn't meet, but we spoke.
Mrs. Reardon, I've explained to Mr. Marlowe that you've agreed to do some investigating for us.
Well, you understand, Mr. Marlowe, we're very busy down at the office just now, but this was such an interesting case, I felt I couldn't afford to turn it down.
That's very generous of you, Mrs. Reardon. Don't you think so, Jerry?
Yes. Very generous, very generous.
Yes, Mr. Ketterling and I agreed upon $200 a week in expenses, didn't we, Mr. Ketterling?
That's right, and here's your check, Mrs.
Wait a
Reardon.
minute. Mrs. Reardon, how are you going to fix that newspaper story?
Oh, that. Excuse me for waving this check in your face, Mr. Marlowe, but I want the ink to dry. Hello?
Daily Bulletin.
Give me the city desk.
City desk. Good morning.
Hello, this is Mrs. Reardon. Uh-huh. I've got a new story for you. Got your pencil ready?
Ready?
All right. A Marlowe innocent, says blonde investigator.
Make up your mind, lady.
Well, I know I said he was guilty, but just this minute I picked up some new evidence. And I hope it doesn't bounce. Hello, Bill. Are you home?
I'm home. Why'd you repeat that crack of Marlowe's to the reporters?
Which crack?
When a man threatens to kill a rival in the nightclub, you know he's not going to do it. Why did you repeat it to the reporters?
Oh, I didn't repeat anything. I just happened to be talking to the Daily Bulletin, and in one way or another,
Sally Reardon, you tell me the truth, or so help me, I'll kill you.
Everybody wants to kill somebody lately. Have you noticed?
Sally.
Well, I told him I was going to get some publicity, or rather, I told you I was going to get publicity. And, well, after all, Marlowe did say
But
it.
he was drunk, and I'm supposed to be working for the district attorney, not trying cases in the newspapers.
Oh, gee, I didn't mean to do anything wrong,
Sally,
Bill.
I appreciate what you're trying to do, but I've told you before, it's the man's place to make the money for the home, and it's the woman's place to take care of the man when he comes home, Sally.
Bill, you're perfectly right. And to prove it, I'm going into the kitchen right now, and I'm going to get you the best supper you ever had. How do you want your coffee, weak or strong?
Strong. I've got things to do tonight.
What things?
I thought you were going into the kitchen.
But, Bill, a wife should take an interest in what her husband is doing, don't you think?
No.
Are you and the DA going to arrest anybody tonight?
No, but I'll tell you who the DA would like to arrest.
Who?
You. Mr. Marlowe, you're not going to get anywhere by trying to oppose us. What the DA wants is the truth. If you're smart, you'll cooperate with us. You'll all cooperate with us.
Good morning, Mr. Reardon.
Mrs. Fraser, you know District Attorney, Mr. Evans, I think.
How do you do, Mrs. Fraser?
We're sorry, of course, to trouble you at a time like this, but it can't be
I
helped.
can do it. Okay.
We want to know exactly where in this apartment each person was when the shot was fired. How about you, Miss Calhoun?
I was in the kitchen mixing a drink.
Yes.
Where was Mr. Fraser?
I don't know. I'm sure he was in the living room.
Is it true that you were once engaged to Mr. Fraser, Miss Calhoun?
Yes, I was.
And now you're engaged to Mr. Marlowe?
Yes, I am.
And what of it?
Nothing, Mr. Marlowe. They may have to dig into some of these relationships.
You're just trying to make a
that's
lot of
all.
talk.
That'll do you.
Where were you, Mrs. Fraser, when the shot was fired?
I was in the library. I was reaching for the phone.
Where were you, Marlowe?
Well, to tell the truth, I'd had a couple of drinks. I couldn't swear where I was.
Why, Jerry, you were in the kitchen with me. But, Jerry, I thought...
Yes, Mrs. Fraser?
Oh, nothing.
You were about to say something.
Jerry had just walked me through the living room to show me where the phone was. The shot came almost immediately, and I I didn't think he had time to get back to the kitchen.
He had just come back when the shot was fired.
Well, what about it, Marlowe?
I told you I don't remember.
Nobody seems to remember much anything about this affair.
I beg your pardon,
What is it,
Mr.
officer?
Reardon, but could you come out in the hall for a
Sure,
moment?
I'll be right back. Excuse me, folks.
Harry didn't do it, no.
Well, Fogarty, what is it?
There's a crazy dame been trying to get in here. I told her she couldn't. She told me to memorize this message and to give it to you.
Memorize it?
Dearest darling, don't forget the butler, Sally. She said you were dearest darling, and you'd know who she was.
I know who she was. No answer. Go back to your post. Hey, you there. Come back here. You the butler?
Yes, sir.
What's your name?
Gregson, sir.
Where were you last night, Gregson, when Mr. Fraser was murdered?
Oh, I was asleep, sir. The shot waked me. I put on a bathrobe and I came down.
How long have you worked for Mr. Marlowe?
I engaged him in London 2 years ago.
Nothing wrong with your memory now, Mr. Marlowe, is there? Well, you better start remembering some recent night. I want to take a look at your pantry, Gregson.
Yes, sir.
Come on. I'm in and search this apartment. We haven't been able to visit Gregson.
Oh, I don't know, sir.
You haven't seen it, have you?
No, sir.
Get away from that door. What are you trying to do? Conceal something in that icebox?
No, I wasn't trying to conceal
I'll take a
anything.
look anyway. It's all right. Wait a minute. That's a funny place for an ice cube tray.
Well, I didn't have time to put it back in the right place.
I'll
sir.
just take a look at it. Well, what have you got to say now?
Well, I don't think I understand.
It's not so hard to understand. There's a gun frozen into that tray, that's all.
I never saw it before.
Well, what have you found?
Nothing much, just this gun.
Where was it?
In the ice cube tray.
How do you account for that, Gregson?
I don't know, sir.
Ever handle a gun?
No, sir.
Here, take hold of this gun of mine. Don't get scared. I'm taking the cartridges out.
Yes, sir.
You say you never shot a gun?
No, sir.
Well, here's your first lesson. Shoot this.
Oh, no, sir. I couldn't. I wouldn't know how,
Just
sir.
pull the trigger. Give me that gun.
Yes, sir.
You never shot a gun before?
No, sir.
You knew enough to release the safety catch before you pulled the trigger. Fogarty, take it downtown.
You can't do that.
Marlowe, you were told to stay in the other
Are
room.
you trying to hang this on Gregson?
Want to go along, Mr. Marlowe?
You bet I do.
Fine. Maybe they can help you to remember down there where you were last
Yes, and
night.
I warn you, if any attempt is made to force a
Come on.
Just a minute, Bill.
Yeah?
Whatever made you suspect the butler?
Oh, just instinct. You know how it is. You get a hunch. Just one of those things.
Sorry, miss. District Attorney's busy.
Well, will you please tell him that Mrs. Reardon is here?
I'm sorry, you'll have to wait. You'll have a chair, please.
Why, how do you do, Mr. Reardon?
Oh, Mr. Shane, fancy meeting you here. Can I sit next to you?
I wish you would.
Tell me, Mr. Shane, what is a high-class restaurant owner doing in the district attorney's office, if I may ask?
Oh, I get around.
Say, I hope you aren't here to complain about my husband's check.
No, that hasn't bounced yet. What might you be doing in the district attorney's office, if I may ask, Mrs. Reardon? Some new clues on the Fraser murder?
How did you know?
Oh, I've been following you.
You've been following me.
In the papers.
Oh.
As I understand it, you no longer think Jerry Marlowe is guilty.
Oh, no. That first story I gave out was just a red herring.
Suspect the butler?
Oh, no, it's never the butler. When you've read when you've handled as many detective cases as I have, you know it's never the butler. Oh, they always look guilty, but it turns out they never are.
They found the gun on him.
Oh, they always do. That's just to throw you off the track. Now, no, there's just one clue that may be worth... Mr. Shane, maybe you can help me.
I'd appreciate the opportunity.
Just what was in that envelope that Anne Calhoun gave you the other night?
Envelope that Anne Calhoun gave me?
The night I was in the Skyline Club with my husband.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Shane.
Yeah, hello, Mr. Evans.
Shane, I'm sorry, but I won't have time to see you.
When I called you the other night, you said to be sure and drop in
Yes,
this morning.
I know, but that was before this Fraser case turned up. Come in and see me next week sometime.
All right,
I'll call you when I'm ready for you.
Okay. Goodbye, Mr. Reardon.
Goodbye, Mr. Shane. Think it over. Oh, could I have a moment, please, Mr. Evans? I must talk to you. I have some very important clues.
I've been reading all about your clues.
Oh, but this is a new one.
Yes, tell them to your husband. Maybe he'll listen to you.
Oh, no, you see, he isn't speaking to me these days.
Yes, smart fellow, Reardon.
You know, Mr. Evans, I think he's mixed up in this case.
Who, your husband?
No, Mr. Shane.
As it happens, I was talking to Shane over the telephone just about the time the murder was committed. What do you think he was doing? Holding a receiver in one hand, the revolver in the other?
Maybe it's a ventriloquist.
Look, Mrs. Reardon, I have great sympathy with your husband, greater now than with any man I have ever met. And if you don't stop butting into this case...
trying to help serve the ends of justice.
The ends of justice have gotten along very well now until without you. So will you please go away?
All right.
Alan Grigson, if you've got any sense at all, you stop pretending you're dumb. We've been here for 3 hours talking to you, and we're prepared to stay for 30. It's up to you.
I don't know anything, Mr.
How did that
Reardon.
gun get into your pantry, Grigson?
I don't know.
How did that gun happen to have your fingerprint?
I don't know. You can't pin this
On
thing
the
on me.
2nd of this month, you went to a pawn shop located at 374 Hillcrest Drive, Newark.
No.
You bought a revolver there for $15.
No, I
The
didn't.
pawnbrokers identified you from your photograph.
I don't
Before
believe
you
it.
bought the revolver, Grigson, you examined several rifles.
No, I didn't. He tried to sell me
I
a
thought
rifle,
you'd
but...
walk into that, Grigson.
Well, I bought the gun for Mr. Marlowe.
Marlowe sent you to a pawn shop.
No. He gave me $20 to go and
He
buy
gave
a
you
gun.
$20 to buy a gun, and you bought one for $15. Chiseled him out of $5.
Well, I hid the gun for him.
Oh,
didn't
you
I?
did hide the gun.
Well, after I bought the gun, Mr. Marlowe kept it in a drawer in his room.
About a week ago, the gun was missing.
Did you speak to Marlowe about it?
No, I didn't think it was any of my business.
Go on.
Well, when the shot was fired, I put on my bathrobe and I rushed down. Fraser's body was lying on the floor. A woman was screaming.
Yes,
Mr.
tell
Marlowe.
us about that. Tell us about Mr. Marlowe.
Well, he was trying to quiet the ladies. Mrs. Fraser and Miss Calhoun. I saw a gun lying by the French window.
The gun you bought at the pawn shop?
Yes. I picked it up and I slipped it in my bathrobe and I hid it in the pantry.
Marlowe told you to hide it.
No.
What did he say when you told him where it was?
I didn't tell
You expect us to believe that?
I don't care what you believe. It's the truth.
Mr. Marlowe, I read you the statement we got from Grigson. What have you got to say about it?
All right. I did have Grigson buy a gun. What of it? The gun disappeared about a week.
The gun just walked out of your desk.
I don't know what happened to it.
Did you ask Grigson about it?
No. When I saw it was missing, I was glad.
Why were you glad, Mr. Marlowe?
I was afraid I might use it on Fraser.
You bought it to use on Fraser, didn't you?
Yes.
Why?
Because he was up to something with Anne. With Miss Calhoun, I mean. She's been worried to death about something, and she's been writing.
How do you know she was writing to him?
I was with him in his apartment one day when a maid brought his mail in. I know Anne's handwriting. He didn't open the letter. He just looked confused and slipped it into his pocket.
Any idea what it was all about?
No, she denied everything, and he lied. I was going crazy. I'd have killed him all right. I'm sorry I didn't.
Cheer up, Marlowe. Maybe we can prove you did.
You are listening to Orson Welles in the Campbell Playhouse presentation of There's Always a Woman with Marie Wilson. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is Ernest Chappell, ladies and gentlemen, welcoming you back to the Campbell Playhouse. In a moment, we shall resume our presentation of There's Always a Woman. But first, as we all realize, in a very few days now, the Christmas holidays will be upon us. And with the children home for vacation, we usher in the happiest and the busiest season of the year. Perhaps the busiest person of all in every home will be Mother. There'll be entertaining, dinners to be given, gay parties for the young people, possibly relatives staying over. And the task of planning, preparing, and carrying through this round of Yuletide activities will, of course, fall mainly upon Mother as the heart and center of the home. Among these tasks of hers, none will loom larger, probably, than the planning of meals. And so I'd like to remind every mother listening tonight of the part that well-chosen soups can play in holiday menus. Apart from the wholesome nourishment you know good soup provides for everyone, not forgetting the children, you'll be delighted to see how the serving of a tempting soup can dress up even your simplest meal. Give it a really festive touch. During the holidays just ahead, I'm sure you'll want to serve Campbell's soups often for their fine, home-like flavor and for the real help they can give you in meal planning these busy days. And now Orson Welles resumes our Campbell Playhouse presentation of There's Always a Woman with Marie Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chappell, and we'll proceed in just a minute. But before we do, who killed Walter Fraser?
Did you do it, Mr. Wells?
Well, that isn't fair. I'm the detective, but you never know.
How about Marie Wilson?
Sally? Mr. Chappell, you're speaking of my wife, but she knows more than she's telling, or she's telling more than she knows.
Why, Bill, I never knew you cared.
In fact, I think there's less to Miss Wilson than meets the eye.
Well, how about me?
Who are you?
You know perfectly well, Orson Welles. I'm Ray Collins, heavily disguised as Nicky Shane, the gambler, and I'd like to know what Grigson the butler was doing with Marlowe's revolver in the ice cube tray.
Everett Sloane, you're playing Grigson.
Now, just a minute, Ray.
I must warn you, Everett Sloane, that anything you say will be held against Grigson.
Well, I don't want to name any names, but the gun belongs to Edgar Barrier, who's playing Marlowe.
Yes, but I don't keep my guns on ice. Shall we suspect the ladies?
You can't bounder.
That was Mary Taylor and Georgia Backus in the order of their appearance. Mary Taylor plays Lola, the first client of the Reardon Detective Agency, the wife of the murdered man. And Georgia Backus plays Anne Calhoun, who was engaged to the murdered man and who is now, interestingly enough, engaged to Mr. Marlowe.
I object.
This is irrelevant.
Name, please.
Frank Reddick.
Never mind the billing, Frank.
Okay, I'm playing your boss, the district attorney, and I'll thank you to get on with the case. Remember, please, that a murder has been committed.
That's right. There's another member in the cast, Mr. Richard Wilson.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wells. I'm Walter Frazier. I can't step out of character. I'm dead.
I think this has gone far enough.
Hello? Mr. Ketterling, please. Oh, hello, Mr. Ketterling. Oh, I've marvelous news for you. Uh-huh. I tried to get you earlier, and then later I was out myself shopping. Uh-huh. I just got in this minute. Huh? The good news, well, it's not exactly good. I mean, well, it looks pretty bad for our client, poor Mr. Marlowe. Yes, but don't you worry. I have a plan if I can get rid of my husband. I'm starting out at 8 o'clock, and... No, I can't tell you yet. Well, because I'm not quite sure what the plan is. Goodbye, Mr. Ketterling.
All right, you dirty little double-crosser.
You heard the phone call?
I heard part of it. I wasn't interested much.
Oh, you weren't interested much.
No, after a man has discovered his wife is double-crossing him, nothing she can say can interest him. And besides, the man at headquarters is listening in and taking down the full conversation.
You mean these wires are tapped?
In a way.
Then you know everything?
No, I'm not that good, but I do know that Ketterling and Marlowe have hired you.
How did you find that out?
I'm the smartest detective in town. You told me so yourself once. Of course, that was before you thought you were the smartest detective in town.
Anyhow, I got some clients.
Yes, you got one client, a potential murderer.
Is that so?
To me, the most convincing proof that Marlowe was guilty is that he hired you. Only a desperate man would do that.
But he's not guilty.
That's your story, and you're being paid to think it. He had his man buy a gun in order to kill Frazier, and Frazier was killed. That adds up, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't add up. The gun was stolen from him a week ago.
Can you prove that?
No. But I'm going to.
You haven't got a chance.
Well, if I do, will you admit that I'm a better man than you are or am? Well, anyway, just as good.
You bet. I know when I'm licked. Well, I must be running along. I suppose I ought to warn you that wherever you go tonight, you'll probably be shadowed by one of my men.
Oh, that's not fair, Bill.
All fair in love and war.
Hey, this is war in a way, isn't it?
But it's love, too, I guess, or I'd have divorced you long ago. So long, dear.
Oh, so long. No, as a matter of fact, I'm going out, too. Oh, Bill.
Yeah?
Doesn't this remind you of the Civil War stories, you know, where the northern captain falls in love with the beautiful southern spy?
A little. Oh, and when you get back home, if you're not too tired, dear, I wish you'd go through my dresser and look over my socks. I think some of them need mending.
Oh, that's what I like about you, Bill. You're so romantic.
Pick him up. One move and I'll fuck you.
Gee, I'll go. Geez, I didn't know anybody else was here.
You'll ever leave this room alive.
Oh, I'm married to the greatest detective in the whole world, and he'll track you down to the end of the earth.
You don't mean Bill Reardon.
Oh, Bill. Yeah, I was never so glad to see anybody in my whole life.
Lucky for you I was here. That fellow would have plugged you.
Ooh, my legs are shaking. I was really scared.
I'm glad you have that much sense. What are you doing here in Mrs. Fraser's apartment?
Same thing you are, looking for clues.
Sally, you're starting to get silly. Why don't you go home and mend those socks I told you about? There's
Might
a
as
lot
well
of them
do
in
our
the dresser,
searching
Sally.
together. If you find a clue, you tell me, and if I find a clue...
I know. If you find a clue, you tell the newspapers.
Well, why don't you answer?
You're crazy.
All right, I'll answer
Hey,
it.
come
Hey,
here.
let go of my wrist.
You nitwit. I think you would have answered it.
Well, it might be a clue now. We'll never know who was calling.
That's right. Now, whoever was calling thinks this apartment is empty. I've got a hunch that's why the call was made.
Oh, I never thought of that, Bill.
Sure.
Now, from now on, every time I hear a phone ring, that's the first thing I'll suspect.
You talk too much.
Oh, this is Mrs. Fraser's dresser, all right. Look. Look, Bill. Her stockings aren't any better than mine.
Are you searching or are you sightseeing?
Look at that perfume. Isn't it lovely?
That's lovely.
That's the kind she wears, all right. Wonder what it is. Embarrassment number 5. Oh, buy some for me for my birthday, will you, Bill? It's only $25 an
Will
ounce.
you stop drenching yourself in that perfume, you little thief?
All right. Hey, where are you going?
Going back into the living room.
Well, I'll stay here. I'm going to take a crack at that wall safe. I'll bet there's a lot of clues in it.
Suit yourself. Take a crack at the wall safe. You never open it.
3, 69,
Never open a wall safe.
90, 100. 101. 2.
Hey, what's that?
It's a radio.
Radio, well, turn it off, you idiot. A radio.
Oh, I thought it was a wall safe.
A radio. I almost feel sorry for Marlowe having to work for him.
Well, anybody can make a mistake.
Not as many mistakes as you make, I promise. What's that? He's trying to get in. Out that light quick.
Yes,
Get back to these curtains. Come on. Good evening.
Oh, why, it's Miss Calhoun. What's that letter you got in your hand? You just took it out of the drawer, didn't you? That's what you came here for, isn't it?
What are you doing here?
Now, don't try to change the subject, Mrs. Calhoun. Give me that letter.
That's my letter. You give that
That's
back.
mine now.
Sally, come back here.
I'll be seeing you.
Hey, Sally.
I've got to have that letter.
I'll get the letter later, Miss Calhoun. Sit down. Why don't you tell me all about it?
You wouldn't believe me anyway.
Maybe not, but I'll tell you what I believe now, that you wrote Walter Frazier a blackmailing letter.
Blackmail?
Yes, blackmail, and when he wouldn't be blackmailed, you killed him.
No. I'll tell you.
Well, make it the truth, because I'll find out pretty soon, honey.
I was desperate. I'd lost $2,000 in roulette.
Roulette where?
Shane's place, across the river. I gave him a bad check for it. I was going to ask Jerry Marlowe for the money, but I couldn't.
Why not? You're engaged to him.
Well, I didn't want him to think I was marrying him for his money. So I wrote Walter and asked him for old time's sake to lend me...
And he did? If that was all, why'd you take your life in your hands to steal in here?
Because I thought Lola might find the letter. I didn't want Jerry to know. Can't you understand?
Are you sure Jerry doesn't know and suspect the worst?
You're just trying to trap me and say that Jerry killed him. He didn't. If anybody did, it was Lola. She was jealous. I don't know what I'm saying.
Yes, you do. I'm sorry, Miss Calhoun, but I'll have to arrest you.
You can't. You have nothing to arrest me for.
Have you got a permit to carry this gun in your purse?
No.
Then I can hold you in the Sullivan Act.
Please,
That's
Mr.
better,
Reardon.
isn't it, Miss Calhoun, than suspicion of murder?
Hello? Cartwright Apartments? Miss Lola Frazier, please. Just tell her operator number 7 is calling. Oh, hello. 376? I'd like to make an appointment to see you. Well, I've come across a letter that I feel sure will interest you. 9 o'clock is fine. At your apartment? Thank you. 376. I'll be there.
Evans?
Yeah, Bill?
I had a dictograph put into Mrs. Frazier's apartment early this morning.
Well,
She's
I
talking
did.
to somebody right now. Now, listen.
All right.
There it is. See? How's that?
Yeah, a little higher.
All right. There we are.
Question is, will you pay me then?
You know I'll pay
You know who that man is?
My money.
I haven't the slightest idea.
Someone found out
Good.
that your husband was writing out checks to Ann Calhoun, and that you knew about it,
Yes,
Lola.
I did.
They might go so far as to suspect you.
I've got a hunch.
If they ever found out that I knew you and that I left you to marry
Wait.
Walter, they
I
might
won't tell
even
you.
suspect you.
Maybe.
What are you sticking around here for? She'll be here any minute.
Who will?
That Reardon girl, she called up and said she wanted to see me here tonight.
What's your step, Lola? Don't say a
I
thing.
know that voice.
Because even if you say hello to her, that dame thinks she has a clue. The wrong clue, but a clue.
You better go out the
Likely
back
to
way.
keep it
She
to
might
yourself.
recognize you.
Okay. So long, Lola.
I wish I could place that voice.
So do I. Wherever he is, certainly knows my wife, and I think I know. Hey, it must be the telephone.
Good evening,
Mrs. Frazier.
I haven't much
Oh,
time.
there
Your
she
wife.
is. That's
Yeah.
her.
Yes, a letter from Ann Calhoun to your husband.
Al
I finally found
Calhoun.
out that. I'm ashamed now I ever suspected her. I want to forget all that. Oh, but this is a clue. Why,
But,
it's a letter
will you
begging
listen
your
to-
husband for money, but between the lines, it's really very threatening. Look, it's practically blackmailing. Now, of course, if you have to know how to read it,
the girl's got
if it means not finding the murderer, I'd rather not do that than have anything cheap come out about Walter. Oh, you have a right to feel that way, but...
Wish
well,
you'd go
read it for
home.
yourself. I don't care to read it, Mrs. Reardon, but I do care to do this.
What's
oh,
that?
You've no right to
Must be
destroy
tearing it
that
up,
letter,
that's the
Mrs.
thing.
Frazier. Sorry,
Cookie.
Mrs. Reardon, but I won't have any slurs on my husband's memory. Don't you want your
Well, she
husband
gets the
avenged?
pieces.
Yes,
Will you
I
tell her
do
how to
want
get
his
this?
Walter avenged. But I
Avenged.
don't want his
Did
name
you hear
dragged
that?
in the mud. It just means I've got to find another clue, that's all. But don't you worry, Mrs. Frazier. I get one every minute.
She gets one
Thank you.
every
Oh,
minute.
Quiet or I'll
Very
fire
good.
you.
Ah, I knew you'd have one. I felt sure you'd. If I tell you, will you promise never to reveal where you heard it? Why, 376, you can trust me. Well, when I went to that phone over there, just before the shot was fired that night, I heard someone on the line.
Did you get there?
Yeah.
Wrong number? Oh, no. Somebody was talking in this apartment on the extension phone. Someone was talking on the phone. You mean in this apartment? Yes. But there was nobody in here except you, 4, and the butler. Oh, the butler. I knew
Yes,
it
the
was the butler
butler.
all the time. It wasn't the butler. I know his voice. Well, then who was it? I don't know.
Oh.
But I do know who he was talking to, and I do know what he was talking about. He was... Wait a minute. That wire doesn't belong under those drapes, does it?
What wire?
Oh, I know you don't think I'm much of a detective,
That's
but
us.
I am, Mrs. Frazier. And that's
Our
a
wire.
dictaphone.
That's
Somebody's
about
been
it.
listening
Got
to
it.
you. The district attorney's attorney's office,
Yes,
probably.
the district
Look,
attorney's
I'll just
office.
rip it out,
Yes,
and
but
then you
don't
can
rip
tell
it.
all
Here,
this
you
to
Bill.
me alone.
There it goes. Well, what do you know about that? Just as we were about to find out who it was that talked
Bill.
on that. Yeah.
Your wife is either the smartest woman or the biggest fool in America.
She could be both. In fact, I think she is both. Mrs. Fraser, we know there was a man in your apartment earlier this evening.
I suppose it was that dictaphone.
Never mind, we heard him. Who was he? You might as well tell us.
It was Shane. Nick
Shane, that's who it was. What was he there for?
I
He wanted $50,000. What for?
I owed it to him.
You owed it to him. What for?
I lost the money playing roulette.
Quite a sum to lose gambling, isn't it?
Now, did you ever play roulette?
Oh, yes, for dimes.
We weren't playing for dimes.
I see.
He promised to give me time to pay, but when this happened, he started pressing me. I didn't give him the money. I didn't have it. Not yet.
Shane seems to have done all right in that joint of his. Did you know that Ann Calhoun had lost money there, Mrs. Fraser?
Oh, yes, we've been there together a couple of times, and we both know.
And you knew Shane before you married Fraser.
Yes, a long time ago, when I was a showgirl in Chicago.
That's right.
I thought I'd left all that behind me when I started to marry Walter.
Oh, it's all right, Mrs. Fraser. You've told us all we want to know.
I didn't know.
You can go now, Mrs. Fraser. And you won't be disturbed again, I promise.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Well, that seems to let her out. Whom do you suspect now?
How about Shane? He keeps turning up in this case.
Shane is a gambler, uses strong-arm methods to collect. They all do, but I don't see Shane as
Just the same, I'm not overlooking the fact that Fraser took his girl away from him. I wish somebody would do the same for me.
You want to see Mrs. Reardon now, Mr. Evans?
Yes, I guess we'll have to.
We've been grilling her for 5 hours, the reel going over. The works. And we can't get a thing out of her.
Good morning. Isn't it a lovely day?
Listen, honey, I want you to realize how serious this is.
Oh, gosh, Bill, I love you.
A man has been murdered. The killer must be found. Now, do you understand that?
Well, if you just let me out, I could
This is a matter for the police. If you work with them, I promise to take another crack at the private detective business. How's that?
Well, cross your heart?
Well, I hadn't expected to promise as strong as that, but all right, cross my heart. Now then, what did Mrs. Fraser tell you after you ripped out that dictaphone?
Well, Lola told me that a few minutes before the shot was fired,
Yeah?
she picked up the phone and a man somewhere in her apartment was talking to the district attorney.
The DA?
Yeah, about gambling.
Shane.
Of course, I told that fathead boss of yours so at the very beginning, but he wouldn't listen. Hello, Mr. Evans.
Hello. Well, Mr. Evans, there you are. Lola Fraser heard your conversation with Shane.
She did, huh?
And she heard it on the Milo telephone.
But you checked their phone. No calls came out of
There's
there.
no record of one. I don't know where Shane phoned from or how the wires got crossed, but that call to you was planned in advance as an alibi, and that means that Shane is the murderer.
You see?
I certainly do.
Now, can I go now?
Certainly not. You're going back to jail.
Oh, I don't want to.
Well, we're going to keep you locked up before you get another clue, honey. I like this one, and I don't want it spoiled.
Arrest Dick Shane, wanted for murder. Calling all cars. Arrest Dick Shane, wanted for murder. 40 years, dark complexion, slight build, armed and desperate, take no chances. Calling all cars. Calling all cars.
I've got to get out of here. I phoned my lawyer. Why doesn't he do something?
Sometimes your lawyer can't get here right away, dearie. I've been here in this jail 4 months waiting for my lawyer.
But I've got a job to do. I'll beat them on this case if I have to burn for it. The nerve, putting me in jail so he can solve the case on my clue.
What are you in for, dearie?
For a murder that I'm going to commit.
Hello, this is Bill Reardon. Give me the DA's private wire.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Evans. Listen, I've busted the Fraser murder wide open. I think I've got the whole case cured. And I'll bet you can't guess where I'm phoning from.
No, I can't.
I'm in Shane's apartment, and I found a phone extension.
That's very interesting.
Yeah?
You better get home. Shane was just found stabbed to death in your apartment.
In my apartment? Why? Where's Sally? Where's my wife?
The police are holding her. She's in your apartment, too.
Well, it looks tough, Mrs. Reardon. Your cellmate down at the jail tells them you said you'd get someone or other if you had to burn for it.
She always just kidding, officer.
Well, there's no way to kid. Whew, say, is all that perfume on you?
No, it was on Shane. The place was just reeking with it when I came in.
I'll say it was reeking. Where are you going?
Gee, I'm awful weak in my knees.
All right, so you're awfully weak in your knees.
Well, there's some smelling salts in the bathroom. I can go in alone, can't I?
Well, I guess so.
You guess so?
Hey there, you can't do that. I'm going to break down the door, lady. I tell you, I'm going to break down the door. All right, lady. I'll teach you to play tricks. Where? What do you know? Hey, lady, come back here. You'll break your neck on that water pipe. Lady! Lady!
Hello, Mrs. Fraser. Why did you kill Nick Shane?
What? You're crazy.
You don't seem very surprised that he's dead.
Well, I'm not, as a matter of fact.
Aren't you going to ask me in? You aren't surprised.
Well, people were afraid of him and hated him.
Well, I'm coming in. You sure didn't hate him, too, didn't you, Mrs. Fraser?
Yes, I did, but I didn't kill him.
Maybe not, but did you ever see this handkerchief before?
Where did you get that?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Fraser. I found it beside his body.
All right. I killed him. I'm not afraid now.
Well, there's nothing to be afraid of. Can I use the phone?
Yes.
Thanks. Oh, don't worry. We'll plead the unwritten law. Say, what is the unwritten law?
Darling, are you sure you're all right?
Of course, here's a confession.
Did you sign this, Mrs. Fraser?
I did.
Sally, how on earth did
she
you
came up to my apartment to see me with no intention of killing anybody. She was minding her own business, but this man, Shane, followed her and made a row just because she told me he was guilty. Then he pulled a knife on her. One word led to another, and there you are. It's all in the confession.
Let's go. I'm ready.
Ready for what? For the truth?
Oh, Bill, darling, I just told
I know you just told me. Now I'll tell you. Walter Fraser wanted a divorce. His lawyer will swear to that. Mrs. Fraser wasn't satisfied with the settlement he offered, much less than a widow would receive. Mrs. Fraser, you offered Shane $50,000 to kill your husband.
That was a gambling.
Yes.
The books show that you never lost more than $200 at roulette.
Shane shot your husband standing on the window ledge outside your library. Shot him in the back while you were talking to him. The others were in the kitchen. 2 days ago, Shane started pressing you for the money, threatening you. You began to realize the $50,000 had only been the beginning. You killed Nick Shane deliberately. It was premeditated murder.
No. He had a knife. He found out somehow that I told him about the phone call. His alibi. I had to kill him.
All right, take her out, Fogarty.
Take her out.
Come along now. Come along now.
What a client.
Congratulations.
And now, Mrs. Reardon, if you don't mind telling me, how did you ever suspect her?
Come on, let's have it, Sally.
Well, when I got home, the apartment was still full of her perfume, and then when I accused her and she didn't ask any questions, how he was killed or when, well, I just knew she'd done it.
And you got a confession out of her with no more to go on than that?
Well, I pretended I'd found her handkerchief beside the body.
Where did you find it?
In her purse.
I resign. From now on, Mr. Evans, I'm her office boy.
Here it is, Bill.
What is it?
The inside story of the Fraser case, or Secrets of a Girl Detective.
Who wrote it?
Me,
I did. What for?
for $500. We're going to put it on the radio.
Give it here.
Oh, you're tearing it up.
I certainly am.
All right. What's $500 to us anyway?
$500, no matter who says it. But, Sally...
Oh, but, Bill, I wasn't going to give them any real inside dope.
Sally, I'm crazy about you, but there's one thing that bothers me. If you're ever found murdered, there'll never be anyone to prove that I didn't do it.
You've been listening to Orson Welles in the Campbell Playhouse presentation of There's Always a Woman with Marie Wilson.
And in a moment, Orson Welles and his guests will be back with us. Meanwhile, I'd like to say this. Our play tonight told the story of a woman who helped her husband to success. Sally Reardon's methods of doing this were not exactly conventional. Still, in the end, things turned out all right. But seriously, helping a husband to success, isn't this what every good wife is doing every day? Inspiring and encouraging him, keeping him well and well-fed? Now, I'm sure that you, among the wives listening tonight, realize that the success of the work your husband does can be influenced by the kind of meals you serve him. And in these meals, you realize, too, the importance of good soup. Particularly a soup as hearty and nourishing as Campbell's vegetable soup. As Campbell's make it, it's always a special favorite with men. They like the rich, rugged beef stock, thick with a variety of tender garden vegetables. Have you tried it at your house? If not, won't you get some tomorrow and serve it? If you'll do that and compare its fine flavor and hearty substance with the best vegetable soup ever ladled from a home soup kettle, I do believe Campbell's vegetable soup will make its appearance regularly on your family table. And now I see Orson Welles has returned to his microphone. Mr. Welles.
It gives me great pleasure to present our guest of the evening, Miss Mary Wilson.
Thank you, Orson Welles. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Mary Wilson, as you all know, ladies and gentlemen, has been making a series of highly successful personal appearances throughout the country. And from this tour of hers, one remarkable phenomenon has emerged. Wherever Mary Wilson has been, reporters and columnists have been fighting with each other to be the first to record those weird confusions of thought and language that are rapidly becoming known as Wilsonisms. Are you yawning, Miss Wilson?
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you put your hand over your mouth?
Yeah, and get bit?
That's the kind of thing I mean. Let me assure you, though, that despite these flagrant misrepresentations of her trenchant observations on life and letters, Miss Wilson's sole and single concern remains the eternal art of histrionics.
Ah, now you're going too far, Orson Welles. I never did care for history. I'm an actress.
Indeed you are, Mary Wilson. And a very beautiful and charming one. We hope you'll be with us again soon. And now, as to next Sunday night. Next Sunday night, ladies and gentlemen, is Christmas Eve. And it came to pass in those days that there went out a decree from Caesar Augustus that all the world should be taxed. And all went to be taxed, every one into his own city. And Joseph also went up from Galilee out of the city of Nazareth into Judea unto the city of David, which is called Bethlehem, to be taxed with Mary, his espoused wife, being great with child. And so it was that while they were there, the days were accomplished that she should be delivered. And she brought forth her first son, and wrapped him in swaddling clothes, and laid him in a manger, because there was no room for them in the inn. And there were in the same country shepherds abiding in the field, keeping watch over their flock by night. And lo, the angel of the Lord appeared before them, and the glory of the Lord shone round about them, and they were sore afraid. And the angel said unto them, Fear not, for behold, I bring you good tidings of great joy, which shall be to all people. For unto you is born this day in the city of David a Savior, which is Christ the Lord. And this shall be a sign unto you. You shall find the babe wrapped in swaddling clothes, lying in a manger. Since the days of Caesar Augustus, all people have celebrated by joy the great joy which shall be to all people. For unto us was born this day in the city of David a Savior, which is Christ the Lord. And on this day, at least, in the calendar of our year, we affirm the glory of our God by the laughter of our children. Every nation, according to its character and its taste, by some gift of gaiety has enriched the tradition of this our solemnest festival. And because America is what it is, we are the fortunate heirs of the accumulated customs of almost 2,000 years of keeping Christmas. The best songs that have been sung are sung by us. The best games that have been played, we play, and the best stories ever told are ours to tell. For storytelling has persisted as a Christmas ritual in spite of the printing press. A ceremony as hilarious and as serious as hanging the stocking, dressing the tree, and kissing under the mistletoe. And because Christmas is first of all for children, Christmas stories are fairy stories first of all. It's mildly surprising that the best of them all, which we're telling again for you next week, is for everybody and turns out to be a ghost story. I've endeavored, writes its author on its title page, I have endeavored in this ghostly little story to raise the ghost of an idea, which shall not put my readers out of humor with themselves, with each other, with the season, or with me. May it haunt their hours and houses pleasantly, and no one wish to lay it. It is signed your faithful friend and servant, Charles Dickens. And Charles Dickens as everybody but our newest friends will know, is the author of next week's story. And our star, as all our old friends will know, too, is that best-loved of American actors and the special favorite of all of us on the Campbell Playhouse, Mr. Lionel Barrymore, who will be keeping an engagement with us on that night that he has kept for a number of years. An engagement to play Scrooge in that most human and heartwarming of Christmas stories, A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens. This will be the 5th Christmas that Campbells have chosen this good old tale as their Christmas present to their friends. But I think that this year, perhaps more than ever, it becomes clear how direct and how all-important is the message that Charles Dickens gave the world in that little story. Wherever, anywhere in the world, people pause next Sunday night to listen to Lionel Barrymore and A Christmas Carol, there will be people a little kinder, a little happier, a little more at peace with themselves and their neighbors. And so, until then, until A Christmas Carol with Lionel Barrymore, my sponsors, the makers of Campbell Soups, and all of us here in the Campbell Playhouse remain, as always, obediently yours.
The makers of Campbell Soups join Orson Welles in inviting you to be with us in the Campbell Playhouse again next Sunday evening when we bring you our 5th annual presentation of Charles Dickens' immortal story, A Christmas Carol, starring Lionel Barrymore in his favorite role as Ebenezer Scrooge. In the meantime, if you have enjoyed tonight's Playhouse presentation, won't you tell your grocer so tomorrow when you order Campbell's vegetable soup? This is Ernest Chappell saying thank you and good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
True crime stories of the 1940s and 1950s are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
In NBC's great parade of new shows.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
NBC brings you Dragnet. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to homicide. There's a mad killer at large in your city. A woman has been brutally slain, the body mutilated. The picture is clear. The killer has a thirst for blood. Your job, get him.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime, investigated and solved by the men who unrelentingly stand watch on the security of your home, your family, and your life. For the next 30 minutes, transcribed in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Wednesday, January 12th. It was raining in Los Angeles. We were working the night watch out of homicide. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Ed Backstrand, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. I was on the way back from the morgue, and it was 11:23 p.m. when I got to room 42. Homicide.
Hi, Joe. Chief wants to see you. He's in there with Romero.
Thanks, Chandler. How's the wife?
Fine. How about your mother?
Better, thanks.
Hi, Joe.
Hi.
Friday, sit down. Did they post the body yet?
In the morning. Pretty messy. Strangled and mutilated.
The guy's a maniac, Skipper. The body shows it. A murder like this, anybody's a suspect.
The coroner looked at the body. He says the weapon was a long, sharp instrument.
Found her in a hotel down on East 3rd Street. Manager's son discovered her about 7:30.
You talked to him? It was too much for him. He passed out. Manager wasn't home. We'll check with him before midnight.
Close to it now, Joe. We better get going.
All right. The boys from the crime lab check the room? They're still down there, Ed. The place is a mess.
Get back as soon as you can. We're working straight through on this thing.
That's a hot shot. I'll get it.
At the Lux Hotel, room 219, corner of South Grand and Cordova. Dead body. Possible homicide. The Lux Hotel, room 219, corner of South Grand and Cordova. A dead...
What is it, Friday?
Lux Hotel, possible homicide.
Busy night.
Yeah. You coming, Ed?
Right. Let's go.
Six minutes later, Ed Backstrand, Ben, and I pulled up in front of the Lux Hotel. The manager met us at the door and led the way up a narrow stairway to the second floor. The room number was 219. We were prepared for the worst. We got it.
You're right, Romero. The guy must be a maniac.
2 hotels, 2 murders. The same M.O. 3 of us made a brief inspection of the room at the Lux Hotel. We took a few notes on the appearance of the girl's body and a brief description. Apparently, she'd been strangled to death first, and then her body brutally mangled. Ben and I went back down to the lobby, and the manager, Mr. Ford, showed us the house book. The girl was registered together with a man, Mr. and Mrs. Philip Grant. We took the hotel register to have it checked for fingerprints and to photostat the handwriting. Ben notified the crime lab. Then we went back to the room and questioned the manager.
Mr. and Mrs. Philip Grant, that's all I know. I never saw either one of them before tonight.
When did they check in, Mr. Ford?
About 3 hours ago. That's right, about 9. Maybe a little before.
Did they register together?
Yeah, a little before 9. They came in together.
Did you let them in the room?
Yes, sir, like I always do. It's a small place here, maybe not first class, but I treat people right.
What did the man look like? Do you remember?
I think so. Kind of tall. Young, maybe 30 or so. Husky fella. Had a mustache.
How tall would you say, Mr. Ford?
Oh, about your height, Wade. Must have been at least 180. Seemed like a nice fella.
Would you know him if you saw him again?
I think so. People sure don't act like they look. You think it was him?
Can you think of anybody else?
Well, no. I never saw him before tonight, either one of them. I don't know anything about it.
Did you notice anything in particular about them when they came in?
Well, he didn't show it, but it looked like she'd been drinking a little. Giggling, you know.
And you didn't see this man Grant leave the hotel?
No, I didn't. I must have been checking the account books back of the desk. Guess he got by me.
Is there a back entrance to the hotel, Mr. Ford?
No, he had to come out this way, all right.
How about the fire escape?
I never thought of that. Say, I bet you cops think I'm trying to hide something.
How did you happen to find the body?
I don't know anything about it, honest. I've been running the hotel for 10 years now. Everybody knows me around here. You can ask at the bank.
All right, Mr. Ford. Now, would you mind telling us how you happened to find the body?
I don't want a lot of lousy newspaper publicity. Give the place a bad name. Can you blame me?
The newspapers won't get your name from us. All we want to know is how you happened to find the body.
Well, I told you. It's a small place here, but I like to treat people right. A couple hours after they checked in, I remembered I forgot to fill the ice water pitcher in the room. So I got some and took it up. The door was opened a little ways. It's got a bad catch on it, and the lights were on. I peeked in, and there she was. She was... Well, the guy must have been crazy.
Do you remember what time it was when you found her?
Well, just before I called the cops, about 11:30, I guess.
All right, Ford, that's all for now. When the other officers get here, show them up, will you?
Yes, sir, I sure will.
Romero?
Yes, Skipper?
Get on the phone downstairs and call the Metropolitan Division. Have them send us every available man from the reserve unit. We're going to patrol the area for the rest of the night.
Right, Chief.
Least we can do is make it hard for them. 2 murders in 7 hours.
Yeah, both of them in a 3-block radius.
Same pattern. It's got to be the same guy.
All right, we got a description. What do you think?
Well, when the reserve unit shows up, have them cover this whole section of town. Pick up everybody who even comes close to that guy's description.
All right, Ed.
It's got to go fast. We can't lose a minute. 1 hour either way, it might mean another body. Like this one.
9 minutes later, at 4 minutes past midnight, the men from the crime lab showed up. It started to drizzle. They went over the room in detail. They dusted everything in the room for fingerprints, the walls, the doors, the fixtures in the bathroom, the lamps, chairs, everything. They took samples of the girl's blood and her lipstick. Small pieces of flesh and human hair were found under the girl's fingernails. The nails were scraped carefully and the contents put in an envelope, marked and sealed. Ed Backstrand ordered pictures taken of the room and the girl's body from different angles. Every object in the room that could have any possible tie-in with the murder was photographed. It was raining. The rear of the hotel where the fire escape was overlooked a vacant lot. Ben had a hunch. While the lab men were at work, we left the hotel and circled around into the lot for a look at the ground directly underneath the fire escape ladder. It was raining hard now.
Must be an easier way to make a living. Mud's almost up to my knees.
Mine, too. Watch your step. See any prints?
No. Wait till my wife sees these new shoes.
Put it on your expense account.
Oh, real funny.
Ben, get that light over here. Look.
Yeah. Good set of prints. Lucky that rain didn't start turning to wash them out by now.
Yeah. Hand me that cover from the trash can over there. I'll cover them. Wait a minute.
What?
Here, on the edge of the fire escape ladder.
Small hunk of cloth. Man suit?
Well, looks like it. Might have caught himself in that sharp corner. I got it. All right, come on, let's get back.
Yeah, out of this mud bath. Joe.
Huh?
Let me have a light.
You catch anything?
Hunk of wrapping paper in that trash can. Stains on it.
Open it up.
Look.
Yeah, butcher knife. We went back to the Lux Hotel, room 219. The lab men were tearing the room apart. It was 10 minutes to 1. We gave the blood-stained knife and the piece of cloth we found on the fire escape to Lieutenant Lee Jones, head of the crime lab. We told him about the footprints just below the fire escape ladder.
The knife will help us, so will the cloth. I don't know about the footprints. You say you covered them?
That's right, Lee. They still look in pretty good shape.
Maybe we can do something if the rain hasn't broken them down too bad. Bracken.
Yeah, Lieutenant?
You and Sloan get downstairs and take a look at those prints. They're good enough. Get a torch, dry them out, and make a cast, right?
Okay, Lieutenant. Come on, Sloan.
That's about all I can do for you now, Ed. I think we got everything there is to get.
All right, Jones. I'll follow you back to the lab in a couple of minutes.
Okay, Ed. Good luck, fellas.
Thanks, Lee. We're going to need it.
All right, Friday. Romero, it's your baby for the rest of the night.
Lee, get anything?
A few prints, a woman's purse under the bed. Don't know if it's hers or not. No identification.
You going to be at the crime lab, Ed?
All night. As soon as we find anything, I'll let you know. Yeah?
Gang of cops just came in the lobby. They asked for you.
Must be the reserve men from Metropolitan. Tell them we'll be right down, Ford.
Okay.
You want us to handle it, Ed?
That's right. Do just as I told you. Spread them out over the whole area. Cover the streets, the alleys, the flop houses, restaurants, bars, everything. You got a description to go on. Find the man that fits it.
Right, Skipper.
Don't forget, the guy's a killer twice over. I don't think he'd hesitate on you. Be careful.
We went down to the lobby, and Ed Backstrand gave the reserve men their orders. Then Backstrand left, and Ben and I took over. We picked up another half-dozen men in addition to the men in the reserve unit. They were deployed over an area of a dozen square blocks. It was one of the toughest sections of the city. With a general description of the suspect, some of them were to travel on foot, some in cruiser cars. A few minutes before 1 a.m., there was a steady downpour. Visibility was bad. At 3 minutes past 1, the manhunt was on. For the first 30 minutes, Ben and I cruised the general area between East 3rd and College Streets and Alameda and Figueroa. No sign. The rain kept on. We sat and listened to the calls come in.
12A, Collier Station. 12A, KMA 367. Attention, all units. Recovered license plates in the 6th column. 4 Young, 7690. 41R, 788 Standard Avenue at 373. 41R, KMA 367. Unit 71 at 2816 West La Cienega, a 507 party.
What do you think, Joe? Any hunches?
I think he's still around, somewhere inside these 12 blocks. Write that on it. 5? All right, you're on.
Want to check out a couple of these bars along here? Getting on to closing time.
It's a good idea. Pull over, huh? All right, let's check him for the next couple of blocks, huh?
Right.
For the next 6 blocks until closing time, Ben and I checked every bar and every informant we met along the way. The questions got to be automatic. Have you seen a man answering this description? Tall, dark, about 5 feet 11, 180 pounds, well-built, mustache, about 30 years old. The answer's got to be automatic, too.
Sorry, officer, I haven't seen him.
No, can't remember him. Try the place down the street.
We kept on checking the bars until they closed for the night. Then we started on the all-night restaurants and coffee counters. We did plenty of legwork for the next hour. Not a trace. About 2:30, the rain let up a little, and then it started in heavy all over again.
That finishes that block.
Yeah, I better get the radio on.
Yeah. Beautiful weather.
By the bucketful. You want to smoke?
Thank you.
Control 4 to Unit 80K.
Is
Your
that a match?
location, please.
Yeah.
80K, your location. KMA 367.
That's us, Joe. You want to take it?
Yeah, I got it. 80K to Control 4. 80K to Control 4. Our location, corner of Alameda and Commercial. KMA 367.
80K, stand by.
Something doing.
Maybe. No, hold on a minute.
Control 4 to 80K. Go to the crime lab, code 2.
80K to Control 4, KMA 367.
Crime lab. Maybe those prints paid off.
Well, I hope so. Let's go.
That killer sure picked fine weather to work in. Feels like I'd just been swimming in these clothes.
Yeah. I hope those guys in the crime lab have the heater on.
A hot bath and a warm bed lead me on.
Attention, all units.
Hold it. Let's get the radio.
All units. At 420 St. John's Place, a woman screaming. At 420 St. John's Place, a woman...
All right, double around, Ben. Hit the siren. I'll get the light.
Right, hold on. Left turn on the market, is that right?
Yeah, watch out for those car tracks. They're wet.
Hold on again.
The alley up ahead to your right, huh? All right, pull up, Ben. Put the street light over there.
There you are.
All right, come on. Let's go.
Officer! Officer, over here!
All right, what happened? Let's have it.
This girl, Rita, she was coming home up the street. A man, he tried to grab her. He slashed her coat. Look at her. I saw him as he ran under the streetlight.
Where'd he go?
Down that way, down the alley, over that fence there. A big man.
Davis, you there?
Yeah, Joe.
All right, Ben, go with Davis. Circle behind the alley. See what you can find. I'll call in.
All right, come on, Dave.
Yeah. Officer, look at her face. What's wrong with her?
Severe state of shock, it looks like. Get her in the house, huh? I'll call an ambulance. 80K to Control 4. 80K to Control 4.
Control 4, go ahead.
Direct all units in the vicinity to converge on area around St. John's Place from Jackson to Banning Street. A woman attacked by large man with knife. Suspect left seen on foot. Possibly still in area. Request ambulance. KMA 367.
80K, roger, stand by. Attention, all units. Attention, all units. Converge on area around St. John's Place, Jackson to Banning Street. 80K reports woman attacked by large man with knife. Suspect left seen on foot.
In 3 minutes, the area around St. John's Place was surrounded. For the next hour, the men combed the neighborhood back and forth. Every building, every storehouse in the 2 square blocks was searched from basement to attic. No trace. The girl, Rita, was hysterical. She could give us only a bare description of her attacker. At 3:45 a.m., a detail was assigned to patrol the area, and the rest of the cars and men were deployed again in the general area from Figueroa to Alameda Street and East 3rd to College Street. The manhunt went on. So did the rain. At 3:54, Ben and I checked in at the Old City Jail building, 2nd floor, the crime lab. Chief Ed Backstrand and Lee Jones were waiting for us.
Heard about the call. How'd he get away?
Not sure it was him, Skipper.
How do you mean?
Well, the girl wasn't hurt bad for one thing. No attempted strangling. For another thing, the guy stole her purse. That doesn't sound like the man we're after.
Did you get a description from the girl?
Didn't jibe too well, what she gave us. She was pretty hysterical.
And you raked the neighborhood good?
Every corner. Not a sign. You find anything?
Yeah. Jones?
Yeah, Ed.
Fill them in, will you?
Not one print on that knife you found, boys. Blood, but not a print. Your killer's crazy like a fox.
And how about the scrapings from the girl's fingernails, Lee?
Didn't help too much, really do. Not enough to go on. Gotta have a fair-sized bit of flesh to run it for papal ridges. All we found under the girl's fingernails were small bits of skin.
Yeah?
She probably scratched the guy up some. Might have drawn blood. We had more luck with the footprints.
You get an impression?
Dried out the ground with torches and cast them. About size 10B.
That's fine, Lee. But how about the prints?
Only good one was a thumb. Real good. Got it off the wall near the light switch in the bathroom.
Did you classify it yet?
Yep. Found it in our single fingerprint file. The print belongs to a man by the name of Long. Robert Long.
You got a record, Ed?
Yeah. Misdemeanor. 2 arrests for drunkenness last October. Petty theft in December. The mama sheet shows a dishonorable discharge from the United States Coast Guard in 1946. Age 29, 192 pounds, 5 feet 10 inches, dark hair, dark eyes.
That's close enough.
We got even closer, Joe. Long works as a counterman at the Cottage Cafe down on South Flower. Started there last week on the early morning shift, but he didn't show up for work last night.
Good. Where'd you get the tip?
The knife you boys found. It didn't have any prints, but it had a brand on it. We ran it down. It was taken from the Cottage Cafe.
Mm-hmm. Any address on this Robert Long, Ed?
Yeah, got it from his boss. Rooming house on East First. Landlady says he hasn't been home in 2 nights.
Yeah, now we wait.
Rooming house is staked out, and so is the Cottage Cafe, just in case Long decides to show up for work this morning. What time you got, Romero?
6 minutes past 4.
All right. We've got every indication that Robert Long's the man we're after. His description, fingerprints, the knife, the footprint, his size. Maybe we're wrong. I don't think so.
How about a motive, Ed?
I think Robert Long likes to kill. He's thirsty for it. None of the victims were criminally attacked. They were strangled. Bodies mutilated.
How about robbery?
No. 2 of the women he killed had money in their purses. He didn't touch it.
Well, what's next, Skipper? Back on the street?
Figueroa to Alameda. East 3rd to College Street. Keep a net around that area and work it back and forth until we're positive he's not inside. I think he is.
At 10 minutes past 4 a.m., Ed Backstrand, Ben, and I left the crime lab and drove to the surrounded area. It was still raining. We passed several patrolmen from the reserve unit making the rounds. They didn't look any more comfortable than we felt. At Broadway and Alpine Street, Ben and I got out and started patrolling on foot again. Backstrand followed in the car to maintain a radio check. We must have covered 24 blocks and a half a dozen coffee counters before we got to the Criterion Restaurant and Donut Shop, a few blocks up the street from the Cottage Cafe.
Hey, Skipper, you want to take a minute for some hot coffee? I'll keep an ear on the radio.
You two go ahead. You look drenched.
Yeah, we are. Can we bring you some back in a paper carton?
Fine, thanks. Cream. No sugar.
All right, Ed. Come on, Ben.
Place is empty.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, gentlemen. What'll it be? Hot coffee?
Yeah, there's 2 of us here. Can you fix up one to go?
Sure thing.
Say, on that one to go, cream, no sugar.
Right. Say, you fellas cops?
Yeah, why?
No offense, just wondering. Here you are.
Thank you.
Cop in uniform was around a couple hours ago. Wanted to know if I'd seen some guy he was looking for.
Tall, about 190 pounds, mustache, about 30 years old.
Yeah, that's the description he gave me. He was looking for the guy.
So are we.
Say, that's good. That other cop came in right at my busiest time, a little after 2, when the bars closed. You know, it gets pretty rushed, and I didn't have much time to think, so I just said no. Then after the cop left, I remembered.
You saw a man answering that description tonight?
Yeah. I would have told the cop, but I was rushed. You know how it is. No time to think, and then I remembered.
Are you sure?
Oh, I'm sure, all right. Whoever he is, he's a lady killer.
What do you mean?
No offense. There was a sharp-looking dame down the end of the counter, and this guy breezes in and picks her up. Talks to her about 20 minutes, buys her a cup of coffee, and they walk out together.
Do you remember what she looked like?
Oh, nice-looking dame. Not beautiful, you know, more on the cute side.
Ben, you got that morgue shot?
Oh, yeah. Here it is.
Thanks. Here's a picture. This the girl?
Let's see. Yeah, that's her. Who is she?
I don't know, mister. Down at the morgue, they call her Jane Doe, number 7. Just by accident, we'd come across a concrete lead on the killer's method of operation. The picture we showed the man in the donut shop was a shot of the strangler's first victim the night before. Evidently, the killer would enter a bar, coffee shop, or restaurant, strike up a conversation with a woman, make friends with her, either buy her drinks or invite her to a bar in the neighborhood, and then the rest of the puzzle was still unsolved. We went back to the cottage cafe and checked with the men on stakeout.
Not a sign of him, Chief.
How are you men covering the place?
Baxter up in front in the booth across from the cash register. Lyman's back with the dishwashers. I'm at the counter.
When's Long due to report for work, Dave?
At 5. About 20 minutes to go. You're lucky you're inside. It's wet out there. You look it.
All right, Davis. We'll be around about 5.
Right, Chief.
Let's get back in the car.
Where to, Skipper?
Cruise the next 2 blocks, but don't go too far. If Long shows up for work this morning, we want to be around.
The next 10 minutes dragged by. The rain kept on. Backstrand chewed nervously on a cigar. At South Flower and First Street, the sewers were clogged with street refuse. The rain backed up and filled the intersection. A group of aircraft workers huddled together in a doorway on one corner, waiting for the bus. It was cold and damp. I opened one of the back windows in the car to get some fresh air in. Off in the distance and close by, we could hear the sounds of a big city waking up slow to a rainy January morning. It was 8 minutes to 5.
Attention all units. Attention all units. At 780 East Main, a restaurant. Man answering description of murder suspect.
All right, Romero, step on it.
Right, Skipper.
About 10 blocks away, Ed. Who's going to cover the men at the cottage cafe?
If this is a blind lead, it won't take us long to find out. They can handle it alone if they have to.
Hang on. Look out. We're skidding.
That was a close one, Ben.
Yeah. If this is the guy, I owe you $5, right?
Yeah.
Attention all units. Additional information on your call to 780 East Main. Officers in pursuit of suspect. Suspect is on foot.
Step on it, Romero.
Attention all
2 more blocks, Skipper.
Watch it, Ben. Next one to the left.
Got it.
That's the joint up ahead there.
All right, watch your step and don't take chances. Don't play with him.
Right.
Here we go. He went out the back, ran down that alley.
Come on, Ben.
Behind you?
You men, hustle it. Circle around the block and choke off the alley. There. Emerson, Holmes, go in the break.
All right, over the fence, Ben. Ben, look out, look out. You all right?
It's not that good. Come on, Joe. All right. There he goes. Between the buildings.
Stop, or I'll shoot.
The next house. He ducked into the basement.
All right, cover me.
Right.
Come on, he broke through the garage doors.
There's Davis.
Dave, he slipped through. Get down to the next corner and ring the block.
Yeah.
Ben, did you follow him?
Yeah, right on his tail. That warehouse, a couple of lots over. He went through the back. There it is, Joe.
All right, don't go in blind. Watch out. All right, you haven't got a chance. Come out with your hands up.
He's not stopping, Joe.
All right, let's fan out. All right, Ben, cover me. I'm going for the door. All right, Ben, come on. You're clear. You spot him? There he is. Let's get him.
Close. He's in a good spot. Let's move.
He's up in the loft. Come on, let's head for the stairs.
Will you?
Easy. You spot him, Ben?
No. Not a sign.
Ben, look out. That packing tail.
Kind of close, huh, Joe?
Yeah. Let's get that punk now.
Yeah, Joe, there's another one.
All right, you. We got the warehouse surrounded. Come on down. All right, then we'll blast you out.
Joe, he's dropping down the ladder. He's going for the front door.
They're waiting for you with Tommy guns out there. They'll cut you down. Stop.
Joe, he's got the door open. He's making a break for it.
He's crazy. He's trying to shoot his way out. Well, he asked for it.
Yeah. Let's take a look. Messed up.
Well, like his girlfriends.
Yeah. Maybe he just didn't like women.
Maybe. Hi, Ed.
You all right?
Tired.
This is him, huh? Even the scratches that girl made on his face. Description match?
5'10", 192 pounds, dark hair, dark eyes, age 29. Robert Long, killer.
The story you have just heard is true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
You have just heard the 10th in a new series of authentic cases transcribed from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet is furnished by the Los Angeles Police Department.
Tonight's program is dedicated to Detective Louis A. Abbott of the Chicago Police Department, who on the afternoon of March 3rd, 1947, gave his life so that yours might be more secure.
Dragnet came to you from Los Angeles. If you enjoyed tonight's production of Dragnet, you'll probably want to listen this Saturday evening to a pair of adventure shows featuring two well-known Hollywood personalities. You'll enjoy Brian Donlevy, star of Dangerous Assignment. Also on Saturday's schedule is Richard Diamond, private detective, as played by the screen's romantic tough guy, Dick Powell. Listen to both of these exciting programs this Saturday over most of these NBC stations. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Take a trip back to Dodge City with Marshal Matt Dillon in Gunsmoke, coming up next.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with the U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke.
Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
You gotta get welcome to Dodge City proper like. Hey, you there, mister. I said you.
You addressing me, sir?
I reckon I am. You a preacher?
Not exactly.
You dress like a preacher.
If you'll excuse me.
Back up, fancy pants. You ain't no preacher. I figure on making you dance some for the folks.
You think you can hoorah me?
Dude, I said dance. Dance or the next shot will take off one of your toes.
I don't think I'd like that.
Doc, no. All right, Thorne, put up the gun.
Marshal, you got a wild and woolly town here.
Marshal, you move aside. I'm going to make this grinning dude kick up his heels for us.
I'd say that might be quite a trick, Thorne. Unless he's changed a lot since I last met him. Have you, Doc?
Not for the good, Matt.
I was afraid.
You pasty-faced tenderfoot. I said for you...
Shut up, Thorne. He's drunk, Doc.
He's dead. You just don't know it yet.
I'll take it good if you'd meet me later at my office.
All right, Matt. To you.
Well, that's sure a lot of talk. Now I'm going to shoot that dude's boot heels.
Fire one shot and I'll pistol whip you, Thorne.
What's that? You're kind of forgetting who's holding a gun, ain't you? Oh!
I wasn't forgetting.
Oh, my wrist. You broke my wrist.
I doubt it. Now let's go to jail.
Oh, you can't put me in jail. I'm Thorne Finley.
Move.
Oh, you wait till I tell Big Jack about this, and I will, too.
Do that. He might be grateful to me for saving your neck. You pulled some fool stunts, Thorne, but you've never been closer to dying than just a minute ago.
You mean from that fancy pants? Oh, I could handle 6 like him.
That makes you a lot of man. I can name a dozen pretty good gun hands who can't handle one of it.
What?
That's Doc Holliday.
There you are. Salute, Matt.
Salute, Doc. That sounds worse, Doc.
Yeah, I got orders to go to Arizona. Air's dry there, better for my lungs.
Going?
Thought I might. Wyatt invited me to visit him. He and Virgil and Morgan are the law down there. Some little mining town called Tombstone.
Well, it sounds peaceful anyway.
If it isn't, it will be by the time Wyatt Earp gets through. He is the peacemakingest man I ever met outside of you. Matt, who was the tellerhead down at the depot anyway?
Oh, Thorne? He's just a spoiled kid.
Kid? Couldn't be much younger than you.
Sure, but Thorne never grew up. His father has coddled him and protected him and gotten him out of scrapes ever since he was a pup. He's never had to be a man. Not with Big Jack wet nursing him.
Big Jack? Big Jack Finley?
Oh, you know him?
I've heard of him.
Well, that figures. He owns about half of Kansas. Star in a box runs more cows than he can count.
Swings a lot of weight in Dodge?
Yeah, too much.
Mr. Dillon? Mr. Dillon, somebody said that Doc Holliday had come into town today and he... Oh, excuse me.
It's all right, Chester. Why'd you shake hands with him?
Don't mind if I shake with my left hand. It's a kind of habit.
Yeah, I know. Mr. Dillon has the same habit.
He would. How about dinner tonight, Matt?
Sure. How long will you be in Dodge?
Not long. Just till I finish a chore.
Oh? That, chore have anything to do with Big Jack Finley?
Might say so. Gonna kill him.
All right, Dillon. Turn him loose.
You, forgot to close the door, Mr. Finley.
You going to turn my boy loose? Well, I'm going to have to do it for you.
You got a writ of habeas corpus?
Writ? Thorne didn't commit no crime.
The charges are drunken, disorderly, disturbing the peace, and attempted assault with a deadly weapon.
I was.
You still need a writ.
But, man, Judd Nathan does what I say, and you know it. Don't you think I can get a writ?
I'm sure you can and will. You always do.
Then what's the point, Dillon? It's just a lot of useless red tape.
It's the law. And close the door on the way out. All right, Thorne.
Didn't I tell you Big Jack would get me out? When are you going to learn you can't
Save the speech.
The law can't touch a Finley. You ought to get smart, Marshal.
Like you?
Sure, like me. Hi, Big Jack.
You okay, son?
Fine.
Anything else, Mr. Finley?
Why, yes. My boy here is a little boisterous sometimes, I know. High-spirited, you understand?
Uh-huh. So?
So, I want to put a stop to all this nonsense of yours, arresting him every time he kicks up his heels a bit.
Now, go on.
Well, I'm offering you a job. Let's say, protecting my interests. $200 a month.
And no work, naturally.
I see we understand each other perfectly. No work, of course.
All I have to do is just shut my eyes whenever Junior here breaks the law, huh?
I said we understand each other. There's no need to elaborate on it, Dillon.
There's a big need.
Only how do I explain to a person like you that some men don't wear a price tag?
Huh?
How do I explain how I feel about a so-called respectable citizen making the law his private doormat?
Hey, you're nothing but the stupid gunman I've always thought you were. I understand you took the part of Doc Holliday against my son.
I kept Thorne from committing suicide, yeah.
And you sided with a notorious killer against an important citizen of this community. Now I'm telling you, Dillon, Holliday, I don't want him in Dodge tomorrow.
Doc may be a gunfighter, but he's clear with the law, Finley, and a better man than your son will ever be.
What? Why,
That hurts, doesn't it?
I'm serving notice, Marshal. You run that killer out of Dodge City, or I'll do it myself.
Big Jack Finley, cattleman and self-made king of southern Kansas. No better or worse than most of the men carving empires out of the West, until love for his son blinded him to the fact that Thorne Finley had gone bad. And from here on, I knew the war was on between Big Jack and me.
So Big Jack Finley's going to run me out of town, huh?
No, unless I do it first.
Oh? I do something naughty, Matt?
Well, you threatened a man's life.
That. And just between friends, Matt.
Anything else, Doc? Not murder.
Murder? I give him an even break.
With you, that's still murder. Don't you think you better tell me about it?
Mm-hmm. What if I don't tell you?
Now, then my job's to warn Finley and try to protect him.
You're a tough man to be friends with, Matt.
It applies to you, too, doesn't it?
Guess maybe it does at that. Didn't realize how I put you on the spot by spouting off my good intentions. Sorry.
Forget it. You want to talk to me?
All right. Remember a girl named Ruth Davis?
Mm-hmm. Died in a riding accident a few months ago. Always wondered if it wasn't suicide. She lost her brother 2 weeks before that.
No accident. No suicide.
You sure?
Sure. You know, Ruth and her brother ran a ranch alone.
Mm-hmm.
A man started pestering Ruth, and she hated him. Her brother kicked the man off the ranch. This fella dry-gulched Ruth's brother, made it look like a robbery.
You have any proof of this?
Yeah. Ruth was afraid to go to the law, so she sent a letter to me. Here, read it yourself. She says the man was Finley and says she expects him to try and shut her up for good.
Well, that doesn't mean it's Big Jack.
I went to see Ruth's folks. They had her belongings. Among them, I found this.
Watch chain.
Engraved JF on the clasp. Jack Finley. You see why I've got to kill him, Matt? He forced Ruth's horse over that cliff, sure. But do you still think she died accidental?
No. But who's responsible is something for a court to decide.
Court? With Finley's money and influence, he wouldn't spend 5 days in jail even if he was convicted, which he wouldn't be.
He doesn't own the court.
Maybe not, but it's still the most powerful man in the state against a dead girl whose only friend is Doc Holliday. How do you think a judge will decide?
Doc, I'm going to ask you a favor.
Make it one I can give.
I got an idea, but you must let me handle it my way. Give the law a chance.
All right, Matt, I can wait.
Thank you. I'll keep this letter and chain for a while.
All right, but if the law fails, I'll brace Big Jack Finley when he walks out of the courthouse.
And you'll be bracing 2 men, Doc. Finley and me. Come in.
Morning, Marshal. Looks like it'll be a fine day.
Well, you're up kind of early just to bring me a weather report, aren't you, Judge Nathan?
Huh? Oh, well, I want to see you.
Now, go right ahead. You mind if I finish shaving?
No, please do. Just thought I'd chat with you about the...
About the Finleys?
Yes.
It seems that Big Jack's very upset by your attitude.
I'm not surprised.
Feels you're a little rough on his boy.
I am. But then his boy's a little rough.
Yeah. Well, perhaps Thorny is high-spirited, like yesterday.
Yesterday he was just plain high. Tell me, Judge Nathan, how do you like being on Fenley's payroll?
What?
You know, you used to be a pretty decent person.
Oh, you can't talk to me like...
Yes, I can. I'm sending a copy of Thorne's record to the governor.
Governor?
And with it, I'm sending a list of the writs you've issued to get him out of jail and a copy of the court records.
I've only tempered my justice with mercy, that's all.
Thorne's been arrested for 18 offenses, convicted of 10, spent no time in jail, and paid a total of $15 in fines. I'd say you've been very merciful.
You said you were sending this to the governor. You haven't actually mailed it yet?
No. You got enough.
Not that I don't feel justified in any decisions I've made, but such a report might cause undue talk at the Capitol.
And ruin your political hopes. Well, my conditions are simple. Get off Finley's payroll now.
Very well.
And give me cooperation from here on, no matter who's involved. Do that and I shelve the report.
I'll do it.
Mr. Dillon, trouble's a-making.
What kind of trouble, Chester?
It's Big Jack Finley, Mr. Dillon. He's rounding up his crew at the Alfraganza. They're going to ride Doc Holliday out of town on a rail. Did you cut yourself shaving?
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, don't forget, starting Monday, CBS Radio's tremendous news staff will start bringing you the complete coverage of the Democratic Convention in Chicago. As you found during the Republican Convention, CBS Radio never misses. So, starting Monday, stay with CBS Radio all day and evening for the Democratic Convention. Now, the second act of Gunsmoke.
Doc.
What?
Wake up, Doc. It's Matt.
Oh.
What's up? Trouble. Lots of trouble. Big Jack Finley's organizing a little citizens committee of his own hand-picked men coming to escort you out of town.
On a rail?
Yeah, that's the general idea. Here, take a shotgun.
Yeah, I'll hide it under the covers, modest like.
Yeah. I'll wait against the wall here.
Good. That'll put him in a crossfire.
If it comes to that.
There's enough of them, we're in a spot.
Yeah, likely we are.
You're risking your neck to save me some bruises. One I owe you, friend Matt.
It's my job.
Still one I owe you.
There he is. Wrap him up. All right, stop right there. I'll shoot the man who takes another step.
You think you're going to stop us, Dillon?
I think so. Me and Doc.
Doc.
Show him, Doc.
Sure thing, Marshal. Look, boys, surprise. I sure do love surprises.
Dillon, I've got a dozen men with me.
Well, sure, about 6 of them will die, Finley, if you don't crawl out of here fast.
And guess who'll die first, Big Jack?
You there, Moncrief. I always figured you for some brains. Get your boss out of here, quick.
Sure talking sense, Big Jack. Shut up, Moncrief. You showing yellow.
Oh, but, man, there's nothing here for us to die over.
Listen to him, Finley. That greener Doc is holding has 18 buckshot in each barrel.
He'll get slaughtered if he triggers that thing.
And I'm getting edgy, Finley.
And me, if I get a coughing spell, I'm liable to shoot without meaning to.
All right. This is twice you have made a Finley back down. You'll never get a third chance. Let's get out of here.
Matt, when you going to arrest him?
When I'm ready. Not long.
I hope not. Getting impatient to see that man dead.
I got your message, Marshal. I hope it's important.
It is, Moncrief. How long you been foreman for Big Jack?
15, 16 years.
You know him pretty well. Would he be the kind to kill a girl?
No, of course not. Guess he'd kill a man if he got mad enough, but he wouldn't kill no girl, Marshal.
Well, I have proof that he did. A girl and her brother, but it doesn't set right. I'm hoping you can help.
What's your proof, Marshal?
A letter that names Finley as the man. Ruth Davis wrote it before she died.
Ruth Davis.
And this watch chain was found with her belongings. It's engraved on the back.
I know. I was with Big Jack when he bought this chain in Chicago. It was right after his wife died.
Big Jack wear it all the time?
You rode the right hunch, Marshal.
What?
Thorne is your man, just like you figured. He had a yen for the Davis girl, but he kept it quiet. Guess he didn't want it known she throwed him over.
But the watch chain...
Big Jack gave that to Thorne on his 25th birthday. Whole ranch can testify to that.
Good. All right, thank you, Moncrief.
You, gonna try and arrest Thorne?
Why?
If Big Jack believes Thorne killed that girl, it'll break his heart.
Broke her neck.
If he don't believe it,
then
he'll protect Thorne. And, Marshal, there's not enough lawmen in the state of Kansas to make Big Jack give up his son.
Yeah, what it... Oh, it's you, Marshal. And,
John Holliday. Doc, this is Judge Nathan.
Holiday? Oh, yes, I've heard of you.
I've heard of you, too, Judge. Wonder which has heard the worst.
What's that? Why,
Judge, I'm here on business.
Oh, of course. Come in, won't you? In my study here, so we won't be disturbed. Now, what is it, Marshal?
I want you to swear out a warrant for Thorne Finley's arrest. Charge, murder. You sure you want to go with me, Doc?
I'm sure.
All right, hold up your right hand.
Oh, no, Matt, you wouldn't make me a lawman.
If you go as my deputy. I'm not letting you make this a private fight.
Yeah, but my friends, if they hear I wore a star... All right, Matt, it's your show.
You swear to uphold and enforce the laws of this community, the state of Kansas, and the United States to the best of your ability as deputy marshal, so help you God?
All of that?
All of that.
I swear.
Here, pin on this badge.
All right, man. You know, I'm feeling this badge is going to cramp my style something terrible.
Better breathe our horses going up through this pass. We still got a good ride ahead.
How far?
Oh, about 10 miles.
What do you think, Matt? Will they fight?
Well...
Queen's on the other side of the pass behind you.
That's being smart, Dillon. Queen will drop you if you touch her gun butt.
You're handy at this bushwhacking, aren't you, Thorne? If Doc...
He's all right. My slug seems to have bounced off his thick skull.
Good.
Yeah, let's pull your teeth. Better you do it. With your left hand, reach down and across slow. Pull your gun out with your fingertips and toss it away.
Nervous?
Just cautious.
Or maybe this queen doesn't exist, huh, Thorne?
Queen! Queen's one of Dad's men, but I pay him extra to work for me. Any more questions?
I guess not. There's my gun.
The rifle next.
I got a penknife in my pants pocket.
You know why Holiday came to Dodge?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you do. You wouldn't be riding with him. Well, he's not going to tell any stories to my dad or anyone else.
You can't kill us, you stupid.
Not planning on killing you.
And what have you got planned?
Queen's kind of a magician. He's going to make Holiday just disappear. Folks won't care much about one of his kind.
I would. I'd care so much I'd hang you for it.
No. No, with Holiday gone, it's your word against mine. And you won't be able to prove a thing, Dillon.
You sure of that?
I'm sure. Otherwise, I'd take care of you along with Holiday. Now get on and start walking back to town. It's like I told you. Law can't touch a Finley.
It was no time for heroics, so I walked. When I reached a turn, I cut back through the rocks, but it was too late. They were gone. And with them, the horses, guns, and Doc Holliday. 2 miles up the road, I found my horse turned loose. And with a mind full of cold hate, I raced on to the Star in a box. On the front porch of the ranch house was one of Big Jack's men.
Hold it right there.
Out of my way, mister. I'm in no mood to shake hands.
Where you heading, lawman?
You don't hear well.
Dillon.
Where's Holiday?
How should I know? Get off my ranch.
And where's that prize son of yours?
What?
Trot him out. I want him.
Do you now? What on earth for?
Thorne, put that gun away.
Oh, no. This is just in case the marshal loses his temper.
I've lost it, Junior.
Sure.
Dillon, I've had all I'm going to stand from you.
You just think you have. Where's Holiday, Thorne? Where'd Queen take him?
Holiday? Why, I haven't the faintest idea. Where is Queen, Dad?
Riding fence line, but...
See, Marshal, we don't know where your friend is.
You're under arrest, Thorne.
What's that?
Ask him to show the warrant.
Here. Read it, Finley.
What? Oh, no. No, that's not possible. The judge wouldn't issue a warrant without proof.
He has proof, Thorne.
This is a lie. Thorne couldn't be guilty of murder.
No. Take a look at his face.
Son.
Daddy's trying to frame me. Don't let him get away with this.
No, I won't. I won't. Get out, Dillon.
Man, open your eyes. This is not going to help
You heard me. I don't believe you, your warrant, or your proof. I believe my son. So get off this ranch. Get out of the state. You let me see you again, so help me, I'll kill you myself.
Forget me. You're bucking the law. You can't
I make my own law.
So do I.
Doc Holliday.
But you're supposed to be dead. Queen was supposed to...
He's the one who's dead. I carry a knife in my boot just for men like him.
Thorne, God help me. You are guilty.
He sure is. And if he knows any prayers, he'd better get them over with.
No, Doc. He goes back with us as our prisoner.
You're wrong, Marshal. I'll take care of my son.
Dad, no.
You rotten, lying murderer.
Please don't,
I
Dad.
should have strangled you in the cradle when you were...
Finley, look out! I threw myself at Finley and both of us hit the floor, rolling away from Thorne as he raised his gun to fire. Then in the doorway, the blood-stained, terrible figure of Doc Holliday went into action. His pale hands blurred over his holster.
Ruth Thorne!
Ruth?
Stage is ready to leave. Thanks, Chester.
You sure you want to stay around a while, Doc?
Yeah, we're good friends, Matt, but you're a peace officer. I guess I'm not a very peaceful man.
You could be, Doc.
No, I'm not going to change, and you shouldn't. Law needs men like you. No, if I stayed, there's too good a chance I might cross you.
Yeah?
Then I'd have to meet you over gun barrels, and it's one thing I'm afraid of. So long, Matt.
Good luck, Doc.
My. I never would have thought Doc Holliday was scared of meeting anyone in a gunfight.
You don't understand, Chester. Doc's afraid because he might beat me.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Herb Purdom, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in our cast were Harry Bartell as Doc Holliday, with Lee Millar, Nestor Paiva, Ralph Moody, and Tom Tully. Parley Bear is Chester. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Sunday evenings, we invite you to join lovely Doris Day, Spring Byington playing a December Bride, and Audrey Totter as Millie. They're here on most of these same CBS radio stations. This is Roy Rowan speaking. This is the CBS Radio Network.
America's Favorite Miser is coming up next. It's the Jack Benny Program.
Jack Benny with Frank Black and his orchestra. His orchestra opens with Ooh, Honey. Before the fun begins, ladies and gentlemen, let me repeat that message which is appearing on thousands of billboards all over America. Stand by for the 1934 Chevrolet, the low-priced car with knee action wheels. played by Frank Black and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I take extreme pleasure in presenting to you once again America's outstanding false alarm, Jack Benny.
Oh, well. Hello again. This is Jack Alarm talking, or False Benny. Avrilla, I quit.
Why, what's the matter?
I'm not going to work tonight, that's all.
You're not?
No. Listen, I've asked you every week, Aloys. I've pleaded, I've begged with you to introduce me with a little formality, a little dignity.
Oh, Jack, I'm using as little as possible.
I know that, but you don't build me up like they do on other programs, Aloys. Here I come to the microphone all set up and everything, and you announce me as a false alarm.
But, Jack, I said you were outstanding.
Oh, well, I didn't hear that. I'm sorry, Everett. Well, hey, wait a minute. What does outstanding false alarm mean?
It means that you're no good, but you're very good at it.
I don't know. That doesn't sound right to me. I don't know.
Oh, for heaven's sake, how do you want to be introduced?
The way you'd introduce any great celebrity, like George Bernard Shaw or the Prince of Wales or somebody like that.
All right. Then I'll introduce you like the Prince of Wales.
Yeah, you say that, but when?
As soon as you fall off the horse.
Thanks back, folks. Dressed up as one of those cardboard pictures, family album, you know?
Then you ought to take a screen test for Walt Disney.
Well, that's it.
Hey, wait a minute.
I'm through. Stormy weather. Al and I ain't together.
Hey, Aloys, what's the matter with Jack tonight, anyway? Oh, he didn't like the way I announced it. Worse, now we're out of luck. What do you mean, luck? I'll be master of ceremonies. Introduce me to Villa and stop worrying. All right. Gentlemen, I take great pleasure in presenting to you our master of ceremonies, that very fine artist and international favorite, Miss... I see. Hello again. This is Frankie Black talking, remember? That effervescent comedian. What do you mean, effervescent? Isn't for me, there'd be no show. Oh, yes. Oh, that's awfully good. Go on, that's a better joke than you told all year.
Yeah, that's...
And now, folks, did you ever hear the story about the peacock? It's a wonderful tale.
Go ahead, tell us.
Don't you get it, you dumb cluck?
Yeah, I got it 20 years ago.
And now, folks, I want to tell you that this evening we have a great show with a great cast that will not grate on your nerves. How am I doing, Avrilla?
Play, sir. I did.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, double yeah to you.
Stand by, folks.
This fight comes to you through the courtesy of the new 1934 Chevrolet, the low-priced car with an E-action wheel. Oh. I'll be right home, Ma.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Aloys. Where are we on the program?
Over there, and I'm here, and Dennis on the floor.
On the floor?
Yes, Frank Black put him there.
Thanks, Frank.
You're welcome, Mary.
Yes, and just unconscious.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Mary, darling.
Oh, hello, Frankie, dear.
Oh, Mary, I want to thank you for the great time I had over at your house last night.
Oh, that's all right, darling.
What does your folks think of me?
Well, I didn't like you very much, but that's only one family's opinion.
But you love me, don't you, Mary?
Of course I do, sweetheart.
Hey, where's Jack?
On the floor, unconscious.
Unconscious?
Yes.
Well, then what are we waiting for?
Oh, my darling.
Sweetheart. Kiss me.
Play, Frank, play. Played by Frank Black and his orchestra.
Get off the floor, Jack.
Oh, all right. We were only kidding, folks. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a great treat in store for you lovers of the drama. Tonight, we are going to offer that immortal classic of the American theater, Uncle Tom's Cabin. I will play Uncle Tom, Mary Livingston will play Liza, and Marie Dressler will play Little Eva. What will I play, Jack? You play the cabin, Parker. Now, we have not only procured the original scenery for this over-mellow drama, but we have also engaged some of the original cast and a few of the original pieces of ice. In fact, we are going to put on the same production that toured the country for 1,765,000 consecutive performances, playing under canvas, under cover,
and under 10 cents.
That's when you saw it, Black. Can bet on that. This run beats A.B.'s Irish Rose by 17 years, 4 days, and 3 2/5 seconds. I understand there's another company still running out west, but the last report is that the sheriff is gaining on them. And I do know Uncle Tom's Cabin is a very sad play. But after looking over our cast this evening, I think it'll be a little sadder than usual. And now, folks, while we are setting the stage, Frank Black, who is still glaring at me, will play High Shoes from Hold Your Horses. That was High Shoes, played by Frank Black and his Plantation Serenaders. And now for that immortal play, Uncle Tom's Cabin. Ready, boys? Curtain, music, Frank.
The sun shines bright in my old Kentucky home, in my old Kentucky home, far away. Weep no more, my lady. Oh, weep no more today.
For you now can buy the best car you ever had.
For 1934 Chevrolet.
Hello. Yes, sir. This is Uncle Tom's cabin. No, sir. Uncle Tom isn't home yet. This is Liza, his secretary. Yes, Mr. McGee, I'll tell him. Goodbye, son. Hello? Who? Uncle Joe? No, he's in the next room. Try Holland 6842. You're welcome. Oh, Topsy. Topsy. Yes, Miss Liza. Did you all see Uncle Tom this evening? No, ma'am. I think he's out stepping. Topsy, what are you laughing at? I don't know. I just opened my mouth and out it comes. It's a manicure of the floor. I wonder where poor Tom is. Uncle Tom. Uncle Tom. Wherefore art thou, Uncle Tom?
I'm a-coming, my head is bended low, 'cause I'm looking for a cigarette for old Black Joe. Thank you, friend. Thank you.
Where you all been today, Uncle?
Up at the Cotton Club, picking cotton. Anybody call me today, Liza?
Yes, Uncle, I got a message for you. Simon Agree called and said he was going to tell you.
Who's going to tell who says which?
He's going to which tell you says who.
Liza, are you Liza? Who did Simon say he was going to tell me to?
The showboat.
Well, that's a good program. They ain't going to leave here. What else did he say, Liza?
He said you was a good-for-nothing, lazy, low-down pup.
Who's lazy? You ain't a-going to let him take poor old Uncle Tom away? Is you, Liza?
Oh, so boy, Uncle Tom is fascinating.
That's all I want to know. Come in.
Good evening, folks.
What can I do for you, sir?
Are these Uncle Tom's cabins?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm driving through to Florida, and I'd like to rent one overnight.
Liza, we got any cabins left?
No, Uncle Tom, it's all rented for tonight.
I'm sorry, Mr.
Havrilla is the name.
You're telling me. By the way, what kind of a car is you all driving, stranger? As if I don't know, folks.
A Chevrolet, the most economical car in the low-price field.
Doggone it, nothing but Chevrolets driving through here. Topsy, find a cabin for this here gentleman.
Well, shut my mouth. If it ain't Mr. Havrilla. Come along, Lloyd.
Way down upon the Swanee River, far, far away.
Good evening, Uncle Tom. Hello, Aunt Liza.
Well, if it ain't little Eva. Hardly do, the old gal.
Tell me, honey lamb, how you all feeling this evening? I feel terrible, Aunt Liza. Well, you certainly look it.
So will you when you're as old as little Eva.
How old is you now, honey lamb? Well, I started with this here stock company in 1874. And I'm just beginning to feel it.
So you can't take it, eh? Uncle Tom, you look...
I feel
Fool. Well, what's the matter, child? You ain't a-going to die, honey lamb.
Yes, I'm going to die. I know what I'm doing.
Well, child, don't take it so serious. It's all goes sometimes.
Oh, Uncle Tom, everything is black.
That's Frank Black. Move on.
Uncle Tom, I feel like I'm going now. I'm heading for my last cabin.
Oh, honey lamb. Let Uncle Tom hold you in his arms.
Uncle Tom,
Yes, child.
I'm going to heaven, Uncle Tom. I'm going to heaven.
That's what you think.
What?
Frank. Honey, you is going to heaven, child.
Everything is getting dark. I feel like I'm going now. Yep, I'm going. Goodbye, Tom.
Goodbye, angel child.
Goodbye, Liza. So long, Toots.
Poor little Eva. She ain't never done no harm to nobody. Ah, Liza, now you and I are left all alone.
That's what I was afraid of. Goodbye, Uncle Tom.
For heaven's sake, ain't you gone yet? Who is it?
Tis I, the Merchant of Venice.
Venice what?
Venice, I'm going to sing my song.
Oh, Rasta, that upside lowdown, he will drag your body right in here, boy.
Hello, sugar.
Hello, sweet.
You two seem to know each other. What you all going to sing, Rasta?
Well, I'm going to sing mine from that new Broadway show, Let 'Em Eat Cake.
What, no dialect? Play, Frank. We'll go on with the sketch later, folks, right after his song.
Mine, love is mine, with me all the time. Mine, you are mine, heaven above, a Valentine, and I am yours. Tell me that I'm yours. Show me that smile my heart adores. Mine, more than divine. Oh, that love like yours is mine. The point I'm making is the song is that we more than get along, and I am not ashamed to say he made me what I am today. It does a person good to see that happy domesticity, where we make him love you well without a fairy tale. He knows no matter what occurs, whatever I may have in mind, the point that I am making is that we will always live in bliss. Mine, more than divine, more than love like yours is mine.
Yes, Rasta, well, tell you something, Rasta, that was very good. You sure sang that song, man.
Goodbye, Uncle Tom.
So long, Rasta.
See you after the broadcast, Liza.
You're enough, honey. Goodbye, Uncle Tom.
What, ain't you gone yet? I'll be glad when you dead, you rascal, you.
Oh, Uncle Tom, supper's ready.
What you all got to eat this evening, Liza?
Well, some stuffed fish.
Oh, good old gefilte, eh? I'll have some of that. What do you have, little Eva?
Just thinking of aspirin.
Liza, see who that is.
I think it's Simon McGree.
Get in the kitchen, Liza. Come in. Hello, Tom. Hello, Simon.
Don't get so familiar. Remember, you're a slave.
You remember you're a Slav.
Now listen, you good-for-nothing gigolo. You ain't done nothing around here for years, and I'm going to sell you.
Sell me to who?
To the Warner Brothers.
The Warner Brothers?
Yes, and I got a good offer from Fox Films, too.
Say, who am I, Uncle Tom or Tom Dick? Well, please don't send me away to the Warner Brothers, Master Simon.
Why not? I can get $7 a day for you and $10 for you and Liza together.
Now, listen here, Simon McGee. I don't care what you all do to me, but you leave that gal Liza out of this, you hear?
Don't tell me what to do, you good-for-nothing, rotten, cotton coat and cotton picker.
That Frank Black folks getting all mixed up, you know. Well, I'm not a-going, Master. My soul may belong to you, but the body belongs to Fisher.
Good, then take that. And that. And that.
Goodbye, Uncle Tom.
Your turn. Change your mind, you knuckle, you. I'll run away. What I'll do. Wait, run away. At you there. Wait now.
Phoenix, you mean?
Well, those dogs have never lost a cent yet. Well, what do you say? Are you going?
No, Master Simon, 1,000 times no.
Here, Prince. Here, over. Now, Prince, you stay here and watch Uncle Tom while I get downtown to sign the papers.
Come on, honey. We got to get away from these dogs. Hello to how that nice little dog. Here, Uncle Tom. What's your name? Prince. That's a nice name, and you're a bloodhound, are you? Smart little doggy. You must be hungry. What do you all want to eat? Waffle. All right, Prince, I got to get away from Simon McGree. Why don't you dogs stay here and enjoy yourself? I'll tune in the radio for you. What program do you like there? That dog. Now, listen, Prince, I got 3 bones in the icebox. If you let me get away, they're yours. Make it 10 and you run. It's a bargain. How can I get out of here? To the roof. Fine. Come, Liza. We're free. We have been here on Chevrolet, Dixieland.
Curse spoiled again.
Goodbye, Uncle Tom.
Play, Frank.
Stand by, ladies and gentlemen. Stand by for the new Chevrolet. In the near future, Chevrolet will present for 1934 a new model with knee-axe wheels and a start. Chevrolet will also have new modern two bodies future, new brakes, new frames, and a new idea in engine design that gets results never before achieved in power and speed at low cost. The result of the car so much better than anything you've seen so far in the low price. Chevrolet confidently says, drive it only 5 miles, and you'll ride with any R. Stand by for the 1934 Chevrolet. The best is come.
Number of the 10th program on the new Chevrolet series. Oh, Mary.
Yes, Dad.
Can I take you home tonight for a change?
No, I'm sorry.
Good night, folks.
This is the National Broadcasting Company. WEAS.
Lux Radio Theater brings you another classic story coming up next.
Hollywood, California, Monday, July 20th.
Due to studio commitments, Wallace Beery and Stuart Irwin, previously announced for this date, will appear in a future program in Viva Villa. And here's great news. Tonight, the Lux Radio Theater brings you Claudette Colbert and Walter Houston in The Barker with Norman Foster.
The Lux Radio Theater presents Claudette Colbert and Walter Houston in The Barker with Norman Foster. Lux presents Hollywood. Tonight, you will hear Claudette Colbert, Walter Houston, Norman Foster, Cecil B. DeMille, King Vidor, Louis Silvers, Emily Barry, and many others. Brought to you by the makers of Lux Flakes, direct from our theater on Hollywood Boulevard. Our head usher just reports that once again it's standing room only, and there's a ripple of excitement in the audience, for the crowds have just spotted such famous personalities in their midst as Ralph Morgan, Florine McKinney, and Miss Ruth Waterbury of Photoplay magazine, and two of America's most famous radio conductors, Victor Young and Raymond Page. A hearty welcome to you all. This entertainment is an expression of goodwill by the makers of Lux Flakes, those remarkable fine soap flakes that protect colors, freshen all fabrics, and keep your washables new-looking so much longer. No wonder Lux Flakes are used in all the leading Hollywood studios. And now our producer, a foremost authority on drama, he has created over 60 great pictures, started more actors, and developed more stars than any man in Hollywood. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, the Lux Radio Theater is the scene of a reunion, as Claudette Colbert, Walter Houston, and Norman Foster repeat on the air the play that started them toward Hollywood and world fame. The play is The Barker, and for 10 months, they kept Broadway audiences enthralled with its drama of life under the tattered canvas of a tent show. Throughout that time, Claudette played the role of a snake charmer. And yet, when I was directing Cleopatra, she was terrified that she'd have to touch a real snake. From the time we started, I'd been secretly thinking of various ways of getting her to handle the snake, and she'd been secretly worrying about what I was going to do about it. As Claudette sat on the glittering golden throne of the pharaohs, I walked up to her with a live California king snake, almost 6 feet long, coiled around my right arm. Behind my back, in my left hand, I held the harmless small snake that was to enact the role of the deadly Egyptian viper. When Claudette saw the big snake around my arm, she shrieked, "Oh, Mr. DeMille, I couldn't touch that snake. I couldn't possibly. Please don't ask me to." "Well, how about this one?" I said, taking the little snake from behind my back. "Oh, that one," she said. "Oh, that's just a baby. Yes, give me that," and took it in both hands, and we made the scene. My only contact with Miss Colbert's distinguished co-star is that he's always escaped me. In every picture I make, I have a great part for Walter Huston. But each time, he has a great part with some other director. So I've never been able to catch him in my net. But at last I have him on my network. If this were 45th Street, Walter Huston's name in lights would be a beacon over Broadway. Taxis would crowd the curb. Mounted policemen would be struggling to disentangle them. Through a packed lobby, top hats and ermine coats would move eagerly to their places. There's the same sort of excitement in Hollywood tonight as the Lux Radio Theater presents Walter Huston. Claudette Colbert. The curtain rises on our play, The Barker. Claudette Colbert plays the role of Lou, the snake charmer. Walter Huston will be heard as Nifty Miller, the Barker, and the part of Chris, Nifty's son, is played by Norman Foster. Colonel Gowdy's big city show has arrived in town. The Midway is crowded with pleasure seekers. Many of them stop before the sideshow where Nifty the Barker is coaxing away their dimes with good-natured ballyhoo.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just seen our free outside exhibition. I'm going to ask you to step in just a little closer so that I can tell you what we've got to entertain you on the inside. You are now standing in front of the big feature attraction of Colonel Gowdy's Big City Show. The biggest show for the money that has ever played your beautiful little city. It's a show full of spicy dancing, a show full of peppy dancing. On the inside, you'll see Princess Kalima, the pride of sunny Honolulu. She'll do her famous dance that has made her notorious throughout the civilized world. And folks, when she dances, she makes old men young and young men old. Take her alone. She's worth the price of admission. Then you'll be entertained by that Royal Hawaiian Trio playing and singing haunting melodies from those far-off islands in the Pacific. And folks, if you say when you come out that it ain't the biggest show you ever saw, your money will be refunded as cheerfully as we take it from you. Now, as a special advertising price tonight, the admission is a dime. 10 cents. Tenth of a dollar. Already. The box office is open. The performers retire. And the show starts right away. It takes you all the way through, folks. It's something you can't afford to miss. Hey, 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 hey. Count the ladies, man. Count the ladies.
Well, I'm glad that's over, Hap. My throat's as raw as a piece of beefsteak.
Nifty, looks like we're going to get a little dough in this burg yet. We done 53 flat. That's 18 berries more than last night.
Well, it's time we hit a red one. Any more rain, the colonel will have to turn this outfit of his into a boat show.
I'll be darned if I ever seen such a bum break in the weather since I've been trooping. I'm going over to the office wagon to deposit the money.
All right, hurry back, Hap.
Okay.
Hey, Nifty, come here a minute.
All right, Carrie, you can come out. There ain't no one around. Well, what do you want?
I just want to talk to you. Gets lonesome back there in the dressing tent.
Well, put on your best clothes tonight. After the show down here, we're going to go downtown to a dance.
All right, Nifty. How much do you love me?
Wait, are you going to start that again?
Well, a girl likes to be told. You know, Nifty, there ain't nobody in the world for me but you. You got me spoiled for any other guy. Honest.
Now, listen, I told you why I can't marry you just yet. You don't seem to remember that I got a kid to put through law college, and it's going to cost plenty of money. I'm going to see that kid gets all the things I miss. See, he's a wonder, too. He's got brains, and living on a farm has made him a husky little devil. Say, you know, why, you ain't even listening. What's the matter, Carrie?
I get sick always hearing about him.
Now, that ain't no way to talk. I ain't going to stay with this carnival racket always, and, well, when I come to settle down, there's time enough to talk about getting married.
Give me a kiss, Nifty.
What, out here on the Midway?
Well, there ain't no one round.
You little son of a gun.
Oh, Nifty. I don't know what makes me so crazy about you.
Yeah, you're all right, kid. I'll hand it to you. Now, beat it. Here comes the colonel.
Well, Nifty, how much did we do this fine evening?
53 smackers even, Colonel.
Not bad, not bad. You beat the athletic show $8, and you're just a few dollars behind the Palace of Illusion. Oh, hello, Hap.
Hello, Colonel.
How's Carrie, Nifty?
Fine as silk. She and me are dropping in at a dance to Town Hall after a while.
That's right. I like to see my troopers mixing up with the townfolk. Creates good feeling.
You and Lou taking it in?
Well, no. Lou and I had a little tiff this evening, and for the present, she doesn't care for my company.
The way you two strapped, you'd think he was married. Yeah?
Hello, Lou. We were just talking about you.
Yeah, we'll save it till my back's turned. Then, Nifty, tell Carrie to stop by my room when she comes down to the hotel, will you? I want to see her.
Lou, won't you reconsider your hastiness in refusing...
Not a chance. And don't you come hunting around me after what you've done.
Well, Nifty, as I always say, gals are like streetcars. You miss one, and there'll be another along in a minute.
Yeah, they don't come along like me.
Oh, you're nothing to stop the traffic. Nifty, I think I'll drop in and listen to the music a while. You know, music hath charms to soothe the savage beast.
And I'll go with you, Colonel.
Then, when you decide to come off your high horse, drop around to the office wagon to see me, Lou.
Oh, get out of here, you old piker.
Hey, take it easy, Lou. That's the ball.
Oh, dry up.
You got a peeve, huh? How's Snake charming?
Rotten.
You tell me that big diamondback rattler died on you yesterday.
Sure, he starved himself to death. I told Gowdy if he was going to have me bally every 5 minutes, he couldn't expect to keep his snakes alive.
Yeah. Hey, will you look what's coming?
Huh?
That kid, look at him.
Say, a genuine hayseed, huh? I bet he never saw a tent show in his life.
Hey, can you tell me if Mr. Chris Miller's the manager of this show?
What do you want him about?
Well, I'd rather sell it to him if it's all the same to you.
You would, would you? Well, wait here and I'll see what I can do for you. Suppose you can keep him entertained while I'm gone, Lou?
Yeah, I'll try. Well, big boy, live here in town?
Me? Oh, no, I come from near Niles, Michigan.
Niles? Hey, what you doing so far from the big city?
Oh, just sort of looking over the country.
Have a good look. It won't cost you nothing.
Oh, reckon you're one of them actresses, ain't you?
How'd you guess it, handsome?
Oh, I can tell by the way you're all painted up.
Well, what's the matter? Don't you like it?
Sure, it makes you look awful fresh and pretty.
Boy, you work fast. What's your name?
Chris Miller, same's my dad.
What? What? You don't mean Nifty Miller's your old man?
Yeah, what's so funny about that?
Well, who would have ever thought Nifty had a kid as big as you? Where you been keeping yourself?
I've been going to school, but I come to see if Paul won't let me travel with your show.
Welcome to our city. Boy, wait till Carrie hears about you being here.
Who's she?
Carrie? She's the hula-hula dancer. Yeah, Princess Kalima. Friend of your daddy's. Oh, very special friend, you might say.
Oh.
Hey, Nifty! Old home week. Look who's here.
Well, I'll be...
Hello, Pa.
Why didn't you tell us you was a proud father, Nifty? Yeah, he's some looker, too. You better watch him close.
Go on, beat it, Lou.
Okay. See you later, Chris.
So you're Nifty's young'un. I'm Hap Spissel.
Pleased to meet you.
Hap, go inside and don't say nothing to the colonel. Don't say nothing about the boy, see? Your daddy talks like he's ashamed of you, but he ain't. You just ought to hear him blowing you up to the skies around here. Go on, go on.
Sure.
Well, Pa.
Well, what did you do? Run off from Ella and your grandpa?
Well, they knew I was leaving. School's let up for the summer. Oh, Pa, I got so restless on the farm.
Yeah, and you thought you'd come to me, huh?
Well, you're my dad, ain't you? Gee, I thought you'd kind of be glad to see me. Well, you kept writing you wished you could see me.
Well, I am glad to see you, Chris, but, well, I didn't expect... Well, I'll come and see you next winter, same as I did last year.
Well, that's a mighty long time to wait, seems to me. You know, since Mom died, you're the only close blood kin I gotten. Well, we ought to sort of get acquainted.
Well, you sure have grown up since I last seen you. Let's see, you're 19 now, ain't you?
Going on 20, big for my age at that.
Well, it don't hardly seem possible.
Oh, Paul, I want to do the things you do. Travel around and all. And I was sort of hoping you'd see your way clear to take me...
Well, now, listen, you get that out of your head right now. What do you suppose I've been spending money to keep you in school for? End up by messing around with carnivals? No, sirree. We're going to amount to something. You're going to amount to something, Chris. You got to. Hey, listen, you ain't forgetting you're going to be a lawyer, are you?
Well, no, I'm going to be a lawyer, only don't you think I got to know something about life?
Now, listen, you can learn all you need to know about life out of school books. Now, where do you suppose I'd be if I'd minded my old gentleman and got me an education? Well, I'd probably be a bank president or a lawyer myself. I tell you, Chris, as I've wrote you in letters many a time, a guy in this day and age without the proper schooling ain't got a Chinaman's chance. Education will get you money and a good name and swell friends to pal around with. I ain't had none of them because I was pig-headed.
Well,
all right, now I know what I'm talking about.
Oh, I only want to travel with you while it's vacation. I'll go back to school in the fall. I'll be a lawyer like you want me to. You won't be sorry. Honest, you won't.
Well, I'll tell you what, Chris. If the colonel says so...
You will?
Now, wait a minute. Wait till I finish. I'll take you on. If you don't behave yourself and mind me, then you'll be shipped back to the farm right off.
Gee, Paul. Hey, what's my job going to be?
Well, anything you're told.
I learn fast. You'll see.
Yeah, and there's lots of things you ain't going to learn, if I can help it.
Nifty, did you catch my number?
Carrie, come here.
What do you want?
Chris has turned up.
Chris?
Yeah, you know, the kid.
Is this your kid?
That's what I said.
What's he doing around here?
Well, this is a vacation. He's going to stay with the outfit for the summer. Chris, come over here and shake hands with Carrie.
Pleased to meet you.
Well, I can't say the same for you.
Now, look here, Carrie. You two got to be good friends. You hear me? I said good friends, and that goes. Come on, Carrie, sweeten up. You look like you'd swallowed a pint of vinegar.
What's it all about, Nifty? For the last 10 days, you've been treating me like I was the dirt under your feet.
Well, I've been pretty busy, Carrie.
Now, I'll say you have. Since that kid of yours joined the outfit, I ain't hardly had a minute alone with you. What's the matter with you, Nifty? You never used to act like this.
Now, listen, Carrie, I've been thinking things over, and I decided the only thing to do is to lay our cards on the table. Now, it comes down to this. We're through.
Through?
Understand, this ain't something that I'm doing on the spur of the moment. But there's other things I've got to consider, and, I got to think of Chris.
Chris? You make me sick. All of a sudden, you start squawking because you think I ain't good enough to associate with him. But I'll show you. You can't throw me off like an old shoe. I'll show you. Oh, what was I doing to ever fall in love with you? You ain't got a heart in your body.
And, Carrie, I don't like this any better than you do. But it had to come sooner or later, and, now it's over, and I guess there's nothing more to say.
Get out of here! Get out of here and let me alone!
I'm sorry, Carrie.
Carrie! Carrie, could you lend me your... Hey, what's the matter here? Carrie! Oh, Carrie, what's come over you? Is it something Nifty done?
He quit me, Lou. He quit me.
Why, the dirty bum. Oh, pull yourself together, honey. No, there ain't a guy living worth crying over.
There's only one thing for me to do, Lou, and that's quit the show. I can't stand having all the gang laughing at me behind my back.
Now, who's going to laugh at you?
No, I can hear him. Nifty's give Carrie the air since his kids come on the show. She don't know enough to clear out.
Well, if you feel that way, instead of giving up, do something to turn the laugh on Nifty.
The only way I could get back at him would be doing something to that kid of his. If anything happened to that young puzzface, he'd get a taste then of his own medicine. To make him see how it feels when you lose someone you love.
You might let me vamp the kid. I can make him forget his happy home.
Lou, would you do that? Would you?
Do what?
Help me get the kid away from Nifty.
What? Hey, I was only kidding.
I know, but you can do it. Make him fall for you. Gee, he's green as the grass. Well, he'd never be able to pass up a good looker like you. Them eyes of yours would draw ducks off a pond. Say, I'll tell you what I'll do, Lou. If you'll get this kid to fall in love with you, hook, line, and sinker, I'll make you a present of $100 cash.
Oh, you're kidding me.
I'll show you if I'm kidding. I'll give you the 25 right now, and the rest later.
How would I ever get him alone? Nifty watches him like a hawk.
I'll fix that end of it. Well, what do you say, Lou? A little business deal just between ourselves?
Hey, Carrie.
It's him.
Oh, gosh.
Do you think he hurt us?
Well, if he's standing outside the tent, he couldn't help it.
Carrie, can I come in a minute?
Oh, wait a minute. Well, Lou. All right, I'll do it. Here's the 25. All right, Chris, I guess you can come in now.
Oh, hello. I kind of thought I heard talking in here.
Yeah? Sit down, Chris. You know Lou, don't you?
Oh, sure. We ain't ever talked much, though, since the first night I joined the carnival.
It's your own fault. Where you keep yourself all the time?
Well, when I'm not working around the show, I'm usually somewheres with Pa.
Oh, I guess you ain't got the time for girls, have you?
Oh, they don't have much time for me.
Say, a good-looking young fella like you could make any girl fall in love you wanted. Why, Lou here was telling me only today how she'd like to get better acquainted. You ask me, I think she's kind of gone on you, Chris.
Gary, hush up.
Well, suits me.
Well, you two kids will have to excuse me. I got to go over to the office wagon to see the colonel about something. Anyhow, 2's a company and 3's a crowd. I can see that all right. I guess you won't miss me. So long.
So long. Come on over here and sit, Chris. Oh, come on now. Come on, take the load off your feet.
Oh, all right, thanks.
Well, now, way over there. Here, by me.
Oh, like this?
Yeah, that's better. I heard you and Nifty had your pictures took this afternoon. You gonna give me one when it's finished?
If you like. Oh, I don't look for them to be much good, though.
Now, how could they help being good? Sure, I bet you take a swell picture. Nice features like yours.
Oh, I don't know.
How was your pose, huh?
Well, we were standing up. Pa had his arm sort of around my shoulder like.
Something like this?
Oh, sure.
Oh, no, you're moving away.
No, I ain't.
Don't you like me to put my arm around you?
Oh, sure. Yeah, sure I do.
You know, you're an awful nice kid.
Oh, you're kind of nice yourself.
You think so?
You bet I do.
You think you could get to really liking me?
Well, I don't see why not.
Well, how are you on keeping things to yourself?
Huh?
Well, I mean, you don't go telling Nifty everything that goes on, do you?
Of course not.
Would you run and tell him if I was to kiss you?
Oh, what do you think I am?
I bet you must have had a lot of sweethearts when you was home, Chris.
Well, I never had much use for country girls. They don't know anything.
Sure. Didn't you have a special one you'd take out buggy riding sometimes?
Well,
Sure, I thought so. And did you used to kiss and hug her? Show me how you used to kiss her. Oh, come on. Come on now. You can shut your eyes and pretend I'm her. What's the matter? Wouldn't you like to kiss me?
Well, sure, but...
But you're scared? Aren't you? All right. I'll kiss you.
Oh, Lou.
Listen, kid. You and me, we've got to get together more, huh?
Yeah, well, suits me.
Will you meet me somewhere tonight?
Sure I will.
You're a sweet kid. You're awful sweet.
The second act of The Barker will follow in just a moment. Tonight, we take you inside a Hollywood movie studio. The lights are on, and they're all set to shoot a scene. Listen, here's the director.
All right, let's get going. Time's money. Where's that extra that's going to climb on the chair when the mouse runs across the floor?
It's me. Here I am.
Okay, now here's what you do, sister. It's a mouse, see? You don't like mice. You hate them. So you take a flying leap and land on the chair, see?
Okay, here I go.
Oh, cut.
Oh,
dear, I'm sorry.
Oh, holy smoke. Can't you girls get up on a chair without getting a running in stocking? Oh, get down. We'll try somebody else. We haven't the time to fiddle around wasting time with you.
Oh, gosh, that's 2 runs in 3 days.
And that night, when the extra got home,
So he wouldn't let me do the scene just because of that old run. Gosh, I'm just sick.
Why, Peggy, it's your own fault, I tell you, when you rub your stockings with cake soap the way you do. Use your head and try Lux Flakes. You know they're mild, and with Lux, there's no rubbing necessary.
smart girls everywhere know that Lux Flakes cut down on stocking runs because they save the elasticity that allows the silk threads to stretch and then spring back again without breaking. Cake soap rubbing and soaps with harmful alkali weaken elasticity. Stockings tend to pop into runs under strain. Tonight, protect your stockings against tomorrow's runs. Use Lux.
We continue with the second act of The Barker, starring Claudette Colbert as Lou and Walter Houston as Nifty. A week has passed since Lou agreed to Carrie's scheme. It's late in the morning, and outside the tent show, Nifty has been waiting for Chris to come to work. At last, the boy turns the corner of the tent opposite the sideshow and hurries across the midway.
Morning, Pa. Sorry I'm late. I guess I must have went back to sleep.
I suppose you know you're holding us up. I told you I wanted them jacks built.
We got plenty of time. I thought we'd wait till it cooled off.
Now, listen, when I give an order, I ain't talking just to hear myself talk. The sooner you get that in your head, the better.
I'm sorry, Pa. I didn't know it was that important.
Now, Chris, it ain't my idea to be nagging at you. But I ain't satisfied with the way you've been acting lately. And I might as well tell you, if you want to stay around here, you got to brace up and take more interest in what's going on.
Well, a fellow's got a heavy sleep.
Yeah, if you'd go to bed nights, you wouldn't be so groggy mornings. Where'd you go the last 3 or 4 nights after we shut down here?
Oh, I don't know.
Where were you last night?
Well, nowheres in particular. Took a walk.
You took a walk? Yeah, it must have been a long one.
Well, it was a nice night, and
Was you by yourself?
Sure, why not?
Where'd you go after your walk?
Well, I stopped uptown at the lunch car, and I had a bowl of chili. Hey, what you so nosy about?
Now, listen, Chris, I don't mean to be nosy. Don't get me wrong. Only I think I got a right to keep track of you a little. You see, kid, I've made a good many mistakes in my life that I ain't any too proud of. Well, I figured it wouldn't be right to let you go and not put you wise.
Oh, I'm all right.
Yeah, I think you are, too. That's why I'm counting on you. Now, you and me hit it off pretty good, and there's no reason that after you get to be a lawyer, we can't settle down somewhere together. I ain't going to spend the rest of my days on a lousy carnival. I got plans for us, Chris.
Well, it'll be a long time before I get through all them colleges.
Yeah, I know. It seems long now, but you'll see how quick the time passes. Just think how nice it'll be to have an office of your own and people coming in to see you to get them out of trouble and more dough than you'll know what to do with.
Well...
Come on, Chris. Let's be pals. What do you say?
I didn't know we ever stopped, Paul.
That's the boy. Now get after them jacks. And when you get finished, you and me'll go down to the creek and have a swim. Hey, how about it?
All right, Paul. Oh, I'll see how I feel.
Well, Colonel, what's on your mind?
Considerable, and of an unpleasant character. Do you know what that young squirt of yours has been up to, sir?
What, Chris?
He has the impudence and audacity to be carrying on a love affair with Lou right under our very noses.
What? Why, there ain't a word of truth in it.
Ah, my friend, in spite of your vigilance, the lad has fallen in love. And with Lou, of all people.
Why, it couldn't be possible.
Are you with your son every minute? For instance, were you with him last night?
Well, he took a walk.
I'll tell you where he was last night. He was keeping a rendezvous with the little snake charmer, that's where.
How do you know?
Last night, Nat Brody shadowed the lady in question, saw Chris meet her, and they walked off together with their arms around each other.
Well, what do you think I ought to do, Colonel?
Do? There's but one thing to do. We must put an end to such flagrant disregard of the conventions. I expect you to give your son a severe reprimand. And I shall dismiss Lou from my employ at once.
That's letting her off too easy. She ought to be horsewhipped. Wait till I get hold of her. I'll make her pay for this.
Now, Nifty, we can't blame it all on Lou. Boys will be boys. You and I know the lure of the petticoat.
Yeah, now I can see what's changed Chris in the past week, the little simp. He'll try slipping something over on me, will he? Well, I've got a good notion to ship him right back to the farm.
Lou, where'd you come from?
I was waiting outside the tent with Carrie. I thought you'd never be in here alone.
If I'd known you was there, there'd been no hole in me. Come here. Gee, Lou, it's a long time since we've been together.
Oh, it was only last night, foolish.
Seems like a year.
Will you meet me again tonight? The same place?
You bet. Paul gave me fits for being out so late last night, but I stalled him. I said I was taking a walk.
He didn't swallow that.
Sure. He's got no reason to doubt me. No one's seen us together except Carrie. Oh, Lou, I hate it. The way we got to hide around behind folks' backs. Why, you'd think we were crooks or something.
Oh, no. You know what Nifty'd do if he knew.
He's got no claim to be like that. It's not fair. I'd like to tell him and everyone else how crazy in love with you I am. I'm so happy when I think about you. It's about all I can do to keep it to myself.
I know. I know. It's just the way I feel.
We'll have to tell him, Lou. We can't go on like this any longer. And if Pa don't see it our way, we'll clear out. Go away by ourselves. I even been asking about trains. There's one out at 4 o'clock. Lou, you love me, don't you? Well, don't you, Lou?
Oh, you know I do.
Oh, then I don't care about anything else. You're wonderful. You're the only one in the world I give a hang about. Hey, Lou. Lou, what you crying for?
Oh, Chris.
Hey, what's going on here? Looks like the big scene from Camille.
Oh, I don't know, Carrie. Lou started crying all of a sudden.
Well, you two better break that clinch. Somebody's liable to walk in any minute.
What's the matter, sweetheart?
Oh, it's nothing. I'll get over it.
Chris, go get her a bottle of pop. If you ask me, she's crazy with the heat.
No, I don't want nothing.
Sure she does. Go on, Chris. Get her a cold bottle.
Well, I won't be a minute.
Well, what's all the shooting for?
Oh, I've been making a fool out of myself, that's all.
You don't need to tell me that.
Carrie, Chris is in love with me.
Didn't I tell you it'd work? Whenever I want any more vamping done, you get the job.
Oh, cut that out.
Well, what's the matter? What's come over you?
Nothing. Except that I'm crazy about him, too. He's got me going around like a top.
Say, you know what you're saying?
Yeah, all I know is I couldn't go on living without him.
You mean you'd marry him?
Marry him? Carrie, look.
Why, it's a ring.
Yeah.
A wedding ring.
Well, Chris wouldn't take no for an answer. I tried to put him off, but I ain't got a mind of my own where the kid's concerned. I'm so hipped on him. Carrie, if he'd tell me to jump in front of an express train, I'd go do it. Honest, I didn't think there was a guy living could get me this way. Can you imagine? Me, a missus. Oh, I swear, Carrie, when that tape he was talking, I thought it was a dream.
And after all I said to you.
Well, for the first time since I can remember, I'm happy. Really happy. I feel like laughing and crying all at once. Chris is the same way, too. We're just like a couple of kids.
Well, you got an awful wallop coming when you wake up. All I can say, you better make yourself hard to find if Nifty shows up here.
As long as I got Chris, I ain't scared of him or anyone else.
Well, I washed my hands of you. Don't forget that.
Well, what are you crabbing about? Say, you ought to be glad to get Chris out of your way, don't it? We're thinking of leaving the show.
Yeah? Where do you think of going?
I'd like to try Chicago. I know it's there.
You can starve and shy as well as anywhere else, I suppose.
Don't worry, Carrie. We'll make out. I can do cabaret work, and Chris ain't afraid of soiling his hands.
Lou.
What's the matter?
Lou, honey, we're in for it.
What?
I just met Hap. Doc Rice was down around the courthouse this morning. He got wind about us being married. He blabbed it all over the lot.
Oh, Nifty. Does Nifty know?
He's looking for us. Hap's trying to hit him away from here till he calms down.
Now we've got to go. Carrie, will you help us?
Well, what can I do?
We've got to have money to get away. We ain't got a red cent to our names.
When you got married, did you charge it?
Oh. Chris had a 10 spot, but that went for the ring and the justice of the peace.
Oh, yeah?
Well, Carrie, what about the money you owe me? You only paid me $25, remember? You promised me $100.
I ain't so sure I owe you anything at all. Seems to me you got your reward when you got Chris here.
What are you talking about? You told me right in this tent you'd give me the other 75 after I got Chris to fall for me. Now you know you did.
So you got any idea what you're saying?
Oh, you needn't worry. Chris knows all about it.
He knows? I don't believe it.
Oh, ask him.
It's true, Carrie. I heard the whole story.
Well, I've never heard the beat.
I've seen too many marriages go on the rocks through lies. Chris knows the worst about me. Now it's up to me to show him I got a good side, too.
You think I'm going to get you... You're going to get 75 out of me after blabbing your mouth like that?
Are you trying to Welsh?
If you remember right, I said I'd pay you if you kept your mouth shut. I'm not paying any squealer.
Oh, so that's your game, huh? Crawfishing. Well, let me tell you something, you dirty Welsher. You'll come across with that money or I'll make you wish you had.
What do you think you can do?
Do? I'll show you. I'll tell Nifty. That's what I'll do.
Don't make me laugh. You'll be lucky if you don't bring your neck.
Oh, you... Oh, so I'm a squealer, am I? Well, wait till I get through. What do you think Nifty'll do to you when he hears how you plan to get Chris away from him, huh? Just you wait.
Chris, move.
What is it, Hap?
Nifty's coming down the midway. He's looking high and low for you. I can't head him off no longer.
Well, if Nifty's on the lot, I guess I'll move along. This ain't my funeral. Go to it, kid. See you later, maybe.
Hap, you think Nifty's liable to come back here?
Sure he is.
Oh, well, listen, Chris, you beat it quick. Pack your suitcase and then come back here for me, see? I'll take care of the money before I get away, some way.
Lou, I ought to be here with you when he comes.
No, I can handle him. I ain't afraid.
But I gotta be here, Lou.
Oh, listen, Chris, he's your father, but I know him better than you do. Now, hurry up and don't argue, will you, please? Sneak out the back way.
Well, all right, then. Don't worry. Everything's gonna be all right. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Hey, Lou, is it really true? Are you really married?
Sure we are. Why not? No, listen, Hap. You've got to help me. I'm awful up against it. How much money you got on you?
How much you need?
All you got and maybe more.
How'll $20 do you?
Is that all you got?
Well, well, here's another 10.
Oh, Hap, you're a white man. You'll never know how much we need this. I wouldn't have had to borrow it if someone hadn't welched on me.
Don't you go saying nothing to Nifty about me giving it to you.
Say, am I a fool?
Oh. Hello, Nifty.
Beat it, Hap. I want to speak to Lou.
Yes, I was just leaving.
Well, Nifty?
It's all I can do to keep from shoving my fist right down your throat.
Oh, listen, Nifty, come down to earth and talk sense, will you? You might as well look things square in the face. Now, understand, I don't expect a kiss from you for what I done. But also, I ain't going to stand for no strong-arm stuff. I married Chris because I love him and he loves me. Yeah, and we're hooked up as tight as if we'd had a strip carpet wedding in a 6-story church. Now, you can threaten, swear till your lungs give up, but you can't change that.
Well, you knew how I felt about Chris, what store I put by him, what plans I had for him, how I'd saved up to get him educated, but what did you care? You come along and flirt, in a few days you wreck him for life, and me along with him.
Wreck him? I don't know about that.
After a while with you, I wouldn't give a thin dime for him.
Oh, is that so?
He's just a kid. He don't know how to look out for himself.
Then what'd you leave him come on the show for? A carnival ain't just exactly my idea of a kindergarten. If you'd cared about him, you'd have kept him on the farm. Yeah, it's your fault his running away with me.
Running away? Where do you think you're going?
We ain't particular, so we don't stay here.
Chris, don't go.
How will you stop him? You can't lock him up in the closet like he was a 2-year-old.
Oh, Lou, don't take Chris away from me. Don't you see you'll ruin him? He ain't just an ordinary carnival bum. He's got a future, and with the right education, he can be a big lawyer.
I heard him say he didn't think he wanted to be a lawyer, even if he went to all them colleges. You can't just make anyone into a lawyer.
He ain't had enough experience to know what he wants, but I know. I can make him amount to something. Lou, what'll you take to give him up?
Oh. I thought it was about time for you to pull that one.
Well, you're always broke. I'll give you enough to put you on easy street. You can find plenty of other guys to marry you.
Nifty, didn't I tell you before I love
him? But you're loving him's all the more reason for letting him go. You're taking him away can't come to no good. Why, it won't be but a short time till you're tired of him and threw him over for someone else. Then where'll he be?
No, you're all wrong, Nifty. I've been around long enough to appreciate the real thing when I find it. Chris and me are going to make a go of it.
How can you? He ain't your kind. He's only a green country kid that don't know what it's all about. And when he wakes up, he'll never forgive you for tricking him into marrying you.
I didn't trick him. Why, if you think I'm taking your boy away under false pretenses, I'll give you a chance to talk to him by yourself. He's leaving of his own free will. You see if you can make him change his mind.
Where is he now?
He's up to the room, packing up.
You leave us alone?
Sure. I ain't afraid. Here he is now. All right, go ahead. Run me down to him and see what good it does you.
Well, Lou.
Your daddy don't seem to fancy me as his daughter-in-law.
Chris, I want to talk to you. Lou, you know what you said.
Sure. I'll be outside, honey, when you want me.
Where you going?
I told him I'd step out while he has his say.
He can say it in front of you.
It seems he'd rather not. I expect he's afraid of hurting my feelings.
Well, you stay here, or I won't either. What is it, Pa? Well, what you got to say to us?
Nothing. Nothing at all. Go on, go away with her. Don't ever let me see you again. She's got you, she can keep you. You ain't worth saving.
Well, that's the way you feel about it.
Go outside. Honey, I'll be out in a minute.
All right, Lou. Goodbye, Pa.
All right, Misty. And here's something you don't know. Carrie got me to do it.
Carrie?
Yeah, Carrie. I wouldn't have squealed on her if she hadn't welched. She hired me to vamp him to get back at you for ditching her. Yeah. And as far as Chris is concerned, don't think he's going to be a bum like you. I'll do more for him than you ever did. That's all I got to say.
Carrie. Carrie!
Yeah, Nifty? All right.
Come in here.
What do you want, Nifty?
There's one question I want you to answer, and if you lie to me, as God is my witness, I'll kill you. Did you get that little devil to take him away from me?
You wouldn't take her word for it, would you?
Did you? Answer me.
No.
You're lying, and you know you are.
Nifty.
Huh?
Nifty, you're joking.
Yeah, you don't like it, do you? Get out of thought of that. You'll double-cross me, will you? You'll never do it again. Yeah, I learned you. You'll double-cross me, will you?
Nifty!
I'll learn you.
Nifty!
He tried to kill me. He tried to.
Come on, Carrie. You're all right. Give me a hand with her, Colonel.
Take it over to the office wagon. I'll be there in a minute.
Come on, Carrie.
He tried to kill me.
Go on with that, Carrie. I'll take care of Nifty. You're a fine one, I must say.
Oh, you don't know what she's done. You don't know anything about it.
No matter what she's done, you've got no right to do a thing like this. You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Well, I'm not. I wish I'd killed her.
Now, that kind of talk won't do you any good. If you don't want Carrie here, why didn't you come to me and say so? We'll get rid of her.
Oh, I don't care what you do with her now. I'm leaving, Colonel.
You know you don't mean that, Nifty.
I'll show you whether I mean it or not. This is my notice.
Nifty, I need you. Haven't I always played square with you?
Oh, yes, you've used me well enough, but I'm going just the same.
What'll you do? Where'll you go?
What difference does it make where I go? All I know is I'm through forever with trooping. It took Chris from me and sent him to hell. That's what your lousy carnival's done for me.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We shall continue shortly with the Lux Radio Theater production of The Barker, starring Claudette Colbert and Walter Houston. There have been no new script girls in Hollywood for about 12 years. That will give you an idea of how difficult the job is, because a job easier to learn would have had thousands of recruits in that time. The best-known script girl in Hollywood is, oddly enough, my own. On the set, I call her Amelia. but I'm obliged to be formal tonight and present her as Miss Emily Barry.
As a matter of fact, Phoebe, the way you usually address me on the lot is, hey, you.
That's when everything's all right. I'm not good at remembering names.
You're not good at remembering small details, either. No director is. That's why there are script girls in Hollywood. Why, working for you, a script girl even has to be an explorer. When we were making Four Frightened People in Hawaii with tonight's star, Claudette Colbert, I was sent by plane to an isolated mountain to pick api-api leaves for her costume. It took me 5 days, and when I finally reached the nearest village, my beautiful white linen costume looked like 10 minutes past midnight. Just black. I found a little inn, but no stores and no laundry. Threw myself at the mercies of a little Japanese housemaid and went to sleep, exhausted. When I awoke, there were my clothes, and fresh and spotless as when I got on the plane. I asked her how she'd ever managed to get them so clean. She couldn't speak English, but she led me to a wash tub and pointed to a box of Lux Flakes. Now, I know we use Lux Flakes at Paramount, but imagine seeing that familiar package at the foot of a mountain in Hawaii. That housemaid deserved a reward. I sent it to her from Honolulu, a whole carton of Lux Flakes.
As I remember it, your stay in the Hawaiian Islands was more pleasant than your stay on Blackwell's Island. Even Lux Flakes couldn't help you soft soap your way out of there.
That time, Mr. DeMille needed data on women's prisons, so he sent me to a much more exclusive island than Hawaii, Blackwell's Island, New York's prison in the East River. Mr. DeMille had me jailed as a shoplifter, and no one knew my real identity. I spent 5 weeks in a cell until he remembered where I was and bailed me out. P.S. I got the material.
Emily, in my next picture, The Plainsman, Jean Arthur, as Calamity Jane, is captured by Indians. Now, Emily, I wonder how it feels to be scalped.
That's one thing I'm not going to find out for you. I've just had a new permanent. Good night, Phoebe.
Good night, Jailbird. We come to the last act of The Barker, with Claudette Colbert as Lou and Walter Houston as Nifty. 2 weeks have passed. It's a stormy night, and the faraway rumble of thunder is in harmony with Nifty's sullen state of mind. He's determined to leave the carnival. This is his last night with the show, and we find him sitting on the cot in his tent smoking a cigarette, while Hap perches on a trunk opposite him.
Well, Nifty, you sure picked one peach of a night to get out of the show business. Raining cats and dogs. What time you reach home in the morning?
I only get to South Bend at 4 and lay over till 6. I'll be home at the farm in time for Ella to get my breakfast. And believe me, it'll be breakfast. None of your greasy cook-house sinkers in mud.
I swear, Nifty, I don't know what this here outfit's going to be like without you. I'm getting too old to be working with guys I ain't used to.
Oh, Doc will get onto the ropes in time.
Doc, huh? I don't know what the colonel's idea is letting him take over the show. Doc Rice. He couldn't bally on a peanut stand. And that new dancer he's got, Cleo, ain't worth a cuss. Have to carry. Say, Nifty, you going away without saying goodbye to Carrie? Are you sure you're shooting square to go off like this without a word?
All I want her to do is to keep out of my way.
Whatever she's done right or wrong, 'twas because she loved you. Wasn't in her mind to drive the kid away?
Say, don't you think I can't see through all this gab? Carrie's asked you to beg for her.
Carrie don't have to get nobody to talk for her. The only thing, Nifty, if she comes to say goodbye, don't be hard-nosed. Treat her decent. Tell her you forgive her whether you do or not. It won't hurt you, and it'll save her many a heartache.
Ah, dry up. Don't make me chicken-hearted with all this Sunday school talk. They can't ruin my life and expect a kiss for it. She's getting just what's coming to her.
Nifty, here she is.
I knowed that was how you felt. But I had to come all the same.
Oh, so you heard what I said, eh? Well, all the better. Well, what do you want?
I want to talk to you.
You've got nothing to say.
You listen to her, Nifty, or say, help me out. Well, I'm going now. I want to hear you two get some sense in your heads and part friends. This here's a short life and a rotten one. We don't know what's ahead. Well, Nifty, take care of yourself.
Well, what you got to say to me?
Understand. First of all, I ain't here with any idea of getting you to make it up with me. There's just something I want to explain, and Now I'm here, I don't know how to go about it, hardly. Ought to written you a letter again.
I wouldn't have read it.
I didn't think you would. That's why I come. Nifty, I got a bottle of carbolic acid from the drugstore today. A bottle that's going to be empty this time tomorrow.
What are you trying to do, throw a scare into me?
I ain't grandstanding. I'm telling you what I'm going to do so's you'll see I ain't such a bad sport at that. I can see how much I harmed you by sicking Lou on Chris. And when I heard you was leaving the outfit through what I done, I made up my mind I wasn't going to have you believe I was getting off scot-free.
Now, how's your drinking poison going to bring Chris back or help? You're crazy.
I may be, but I see things pretty clear for a crazy person. It ain't as if I was somebody who had something to live for. I'm a nobody. Tired out and broke. I'd like to think you could forgive me, Nifty, but that ain't going to change my mind none. You see, I ain't doing this so much for you as for myself. The others will think I done it because you left me, but I don't care what they think if you understand that that ain't the real reason.
Hey, Nifty! Nifty, what do you think? It stopped raining, and it's clearing off. It stopped raining, do you hear? And there's the prettiest moon coming up you ever seen, big as a washtub.
That's too late. It won't do no good if it does turn clear.
Colonel sent the band boys out to Valley. The whole Midway will be humming with people in an hour. You see if it ain't. It ain't going to be such a bad break for you last night at that. Oh, Nifty. Listen. There goes the old hobby horses. Listen.
Say, Nifty, did you know we're opening up?
You got your spiel ready, Doc?
Know it like a book. It's a cinch.
Now, I'll go out along and light up the stringers on the front, Nifty.
And get the Hawaiians, and while you're at it, take them wet top Polians out the platforms and ticket box.
Okay, Nifty.
Carrie, what you doing over here?
Listen, Doc, you got all you can do. Tend to your own business.
All right.
Oh, go on, get out.
Sure.
Wait a minute, Doc. What's eating on you, Carrie?
Nothing. Well, if I'm going to open up tonight, I got to be getting back to the doll rack. I'll say goodbye. So long, Nifty. Want to shake hands?
I guess we can do without that.
Oh. All right. So long.
Carrie, come here.
On, Nifty.
How'd you like to go on tonight and place the new dancer?
Go on tonight.
Now, you heard me. Do your dance for the last time.
Nifty.
Well, it's just an idea of mine. Well, what do you say?
Well, I got to work the doll rack.
All right, I can fix that up with the colonel. Well?
You think I got time to get ready?
You don't stand there all night talking about it.
Nifty. They're starting to come in on the lot. Ain't it time we started the Valley?
All right, Doc, get out there and give them all you got.
Leave it to me.
Everything's ready, Nifty.
Well, wait. We'll have to wait for a minute. Wait just a minute on Carrie.
Who?
You heard me. Carrie.
Carrie?
Yeah, you think I've gone crazy, don't you? Well, I ain't. Tonight I'm going to be with the Hicks and watch you do your stuff, so you better all give me a good show. Go on now, start the ballyhoo, and remember, I'll be watching you. All right, Doc. Come on, give out.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are now standing in front of the big feature attraction of the Midway. The biggest show for your money that has ever played your town. It's a show full of spicy dancing, a show full of peppy dancing. And with your kind indulgence, allow me to introduce the artist. First, introducing Princess Kalima, the pride of sunny Honolulu. Well, as I said before, she's the pride of sunny Honolulu. And believe me, she's good. She can dance along with the best of them.
He's dying on his feet, Nifty.
Let him alone.
Next, we have the Hawaiian Three. A bunch of boys that'll please you and tease you with their haunting melodies. If you don't like them, then you don't know what's good music.
Hey, either start and walk away on him, Nifty. Get up there and show him how to do it.
If you're looking for Billy Sunday and his tabernacle, then don't buy tickets.
Nifty.
Okay, all right, I'll hand it out. Just a minute, folks. Don't go away. Now, folks,
real trooper.
just a minute. As Shakespeare
said, you ain't seen nothing yet. Now, don't go away. There she is. Princess Kalima, the pride of sunny Honolulu. And when she dances, folks, she makes old men throw away their canes and cripples lose their crutches. She shakes a mean bale of alfalfa. Now, don't misconstrue me when I refer to the young ladies' dance, because this show is clean, moral, up-to-date, educational, and instructive. And as a special advertising price tonight, just to prove to you the great value of this performance, I'm not going to charge the customary price of 25 cents, but a dime, 10 cents. It takes you all the way through. It's something you can't afford to miss, folks. So step right up already. The performers retire, and the show starts right away. A dime, 10 cents. It takes you all the way through, folks.
Nifty, my congratulations, my congratulations. You certainly saved the day.
I can do it, Colonel, as soon as I get the hang of it a little better.
Doc, you'll never get onto it. You just ain't got the knack. You ain't got a selling personality. When you ballet, you've got to tell the world.
I'm afraid Nifty's right, Doc.
That's what I call a raw deal.
Ah, Nifty, you were superb. Superb. If you'll reconsider your going away, I'll make you partner. I'll give you a quarter interest in this outfit.
Well, I don't want to see the show go on the rocks.
Good. I'll go over to the office wagon and make out a contract.
No hurry about that. I got to think it over.
Well, I'll just have one made out in case, Nifty. You're too old a dog to learn new tricks. I'll be waiting over there for you.
Nifty,
Well, Carrie, what do you want?
I was just wondering, since you're going to stay on and all.
Yeah, who says I'm going to stay all?
Well, if you do stay on, I was wondering if you couldn't see your way clear to letting me come back on the job.
Yeah, you don't want much, do you? The first thing I know, you'll be wanting to... Well, you can finish out the night, but I ain't making no promises.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, and I'll tell you people one thing. If I do stay on here, there's going to be more work done around here. You're all so lazy, you ain't worth a chaw of tobacco. Get inside there, Carrie, and do your stuff. Well, did you hear what I said? I'm the boss of this outfit. Go on, get in there.
Oh, Nifty. Them's the first kind words you said to me in a month.
Hap.
Yeah?
Listen to this.
What is it?
It's a card from Chris and Lou. It came this morning.
What do they say?
Well, Lou's got a job hoofing it in a nightclub, and Chris is working in an office.
Yeah?
Yeah. And Hap, it's a law office.
Play is ended. Walter Houston is through barking, but he'll be back to talk to us in a moment. And we'll also hear from Claudette Colbert, whose reputation as a charmer isn't limited to snakes alone. For his distinguished direction of motion pictures, the gentleman we shall hear next has received a collection of awards that girdle the earth. France, Italy, Russia, Belgium, nations east and west have contributed to it. One of the first winners of the Motion Picture Academy Award for Direction. He is the first to be honored by the League of Nations for his work in motion pictures. His spectacular production, The Big Parade, is one of the outstanding pictures of all times. A Texan by birth, his current picture is The Texas Ranger. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. King Vidor.
Even in that little Texas town, I had a hunch I could make motion pictures. I made one there before I ever saw the inside of a studio. I sold it, too. But I thought I'd better come to Hollywood before I tackled another one. I landed here in a broken-down car and 20 cents in my pocket. Perhaps you remember that, C.B.?
Yes, you were not only a Texas Longhorn, you were somewhat of a greenhorn.
Maybe I was, but I remember you accepted the first suggestion I ever made to you. We were looking at a picture you had just finished called Why Change Your Wife? I saw how you could improve a scene with a close-up, and I told you what I thought. Everybody looked at me as though I had spoken out loud in a cathedral. But you said, that's a fine idea, and you put it in the picture.
I never fail to adopt a good idea when it's offered to me, even by a greenhorn.
And I never overlook an opportunity. The trouble is, people don't always know when an opportunity comes along. One time I was looking for the ideal American youth to feature in a picture called The Crowd. I tried to find the right actor for weeks, and then one day I saw a fellow go by on a streetcar. I chased it, jumped on board, and looked for him. But while I was getting on at the rear, he'd gotten off at the front. I left the car and roamed the streets, trying to catch sight of him, but he had disappeared completely. That young man will never know how close he came to a career in the movies.
And the moral of that is, if you want to get into the movies, always ride an extra block on the streetcar.
The fact is that a lot of people don't want a career in pictures, as you'll find out when you start working with those Indians and the plainsmen. When we were out in the desert shooting a battle scene for the Texas Rangers, an Indian boy who had worked for about 3 weeks finally came up to me and said, "When can I go home, Mr. Vidor?" "What's the matter, son? Aren't we treating you right?" I asked. "Yeah," he said, "but I'm getting awfully tired of playing Indian." It's been a pleasure to appear in your Lux Radio Theater, C.B. There's no other medium that brings Hollywood and the stage to every home in America in such distinctive fashion. Good night.
Good night, King. Last week, I engaged a little unknown girl for a major role in the picture I'm starting tomorrow. For the present, her name is a secret. She's never appeared before the camera. So the first time I talked to her, I arranged to have her see every Claudette Colbert picture made in the last 3 years and study them for technique. I could give this little girl no better advice, and I can pay Claudette no higher compliment. Miss Colbert.
Thank you so much, Mr. DeMille. I think you're doing a marvelous thing by bringing back these grand plays so that everybody who may not have seen them on the stage can enjoy them over the Lux Radio Theater. I can't tell you how thrilled I was to play the Barker again. Thank you. Good night.
Good night, Claudette. Walter, there's an old popular song called "Where Did You Get That Hat?" And I'd like to know why you've been wearing yours all through tonight's performance.
Well, I'll tell you, C.B., that hat goes back to 1927 when we tried out the Barker in Atlantic City. After the performance, a real Barker came backstage to see me. He was the owner of a mitt joint, or, in polite language, a place where palms are read. He liked everything he said. He liked everything I did on the stage except my hat and my acting. He volunteered to teach me how to bark, so I palled around with him and learned the tricks of the trade. After a few days, he told me I was a fool to keep on acting and offered me his hat and a job with the carnival. I took the hat.
Maybe you missed your big chance. By this time, you might have owned a little mitt joint of your own.
Well, C.B., we can't all be successes. But I take off my hat to your choice of plays, Mr. Silver's music, and the general excellence of the Lux Radio Theater.
Tell me, Walter, do you wear that hat in Dodsworth?
Dodsworth? Well, no. Sam Dodsworth was hardly the type, but I am going to wear it in the first act of Othello. Thank you. Good night.
Good night, Parker.
Miss Colbert, whose next picture is Maid of Salem, appeared through courtesy of Paramount Studios, as did Mr. DeMille and Mr. Vidor. Mr. Houston, now engaged in filming Dodsworth at United Artists Studio, through courtesy of Mr. Samuel Golden. Miss Berry, Paramount, and Mr. Louis Silver's 20th Century Fox. Now, Mr. DeMille.
Next week, the Lux Radio Theater presents Joan Crawford and Francho Tone in Chains. Miss Crawford will play the same role she played on the screen, promising us one of the distinctive hits of the year. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Joan Crawford and Francho Tone in Chains. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Let's say you're on trial for your life. Which of these free TV lawyers would you rather have defending you? Saul Goodman, Harvey Birdman, or Perry Mason? The Warrior of the Woodland, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, warrior of the woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, fighting the many enemies of nature. This is the job of the guardian of the forest, Ranger Bill. Pouring rain, freezing cold, blistering heat, snow, floods, bears, rattlesnakes, mountain lions. Yes, all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done. Fire, forest fire, the most dreaded enemy of the woodland, has broken loose and is racing across Pendleton Valley with the speed of a panther. This hungry monster devours everything in its path. It must be stopped. Colonel Anders, Ranger Bill's boss, rushes to stop the progress of this dreadful enemy. The colonel commands an army of men using trucks, bulldozers, plows, axes, shovels, picks, and dynamite. These men fight desperately to defeat the enemy that threatens to destroy the countryside. Things are not going so good, and the battle gets fiercer by the minute.
This is terrible. The fire's getting out of control. Ralph! Yo, Ralph, come here a minute.
Yes, sir, Colonel. What did you want?
Ralph, take a bulldozer and 30 men and make a new fire lane 1,000 yards behind us. We may have to get out of here.
Yes, sir. Hey, fellas, come with me.
We can't let this fire get out of the valley. I'd better get out of here. The boys are cutting the trees down.
Hey, Colonel, look out!
You fellas all right? Boy, oh boy, Burgess, that was some tackle you made on the Colonel. Just moved him enough.
Thanks for saving my life. I'll not forget this. What's your name?
Burgess, sir.
Burgess? Tell Ranger Tom that I'm going to contact Ranger Bill. Tom to take command while I'm gone.
Yes, sir.
Fine. I'll be back soon. We've got to stop this fire, and I think I know how to do it.
Say, things look pretty bad. The colonel has got to help stop the fire. But what kind of help is he going to get? Oh, wait a minute. He was going to contact Ranger Bill. What do you say we run over to Bill's cabin outpost?
Hello? Ranger Bill speaking. Yes, sir, Colonel Anders. Say, that sounds bad. Very bad. Well, I don't see why it wouldn't work. Yes, take the horses in the truck. All right, I'll take my pal Henry along, too. Yes, sir, Colonel. Right away.
Well, we sure didn't learn much from that conversation, did we, boys and girls? You know, I have a sneaking suspicion that we'd better tag along with Ranger Bill and find out what this is all about. He's busy packing. Henry, his young friend, is talking as usual.
Wow. Bill, that phone call sure packed a powerful wallop by the way you're packing things together. What's up?
Trouble, Henry. Plenty of trouble. In fact, this is going to be such a big job that you will have to help me.
Yippee! You mean you're letting me go with you?
Letting? Those are orders, Ranger.
What?
Now get cutting and pack your knapsack.
My knapsack? I don't need a sack to nap in.
All right, funny face. Get packing and don't forget your New Testament.
Will we have time for Bible reading where we're going, Bill?
Perhaps we won't have time, pal, but we're going to take time. Remember, when you're so busy you can't take time to talk with the Lord, you're too busy. Come on now, let's go.
Okay, I'm right behind you.
Be sure the door's locked, Henry.
She's locked tight in her drum.
Henry, run over and get the horses while I fetch your saddles and blankets.
Sure thing, Bill. Maud and Bess could stand some exercise. They're sure getting fat and sassy. Oh, now, easy does it, girls. That's it. Come on now. Maud, cut that out. Stop the shenanigans. Too much eating and no work ruins your horse sense. Why can't you behave like Bess does? Here now, you, Maud.
What's the matter, having trouble, Henry?
Yeah.
Here, let me handle Maud. Come on, Miss Frisky. Up into the truck.
Up you go, Bess.
There you go. All right, now, help me with the tailgate, Henry.
Yeah, this thing's heavy enough to hold an elephant.
Yeah. Now, watch your fingers.
Okay.
There we are. All right, hop in, Henry. Time's a-wasting.
Ooh, let's get buzzing, cousin.
What is the special task Colonel Anders has assigned to Bill? While Henry and Bill are traveling down the road, I'd like to tell you something about them. As you probably guessed by now, Bill is a United States Forest Ranger. After he completed forestry school, he was assigned to Colonel Anders for range and forest patrol work. Bill can call every kind of tree, shrub, grass, and animal of the forest by its Latin name as well as its regular name. When Bill is off duty, he lives with his mother in the town of Knotty Pine. Now a word about Henry. Henry's the same kind of boy you are. He loves the outdoors. He likes to swim, fish, hike, hunt.
Yeah, and I'd rather be outside than go to school.
Say, young feller, you're supposed to be riding with Bill.
Huh? Oh, yeah, thanks for reminding me. Almost forgot.
Several hours have passed now. Ranger Bill and Henry are still riding along the wilderness road.
Oh, boy, am I sleepy. How far we gotta go yet, Bill?
About 100 yards or so, Henry.
Huh? What? You serious? This is just plain old wilderness. There isn't anybody around here for miles. What are you stopping here for?
There's a trail that begins by this old pine tree, and we're going up that trail pronto. Come on, Henry. Let's get the horses off the truck.
Okay.
We got a heap of riding to do. What's the matter, Henry?
Say, I smell smoke. Yeah, wood smoke. Hey, Bill, that smoke, it means there's a forest fire, doesn't it?
I'm afraid so, Ranger.
Wait, look at all the animals running across the road. Look at Bill. Deer, bear, skunks, rabbit. Wow, take a gander at the size of that panther. Oh, boy, let's hurry and help put out the fire so these poor animals don't lose their homes.
Okay, give me a hand with the tailgate. We'll get started.
All right. You know, this tailgate gets heavier every time we use it.
You should eat more flapjacks at breakfast, Henry, and not talk so much. You'd be stronger.
Come on, Bess. Here we go. Easy, girl.
Come on, Maud. Easy now. There we are. Well, hold the lines, Henry, while I saddle up and put our gear on the horses.
Okay. I sure hope no animals get hurt. Look, there's a baby deer. I mean a fawn. Isn't he the sharpest little fella you ever saw? Oh, Maud, Bess. Horses smell the smoke, don't they, Bill?
Yeah. I guess they do smell the smoke. Getting pretty restless. In just a minute, we'll be ready to go. Here, Henry, give me a hand with the tailgate.
Again?
That does it. All right. All aboard there. All right.
Get up, Beth.
Come on, Maud. Watch that branch, Henry. You'll be hanging by your chin.
Hey, what's the matter with Maud?
Yeah, must be a rattler close by. Let's see. Yeah, there it is. Now be careful so Bess doesn't throw you.
How long we been riding, Bill?
About 2 hours or so, Henry.
Smoke's getting thicker, Bill. How much more riding we got?
About 10 more minutes and we'll be there.
Be there? Be where?
Pine Ridge Dam.
Pine Ridge Dam? Well, I thought we were going to help fight the fire.
We are, pal.
But how are we going to fight the fire from up here? We'll be 5 miles away from the blaze.
Remember the phone call from Colonel Anders?
Sure do.
Well, the colonel told me to come up here to Pine Ridge Dam and set up a watch system. That's why I brought you with me.
You mean I'm going to stand watch all by myself?
Yes. We'll each take 4-hour shifts watching for a signal light message from the Pendleton Fire Observation Tower.
I can read Morse code, Bill. Learn it in Boys Club. Well, when will the message come?
If the fire gets out of control, he'll signal us to blow up the dam.
Blow up the dam? Boy, what a flood that'll be.
You said it, Henry. The body of water in Pendleton Valley will be so wide that the fire can't possibly jump it. It's a good plan, and it's up to us to make it work. But I hope we don't have to do it.
Boy, oh boy, I'm just as important as a real ranger is.
You certainly are. I want you to take the first watch beginning at sunset. Now, there's the dam over there, but we'll camp on top of this hill. We can see the fire tower better from here. Oh, Maud.
Whoa, Bess.
Boy.
Oh.
Oh, boy. Guess I'm getting arthritis or something. Feel pretty stiff after several hours in the saddle.
All you have to do is quit eating so much of your mother's apple pie.
Oh, is that so? No remarks from the nickel seats, Hank.
You know I was only joking, Bill. Please don't call me Hank. That reminds me of the business end of a mob.
Sorry, pal. Just thought I'd even up the score a little bit. Henry, take it easy with that box.
Why?
Oh, for no particular reason except that the box is full of dynamite.
Dynamite? Well, why didn't you tell me?
Listen, young fella. Listen to your old grandpappy. If you ever drop a box of dynamite again like that, you can plan on a fast one-way trip to the moon.
Ah, yes, Henry, you'd get quite a long ride up in the air if the dynamite went off. While Bill and Henry make camp, suppose we find out how much progress Colonel Anders is making with the fire. Phew, but it's hot and dirty close to the fire. Say, the men are being driven back to the fire lane Ralph's men are building.
Ralph, get the men out of here before we're trapped.
Yes, sir. All right, men. Pick up your gear and withdraw to safer ground. We might get trapped here.
Colonel Anders, Ranger Tom fell and broke his leg. What'll we do?
Take him to the hospital in truck number 3 and be quick about it. It's getting too dangerous to stay here any longer.
The men are moving back, sir. Things look pretty bad, don't they?
That's right, Ralph. We don't stand a chance unless Bill helps us. You take charge. I'm going to signal Bill to blow up Pine Ridge Dam.
Wow, the Colonel is really desperate. Will Bill be able to blow up Pine Ridge Dam in time? How's Henry going to stand the tough grind of a midnight watch? Listen again next Monday at 4:45 for more adventures with Ranger Bill!
The first couple of radio comedy, Burns and Allen, are up next.
Starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin, and the music of Meredith Wilson and his orchestra. Well, it's morning in the Burns home, and George has just come down to breakfast.
How about a little food, dear?
All right, George, but first there's something I'd like to ask you.
What?
Well, our radio show goes on this evening, and my club, the Beverly Hills Uplift Society, would like to take it over.
Oh, no. You sneaked those dames on our program last week, and they set radio back 50 years.
Now, that's not fair, George. We simply made a few changes.
Some program. Everybody's laughing at you.
Well, you see, that's one of the changes we made.
Forget it.
But, George, the girls are simply dying to get on the air.
And let them fly around with the other bat. That's my program, and it's going to stay my program.
Well, of course it is. We'll be on it, but you'll direct the whole thing.
Direct it?
Yes, because that takes brains, and you're the brainy one in our family. Why, compared to you, I'm only brilliant.
That's very flattering.
Your darling little head just bulges with brains.
Look,
That's what makes your ears stick out that way.
Thanks for the explanation.
Oh,
but,
you
but
love being a director, George. We'll get you a chair with your name on it.
what am I supposed to do with that?
Well, you're supposed to sit in it. Of course, a man as clever as you may have a better idea.
Oh, sure.
And we'll get you a lovely desk with 10 telephones on it.
10 telephones?
Well, yes, a great executive needs at least 10.
Yes, it's convenient.
Yes. And the best feature is that you never come to the studio. You stay right here at home.
How could I direct the program from here?
You're a genius, George. You'll figure out a way.
Gracie, the Beverly Hills Uplift Society is not taking over my program.
Oh, be progressive, George. Sooner or later, women are going to take over radio. And you can start the movement.
Nothing doing.
But your name will go down in history. People will always speak of you as that progressive George Burns. That clever progressive George Burns. That brilliant, clever progressive George Burns. Dynamic? Scintillating? No program.
No program, no. And not only do I want those dames kept off my program, but I don't want you to keep... I don't want them in the house.
Oh, yes, dear.
Every time they meet here, they come into the kitchen before I awake and gobble up all the bacon and eggs.
Yes, dear.
And now I'm ready for my breakfast.
Yes. What would you like?
Bacon and eggs and a piece of toast.
I'll get you a piece of toast.
You mean...
They're in the den.
Well, get those dames out or I'll throw them out.
You can't, George. Meredith Wilson rents the den, and he said we could meet there.
Yeah. The poor jerk lets them meet in his room because they laugh at his terrible jokes. Why, you women even took him into your club.
It was perfectly legitimate. We made him an honorary woman.
Okay, you run along and break that meeting up as soon as you can. I'll fix my toast and have a piece of cheese with it.
Oh, that reminds me, dear. Our new member, Madame De Silva, doesn't like bacon and eggs.
Don't tell me she ate the cheese.
Yes. Well, I'll see you later, dear. And quiet, dear. Quiet, please.
Well, Gracie, did you talk George into staying home so we could take over the program again?
Well, no, girls. I'm sorry to report that Plan A, making him think he was an intelligent director, didn't work.
Oh, dear.
Unfortunately, he was a little too smart to believe that he was intelligent.
What a shame. And we had such such a cultural half hour all prepared. Yes, I was going to sing 30 or 40 songs.
Well, fellow members, I guess it's up to me to clear away the gloom with a little joke. I got a pipperoo about brides, if somebody would care to mention the subject of brides.
Your turn, Madam De Silva. Very well. Many years ago, I was a bride.
Ha! Speaking of brides, I am reminded of the recently married gentleman who said to his bride, "Sweetheart, there's something wrong with this pudding you have prepared for me." Whereupon the perplexed bride responded, "There can't be. The cookbook says it's perfectly delicious."
Is that the finish, Meredith?
Yeah.
All right, girls, let's show our appreciation.
See, I knew it was a pipperoo.
Say, girls, there must be some way to keep George out of the studio this evening so we can put on our show. Plan A was a failure, so let's get to work on Plan B. Any suggestions?
We might give him something to make him dopey. Nature beat us to that one.
Any other suggestions?
I don't know.
All right, girls, then it's settled. Plan B will definitely be the bathtub plan.
Well, hello, uplifters.
Oh,
Say, George says you girls are trying to get him off the radio program again. How come?
We don't want any men on the program.
Oh, now, wait a minute. You can't get rid of me, you know. I represent the sponsor. You can't go on the air without me.
Say, that's right. How can we get around this?
Well, there's only one way. We'll have to make Bill an honorary woman, too. Then he can join our club.
Oh, no. I don't want to be a woman. Not me.
But women have lots of fun, Bill. Don't the women who go out with you have fun?
Well, sure, but that's just it. If I'm a woman, I won't be able to take myself out. And if I can't go out with me, what's the fun of being a woman?
Oh, Bill, won't you change your mind? You like being a woman. Sure you will.
Ah, come on, be a woman.
Yeah, join us, Bill. Speaking as one who has just recently become an honorary woman, I can recommend it.
You can, Meredith?
Oh, yes. As you know, I used to be very shy and bashful around women.
Yeah?
But after 1 week of being around the uplifters, other women don't frighten me at all.
That I can understand.
Well, then you refuse to become an honorary woman? You won't join our team?
Well, no, Gracie. If I join your team, it'll spoil all my scrimmaging.
Very well. Blanche, as vice president in charge of blackmail, can you dig up a little persuader out of your file?
Oh, I think I have some interesting data on Mr. Goodwin.
Oh, no. Not that again.
Here we are, December 10th. Bill Goodwin gave an engagement ring to a beautiful redhead named Patricia Ryan.
Oh, so that's her last name. I wondered about it.
On that same day, Bill Goodwin also gave engagement rings to the following girls: Elizabeth Jones, Florence Riley, Merida Stahl, Natalie Galen, Ruth Henning, and Geraldine Beaujeu.
Now, wait a minute. If those girls find out that I have more than one fiancé, I'll be in hot water.
Hand me the phone, Blanche. I'll light the fire.
Oh, have a heart, Gracie. Natalie Galen's father's a big game hunter. He'll shoot me.
Don't worry. You look very fetching on the wall of his den. Yes, you'll be the first Hollywood wolf ever stuffed.
Okay, you got me. I'll join your club.
Ah, that's a good boy. You like being a woman, Bill.
Oh, yes. You're all so sweet and gentle and kind.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, here's a copy of the Beverly Hills Uplift Society Oath of Allegiance. Raise your right hand and read it.
Holy smoke, this is going to change my whole life. On my honor, I do solemnly swear that henceforth women will come first with me. Isn't going to be as big a change as I thought.
Please, madam, this is a solemn occasion. Read on.
I do hereby agree to share with my sister members of the club any and all treasures, such as my beauty secrets, silk undies, and pre-war girdles. Oh, now, wait a minute, Gracie. I don't have to swear to that, do I?
Well, no, I guess not.
Well, that's good. I don't mind sharing the beauty secrets, but I'm running awful low on the other two.
Read on.
And last, I do hereby declare that my great objective in life shall be that of every woman. Oh, no, I can't read this.
Hand me the phone, Blanche.
Okay. My great objective in life shall be that of every woman, motherhood.
Congratulations, Bill, old man. Old girl.
Well, now that Bill is a full-fledged member of the Beverly Hills Uplift Society, he can help us put across Plan B.
What's Plan B?
That's our next plan to keep George from showing up at the radio broadcast so we can take it over.
Yes, under Plan B, George winds up in the bathtub and all his clothes are gone.
Oh, but that's a low, mean trick, Gracie. That's underhanded stuff. Surely we wouldn't do a thing like that.
He hasn't been a woman very long, has he?
Let's go back to the Burns home where Plan B to keep George off the radio program is being launched by Gracie. Under this plan, she gets George into the bathtub to swipe his clothes. Now, personally, I don't see how she's going to do it, but you know Gracie.
So won't you come into the den and sing for the girls, George? They're waiting to hear your glorious voice.
Are you sure this isn't a trick to get me off the program?
Get you off the program? Why, we want you to sing for the entire half hour.
I thought you wanted to broadcast culture.
We do, and what could be more culture than your voice? Well, you give the world a pearl of melody every time you open the oyster of your mouth.
Well...
Come on, darling. The girls are waiting to hear you sing.
Okay, I'll give them a little fill.
Here he is, gals. The Nightingale of Beverly Hills. Sugar Throat Burns.
Any special requests?
Sing Ain't Misbehavin'. I'm sure all the girls will swoon when they hear that, won't you, girls?
Okay. Ain't misbehaving.
Wait
a minute, I wasn't singing yet.
And now for his next number, Mr. Burns will sing something which I know will be especially thrilling to our own classical singer, Madame de Silva. Shortening bread.
Well, I haven't even started Ain't Misbehaving.
Shortening bread for Madame de Silva.
Mammy's little baby loves shortening. Mammy's little baby loves shortening bread. Mammy's little baby.
Madame de Silva, control your ecstasy.
That was
What?
It was joy, dear. That's much louder than ecstasy. But you were better than Nelson Eddy.
You really think so?
Oh, certainly, and much more convincing. Why, when you sang Shortening Bread, I could actually smell it.
The same goes for Ain't Misbehaving. Gracie, how does this get him into the bathtub so we can grab his clothes?
Well, you see. Yes, girls, my husband was magnificent, but you haven't heard anything until you hear him sing in the bathtub.
I see. It's true, the bathtub seems to give my voice some added resonance and depth.
Yes. Oh, why don't you jump in now, darling?
Well, I've had one bath today, but I like baths.
Oh, good.
I guess I'm just the caveman type. Makes me feel so good to get rid of my clothes for a while.
Yes. Well, this bath is going to keep you happy for a long time.
Okay. Now listen closely, girls. I may hit a high sleeve.
Oh, okay, girls. Our objective is in sight. As soon as he gets into the tub, we'll get all his clothes. Gladys, you take his other suits from the closet.
All right.
And, Clara, you take his shirts and ties.
Okay.
And, Madam Silver, you bring his shoes and socks.
Very well.
Well, Gracie, what if he wraps a towel around himself and chases it?
Oh, don't worry. There isn't a towel in the house that'll go all the way around George. Now, hurry. We'll meet at Bill Goodwin's house in 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Burns. I've been ringing your door buzzer a long time. You look awfully old and tired today, Mrs. Burns.
I'm not Mrs. Burns. I'm Mr. Burns.
But you're wearing a dress.
I know I'm wearing a dress. That's all the clothes I could find.
My goodness, I didn't know the shortage of men's clothes was that bad.
Look, Mr.
I hope the returning servicemen won't have to wear dresses. The poor fellows won't know who's whistling at who.
You don't understand, Mr. Postman. I have clothes, but my wife took them.
Oh, I see.
She did it with the help of her club. I'd give anything to break it up.
I know how you feel. I finally broke up my wife's club.
You did? How?
She hit me too hard over the head with it.
I don't mean that kind of a club. I mean a collection of women called the Beverly Hills Uplift Society.
Oh, but why did they swipe your clothes?
They want to take over my radio program. Naturally, I can't do a broadcast in just my underwear.
You're right. Let's not kill television before it gets started.
Well, those dames haven't outsmarted me. I called NBC and told them not to let any women in my studio tonight.
A shrewd move.
Well, we can't let women get the upper hand. We men are masters, and we're going to stay the masters.
Your dreams are getting better all the time.
Well, so long, Mr. Postman. See you later.
Goodbye, Mr. Burns.
What was that for?
That short dress shows your legs.
Not bad, huh?
I wish my wife had legs like yours.
Really?
Yes. Then when she got after me, I could run between them and escape. Well, goodbye. Remember, keep smiling.
Well, girls, are you all comfortable?
Oh, yes. Charming little place you have, Bill.
Oh, thank you.
I like the way your walls are simply covered with pictures. Oh, there must be hundreds of them.
Well, yes, Mrs. Morton, but they're not so good. I'm having some better ones taken next week.
Well, now that you're one of us, Bill, we can tell you that taking over George's program is only the beginning.
Really?
Yes. According to our plan, women will gradually take over all the programs.
No. Well, how can women fill the place of singers like Crosby and Sinatra and Haynes?
Oh, that's easy. The place taken by all three of them can be filled by Kate Smith alone.
You're so right. But you'll have to replace the classical singers, too, Gracie. What about John Charles Thomas?
We'll replace those three with the Andrews sisters.
You know, you're really crowding the men right out of the picture?
Yes, there'll only be one exception. Phil Spitalny's wife will be allowed to have an all-boy orchestra.
Well, I suppose that's only fair.
However, you mustn't think that our motives are purely selfish. When we take over radio, we will benefit less fortunate women.
How?
Well, the Old Maids of America will sponsor a quiz program for male contestants. If a man misses a question, he has to marry one of the sponsors.
And the questions won't be easy.
Isn't that a wonderful plan? We'll call the program Take It and Love It.
Wait a minute. Suppose the guy isn't happy with her.
Well, then he can tell his problem to Madam Anthony.
Well, you certainly have figured all the angles.
Yep, we're tired of it being a man's world.
And when we women take over radio, it'll be run smoothly and efficiently. No quarrels, no jealousies, no dissension.
Sounds great.
Well, now, let's decide what each of us will do on the program this evening. Madam De Silva, what will you contribute?
I intend to sing the bell song from Lakshmi.
Why don't you sing a song about the Liberty Bell, dear?
Why? Would that suit my voice better?
Yes, it has a crack in it.
Why, you tone-deaf ignoramus.
Item 1, solo by Madam De Silva. Now, what will you contribute, Clara?
Well, I thought I'd give a talk on fashion trends. I design all my own clothes, you know.
Did you design that peculiar garment that you're wearing?
Yes, and what's peculiar about it?
It resembles a tent pitched by a very young Boy Scout. Why, you dowdy old frump.
Item 2, fashion talk by Clara Babbitt. Now, what about you, Blanche?
I'll give a Shakespearean recitation. You? Why not? When I was a girl, I learned everything Shakespeare wrote. When you were a girl, he hadn't written much. Why, you illiterate hillbilly.
Item 3, Shakespearean recitation by Blanche Martin. Now, you see how smoothly we're getting things, Bill?
Yeah, fascinated, Grace.
Now, let's run through the opening.
Okay.
Bill, you read the announcement.
All right, Gracie. Presenting the Beverly Hills Uplift Society and radio's first all-woman program.
Oh, beautiful lady.
Women of the world, arise. Let us shake off the chains of slavery and build a better world. A world in which there will be no men, just women and children. And now for this evening's first tidbit of culture, here's Blanche Martin with a Shakespearean recitation.
The quality of mercy is not strange. It droppeth as a gentle rain from heaven. Upon the place beneath it is twice blessed. It blesseth him that gives and him that takes. His mightiest of the mightiest.
Just a minute, please, Mrs. Martin. Who would listen to that? Oh, come in.
Good afternoon, Mr. Goodwin. Here's your mail.
Oh, well, thank you, Mr. Postman. Say, I guess you're kind of surprised to find a dozen women in my house, huh?
Yes, that's not as many as usual.
Mr. Postman, I don't suppose you saw anyone in my house.
Oh, I saw your husband, Mrs. Burns.
Well, how could that be? You couldn't see the tub from the front door.
Yes, I could. He's the one who opened it.
I meant my husband was in the bathtub with no clothes.
Oh, he put on one of your dresses.
Oh, good night. George can't wear my dresses. Those shoulders are too narrow.
Really?
Certainly, the dresses slide right over them. Well, come on, girls. Let's get to the studio and do the broadcast.
Yes. Oh, just a moment, ladies. I'm afraid it's no use. Mr. Burns told NBC that no women were to be allowed in his studio tonight.
Oh, well, that does it. We might as well take George's clothes back. George's clothes? That's it. We'll put on his clothes and walk right in.
But, Gracie, even in a suit, my figure won't look like a man. Well, we'll pad you a little, dearie. Now, just a minute.
Girls, hurry and put on George's suit. We'll go into the studio as men.
Well, goodbye, girl, fellow, well, whatever you are. Remember, keep smiling.
Now, look, Mr. Dorman. I know you've got orders not to let any women into Studio D. But I'm not a woman.
Beat it, sister.
Look, I got on my wife's dress because my clothes were stolen. I'm a man.
With them hips.
Honest, I'm George Burns.
Sure, and I'm Lawrence DeCall. You ain't crashing this gate, sister.
I tell you I'm George Burns, and if you don't let me...
Good evening, Mr. Doorman.
Oh, evening, Mr. Wilson.
Oh, Meredith, you're just in time. Oh, no. It's Gracie and the Uplifters. They're wearing my suits.
You really are screwy, sister.
Honest, all those men are women. The little fellow in the green suit is my wife.
These are the new members of my orchestra, Mr. Doorman. Mr. Morton?
Trombone.
Mr. Bagley?
Bass drum.
Mr. De Silva?
Zither.
And Mr. Allen.
Pipe organ.
Okay, gents, go right on through.
Gracie, you can't do this to me.
One side, madam. We have a program to do.
Well, this is the end.
This is Bill Goodwin speaking. This rebroadcast of the George Burns and Gracie Allen Show is a presentation of the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Who knows what is coming up next? The Shadow knows.
Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The Shadow knows.
Blue Coal presents The Shadow, the mystery man who strikes terror into the very hearts of shopsters, lawbreakers, and criminals. Today, the poison death. Today's exciting adventure with The Shadow will start in just a moment. But first, I have an unusual free offer of great interest to all listeners. John Barclay, Blue Coal's heating expert, has written a book, How to Reduce the Cost of Heating Your Home. And you can obtain a copy of this attractively illustrated 24-page book absolutely without charge. Just address Blue Coal, 120 Broadway, New York City, or write to Blue Coal in care of the station to which you are listening. Drop a postcard in the mail tonight for your free copy of How to Reduce the Cost of Heating Your Home. Mercy Hospital.
Quick, send an ambulance to 217 Shoreview Road. My children, they're poisoned, dying. Oh, hurry, hurry, please, hurry. Doctor, what's wrong with my husband?
He's been poisoned.
Poisoned? Isn't there something you can do? Some way of saving him?
No, I'm sorry, my dear. It's too late. Your husband is dead.
What's this, Bill? Is that the poison case? Yes. The calls are coming in faster than we can answer them. Well, this one will have to go to General. The emergency ward is full. Not a cot left. The same thing in every hospital in town. They're swamped, all poison cases. And nobody knows how they're getting it or what it is.
Come in, Commissioner Weston.
I came over as soon as I got your message, Mr. Mayor.
Sit down, Commissioner. You know why I sent for you?
Yes. And I hate to admit it, but we haven't one single clue to go on. I've had the entire police force working on this poison epidemic for 3 days, and we're right where we started.
When the first ransom note was sent to the newspapers demanding $1 million ransom, or this city of over 1 million souls will be wiped out, poisoned, I thought it was a hoax.
Mayor, it's a wild scheme of a crazed mind. It can't be anything else.
I don't agree with you. The ransom note was signed The Shadow. This same Shadow you claimed has helped you solve so many crimes. But it was never asked for reward or credit.
I don't believe the Shadow sent that note, Mayor.
No? Then look at this photostatic copy of the original typewritten threat. Listen to the way it's worded. For years, the Shadow has smashed rackets, wiped out criminal syndicates, trapped murderers without reward. And now the time has come for a settlement. The Shadow has saved the city millions. Now the city will pay the Shadow $1 million, or the hospitals will be filled with the dying, and the morgues will be filled with the dead.
I'm still convinced that it isn't the real Shadow who's guilty.
You say that because the Shadow has helped you so much in the past.
I resent that, Mr. Mayor.
All hate resent it. But it's up to you to get busy and find out who's responsible.
The fact remains that no clues have been found.
Well, I've got to have action.
I'm doing everything I can.
Maybe you are, but you ought to do better. Look at this report. The hospitals are filled with the dying. The morgue is filled with the dead. Hundreds of innocent people stricken by a poison the health department can't identify. A poison for which there seems to be no antidote. What is it? How is it being fed to the people? Find out or we'll get another police commissioner. Just a minute, there's the phone. Hello?
This is Clyde Burke of the Classic, Your Honor.
What is it, Burke?
We just received another note signed by the Shadow.
What this time?
Listen to this. I can strike at random, but I can also single out any one of you for death. To prove it, I am going to poison Dan Brinkley, Commissioner of Sanitation. When you get this through the mail, Brinkley will be dead.
Princeton.
Hello, Margaret.
Thank heavens you're back. Have you discovered who's poisoning all these people? Who's using your name, the name of the Shadow?
No, Margaret. Every theory I've worked on has led nowhere.
Whoever he is, this man masquerading as the Shadow must be absolutely insane.
There's no doubt about that, Margot, but it's the insanity of a genius, not of a money-mad fool. What strange, distorted mind could devise such a terrible scheme? Margot, let me see that map of the city again.
I'll get
You know the one where we marked all the areas affected by this wholesale poisoning?
Yes, I know. Here you are, Lamont.
There you see. The cases are widely scattered all over the city.
Well, have you any idea how these people were poisoned? Must have been put in food or milk or something. There have been so many poisonings, it doesn't seem humanly possible it could have been administered individually.
No, they were poisoned in groups. In every house affected by the poison, no one escaped. It wasn't poisoned milk. The newspapers checked on that, and it couldn't have been the food.
No, the food those people ate came from 100 different stores.
Wait a minute, Margot. You've just given me an idea. What's the one thing that all these people must have had at some time or another on the day they were poisoned?
What do you mean, Lamont?
Margot, I think I've got it. Water. Yes, water, that's it.
How could that be?
I don't know, Margot, but that's the answer. I'm sure of it. That explains the grouping of the poison cases.
But how?
Could have been done if the water meter introduced into the main pipe in the basement somewhere.
So many different places without somebody
Yes,
noticing?
and Margot, who could tamper with the water pipes in the basements of any building in the city and not arouse suspicion?
Why, only someone from the water company is the man who reads the meter.
Exactly, or someone posing as a representative of the water company. Oh, sir. Margot, come on, let's open the window. Something else has happened.
Oh, Lamont, it's like a nightmare.
He's saying...
Daniel Brinkley, Commissioner of Sanitation, found poison after warning. We know about it.
Close the window, Margot.
Lamont, why do you suppose Commissioner Brinkley would single them?
Margot, a distorted mind, especially that of a brilliant man, will very often
move along a straight line from cause to effect. This case follows a line so simple and so straight that the police do not even suspect who he is, Margot. But in killing Brinkley, he deviated from his original purpose long enough to settle a grudge. This is that one mistake the greatest of criminals make.
You mean it's somebody whom Commissioner Brinkley wronged?
Yes. But Brinkley may never have wronged anybody. To a man with a warped mind like this, an imagined wrong can inspire revenge just the same.
Maybe it's someone who worked under Brinkley, someone in the Department of Sanitation.
Margot, the pieces of this crazy puzzle are beginning to fit together. Where's yesterday's paper, the one with a photostatic copy of the ransom note sent by the man masquerading under the name of the Shadow?
Oh, here it is, Lamont. I kept it along with all the other clippings.
Let's see. For years, the Shadow has smashed rackets, wiped out criminal syndicates, trapped murderers without reward. Margot, look at this. The letter E, it appears 6, 7, 8 times, and every time it appears out of line. And look. Look here, the letter A is blurred. Margot, it's like ABC, the obvious clue. We could only find that typewriter.
Lamont, out of all the typewriters in the city, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Don't you suppose the police have considered that angle, tried to find that machine?
Well, perhaps they have, but without first logically working out the problem as to the one place where that machine might be, they're wasting their time. The one place is the Department of Sanitation. It's so logical as to be incredible. Come on, Margot. Get your hat and coat. We've got work to do, and there's no time to lose.
But, Lamont, you're not going to the Department of Sanitation at this hour of the night.
Why not?
Well, suppose you were caught.
Don't worry, Margot. The real Shadow won't be caught. I need your help if we're going to try out all the typewriters in those offices. It's a job for Lamont Cranston and his assistant, Margot Lane.
But if we're caught, how long a sentence can they give us for breaking into a public building?
It's worth risking, and far better than sitting here building up theaters and knocking them down again while this mad masquerader carries out his monstrous schemes of wholesale murder. Come on, Margot, let's go. No, Margot. No, this isn't the machine.
No, it's the last one in here.
Let's try the next office.
Be careful of that flashlight, Lamont. Must be a watchman here in the building somewhere.
He's down in the basement sleeping. I made sure of that before I signaled you to come in.
It looks like another exploded theory, Lamont. We've tried dozens of machines, and none of them have the characteristics of the letters in those ransom notes.
They're not going to stop until we've tried them all, Margot.
There's the door there, leading to the back part of this floor, Lamont.
Yes, it says, Private Office of Chief Chemist A.D. Gerber. Let's look in there.
Yes, there's the machine.
It's the only one in here. Try it, Margot. Here's some paper.
Yes. I'll be glad to get out of this place.
Type the same way, Margot. That's it. For years, the Shadow has smashed rackets, wiped out criminal syndicates. Margot, the A blurred. Go on, finish it. Trapped murderers without reward. Now the time has come for settlement.
This is the machine that typed the warning notes to the papers.
The office of the city's chief chemist. In Gerber's office.
It might not have been Gerber. Other people could get to this machine and use it.
Margot, everything's beginning to fit together. Who would know more about poisons than a chemist? You know, I felt all along.
What was that?
Someone in the next room.
Turn your light over on that door, Lamont. There's lettering on it.
Laboratory. Keep out.
Who would be in the laboratory at this time of night?
Margot, I don't know. I'm going to find out.
It may be the man we're looking for, Lamont.
Margot, I think it'll be best if you get out of here. Go back to the car. Wait for me.
Please, Lamont, let me stay here till you come out, and I might be able to help you if it's that crazy maniac.
No, Margot. Go out to the car and wait for me. Lamont Cranston and Margot Lane have done all they can. The time has come for me to be the Shadow. The real Shadow must open that door.
The second part of the Shadow's adventure will continue in just a moment. In the meantime, let's talk about how to save money. You will begin saving money when you use blue coal. Blue coal is Pennsylvania anthracite. It is an American product mined by the Glen Coal Company. Unlike many other fuels, blue coal is especially prepared for use in American homes whose heating plants were designed to use anthracite. And to be sure of getting the best anthracite, order blue coal. Its blue color identifies it at a glance. Blue coal is a long-burning fuel that sends a steady, continuous flow of uniform heat into the living quarters of the home. There is no waste because blue coal burns completely to a fine, powdery ash, and it is such a clean fuel to use. These are just a few of the reasons why sales of blue coal in Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania this winter are 22% greater than last winter. Stroudsburg families have been using blue coal in increasing quantities. These are the families that not only enjoy more comfortable homes, but now save money on fuel bills as well. So I urge all families who have not yet tried blue coal to order a trial ton tomorrow. Find out for yourself how much better this specially prepared home fuel is than any other solid fuel. Order blue coal by name in any one of 4 popular sizes: egg, stove, chestnut, or pea. The name of your nearest blue coal dealer can be found in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the name Blue Coal.
Nerves. Why should I be nervous? No one knows. I'm here all alone. Who would suspect me, Gerber, the city chemist? I'll never tell them. They'll never know that Brinkley is dead. They'll make me commissioner of sanitation. I should have had the job when they gave it to him. I guess he knows it now. Gerber, bring me that report. Gerber, why didn't you do this? Gerber, why didn't you do that? Treating me like dirt. All that's over now, though. Over and done with. How did that door get open? Must have forgotten to close it. Must be getting absent-minded. Got to be more careful. Someone might come in. Might ask me what I'm doing. What I'm making.
What are you making, Gerber?
Really? What was that? Who said that? Who laughed?
The shadow spoke. The shadow laughed, Gerber.
Shadow?
Yes, Gerber. I am the shadow. You know my name. You've been using it as a cloak to cover your excursions into the realm of murder.
Oh, you can make yourself invisible, Shadow. Or are you hiding?
I happen to be master of the ancient art of hypnotism, by which I can blind your eyes to my presence.
But you are really here in this room. Physically, I mean.
Yes, I opened that door. I walked into this room. I am here. Quite near you, Gerber.
How did you find me?
By a process of elimination. Because you made one mistake in your admirable train of logic.
A mistake?
Yes. When you murdered Brinkley, the commissioner of sanitation, I knew it must be someone who had a grievance against him, real or imaginary.
Real or imaginary. Oh, I see. You think I am insane, Shadow?
The sanity of a brilliant mind is not measured by ordinary standards, Gerber.
Yes, that's it. My co-workers know I'm brilliant. They don't think I'm eccentric because when anybody's around, I'm on my guard.
What were you doing when I came in, Gerber?
Filling this bottle.
What is in that bottle, Gerber? What is that crimson-colored fluid?
That is the poison, Shadow. I'm supposed to be analyzing the blood taken from my first batch of poison victims, but instead I've been making more poison. You see? It's all ready now. Would you like some, Shadow? I'll be glad to give it to you.
What are you going to do with that bottle of poison, Gerber? Or are you afraid to tell me?
No, I'm not afraid. You can't stop me. The devil himself wouldn't stop me. Listen, I'm going to drive to one of our fashionable suburbs where all the important people of the city live. There's a high steel water tower there. I'm going to climb that tower and pour this little bottle of poison through the trap door at the top. It will be diluted in the water.
carried into the homes of all those prominent people. And by tomorrow night, they will all be dead.
It is fortunate I found you in time.
In time for what, Shadow?
In time to stop you.
You can't stop me, Shadow.
You're not going to leave this laboratory with that bottle of poison, Gerber.
Yes, I am. And I'm going this minute, Shadow. You see this test tube?
Yes.
It's filled with acid. Acid that will burn you beyond recognition.
You forget you can't see me.
Yeah, but the only way you can stop me is by physical means. With your body that seems to be not even a shadow. And to do that, you must drop your cloak of invisibility.
How do I know that isn't a blind to make myself become visible to you?
No, it isn't a blind, Shadow. See, I pour a little on the floor. You see? Think what that would do to human flesh. And you say you are human.
Yes. Yes, I am human.
Then I dare you to stop me. At the first touch of your hands, I'll throw it at you.
It is better that one man be injured than you should kill another entire community. I'm willing to take that chance.
All right. We'll see if you're as brave as you sound, Shadow.
Stop where you are.
No! I'm leaving unless you stop me physically.
Then I have no alternative but to fight you man to man.
Oh, you are human. All right. Take it. I warned you, Shadow. You will be burned beyond recognition. That acid will eat into you to the very bone. Goodbye, Shadow. At last you've met someone who is your match. Now there's no one to stop me putting the poison in that water tower.
Margot.
Yes, Lamont.
Did you see a tall, powerfully built man come out of the sanitation building just now?
Yes, Lamont. He got in a car. There he goes, going down the street. You can still see the tail.
Hurry, Margot. In heaven's name, don't lose him. That's the man, Gerber.
He won't get away.
Margot, it's the first aid kit in the car.
Yes, it's inside pocket. Oh, Lamont, your clothes. They're smoking. And your hands bleeding. Oh, Lamont, my dear, what happened?
Acid, Margot, acid. He was getting away with a bottle of poison. I tried to stop him, and he threw the acid.
Oh, Lamont, your face. Let me look at your face.
I didn't get anything in my face. I broke my arm in time. It's all right. I'll bandage my hands as best I can. Keep your eyes on that car, Margot.
Yes.
Far more important, don't lose him. He's heading for the suburbs. This time, Gerber really means business. Margot, we set the poison the whole community. Is going to dump a bottle of that deadly stuff in the water tower.
Lamont. Oh, you're in terrible pain. I can see it. Let me take care of you. Let me stop at a phone booth and call Commissioner Weston. Let me send out a general alarm and pick this man up.
No, Margot, we have a job to do. We lose Gerber. If we stopped him, the police wouldn't be any good. We'll find out where he's going, and then we can call the police.
All right, Lamont. You know best. I'll try not to lose him. Is the pain any easier? You've got to get to a doctor as quickly as possible. Infection might set in.
I will as soon as... Margot, look.
Yes.
I think Gerber is nearing his destination. He's taking that road up the hill. If I remember correctly, the water tower's at the top.
Lamont, how will you stop him now? You with your bleeding hands. He's a powerful man. Crazy with the strength of a maniac.
I've got to do what I can to delay him. Keep him from putting that poison in the tower until you can get the police.
The police? Lamont, how is he going to get the poison in the tank?
He said there was a trap door on top of the tower. A door they use when they clean the tank.
Oh, Lamont, that means you may have to climb that tower. Now, you can't not with your hands in that condition. It's snowing. There'll be ice on the rungs of the ladder, and in this wind, you're liable to slip and fall.
I've got the chances. Stop, Margaret, stop. At the water tower.
There's the car. Lamont, look, it's Gerber.
Yes.
He's starting to climb the tower already.
Margot, go on, I'll get the police. Hurry. Tell them to get someone to shut off the water in this tower in case I fail. Hurry, Margot, hurry. I'm going up there after him.
All right, Lamont, I'll get... Who's that?
The man you thought you'd left in your laboratory. Burnt and blind with acid. The shadow.
Yes? Well, I thought I had you. But all right. Keep on following me. You're a long way behind me by the sound of your voice.
Yes. Yes, but but you have to stop when you get to the top. And I shall catch up with you.
Yes. By that time, I shall have poisoned the water.
You forget the trapdoor to the tank may be locked.
It will be rusty and easy to break.
But it will take time, and I shall be gaining on you. You need to hurry, Gerber. That's too bad you missed my face with that accident, Gerber.
Some of it went on you. I heard it sizzling into your flesh.
On my hands, that's all. Don't you want to see them?
Then you must be suffering holding on to the ice-covered ladder.
Not as much as you'll suffer once I reach you.
All right, hurry, Shadow. I'm on the top already. Well, you were right, Shadow. The trapdoor is locked. But that won't stop me. I'm going to blow it open with my revolver. The lock is broken, Shadow. You'd better hurry up.
I'm not far below you now, Gerber.
Now I'm opening the trapdoor, Shadow.
Yes, I hear it, Gerber, but you'll never put the poison in the water.
I have the bottle in my hand. I'm pulling out the stopper.
And I'm here to knock it out of your hand.
Yes! You broke it! You spilled the poison! You spoiled my revenge! You spoiled it! But you'll pay for it! You're leaving blood marks on the snow with your hands. You can't get off the top of this tower. You can't get past me to the ladder. I don't need to see you to find you. The blood marks will show me where you are.
Come and get me, Gerber. I'm waiting for you here on top of the tank.
I know you are. And you can't go any further, or you'll slip and fall to the ground, hundreds of feet below.
Don't be so sure, Gerber.
There! I touched you, Shadow. Oh, you squirm very cleverly. But I got you. I got hold of you. You won't get away from me, Shadow.
And you won't get away from the police. Hear them coming?
You warn the police?
Yes.
But before they get here, I'm going to throw you off the tower, Shadow.
You might fall off yourself if you try to do that.
If I do, I'll pull you off with me.
And Commissioner Weston, he's come to take you himself, Gerber. You should feel honored.
He'll never get me. He'll never take me alive.
You're caught, Gerber. You're trapped. You're trapped. There's no escape, Gerber.
Listen to me, Commissioner Weston. You'll never get me. Never. I did it. I killed all those people. I made you think it was the Shadow.
He's trying to do. You'll be killed, Gerber.
I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. Because you're coming with me, Shadow. Come on, Shadow. Come with me. Come with me.
He did it. He jumped. Throw your light over there to the foot of the tower. See who it is. That's our man, the poisoner. There's the body.
Yes, it must be dead as a dawn here.
Yes. No man could fall that distance and live. Turn him over. Let's see his face.
He's dead, all right. Neck's broken.
Why, it's Gerber. Gerber. The chief chemist of the sanitation department. Who would ever have thought a man in his position?
He was struggling with someone up there on the top of the tower. Where's the other man?
Look around the base of the tower. See if you can find another body. Look in the bushes.
I suppose we should on this too, but I don't feel
Can't see a thing in these snow flurries. Swing the searchlight around. Anything over there, Sergeant?
No sign.
Nope.
I don't see anybody here, Sergeant. Nobody over here. Nothing over on this side.
Listen. Shadow. Yes, Commissioner Weston. The shadow. I am walking down. And Commissioner, don't bother to search anymore. I am the man Gerber was struggling with up on the tower.
So, you trapped Gerber?
Yes, Commissioner. I trapped him. Gerber's your man. The man who tried to poison the people of this city into paying him $500,000.
Well, he won't poison any more by the looks of him.
And now, would you do something for me, Commissioner?
By all means.
If you don't mind, Commissioner, I'd like to publicly take the credit for solving this mystery. Gerber committed his crimes in the name of the shadow. And I rather think the real shadow deserves to be vindicated. Don't you?
You have just heard a dramatized version of one of the many copyrighted stories which appear in the Shadow magazine. All the characters and all the places named are fictitious, and the similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows.
Next week, same time, same station, Blue Coal, America's finest anthracite, will again present another thrilling adventure of The Shadow. Be sure to listen, and be sure to burn Blue Coal, the solid fuel for solid comfort.
Next, hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies that even the G-men cannot reach. The Green Hornet. The adventure, Trouble Hits the Trolleys. The events and characters depicted in this drama are fictitious. Any similarity to actual persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental.
Clarion, streetcar accident. 50 passengers in panic. Clarion, Pip.
Give me one of those papers.
Yes, sir.
Keep it, James.
Gee, thanks. Some story in the Clarion, ain't it, mister? About the streetcar.
Yeah, I know all about it. Listen, kid, why don't you plug the Daily Sentinel instead of the Clarion?
Huh?
You're selling both of them, aren't you?
Sure, but that don't
The Sentinel's got a better story than the Clarion ever had.
No, it ain't, mister.
Don't tell me, Sonny. I phoned it in myself. It's all over the front page.
Yeah, but it ain't as good as the Clarion story.
Now, listen.
Well, take a look if you don't believe me. There's a Sentinel right here.
Well, I'll be... Hey, taxi! Taxi!
Clarion, Pip. Streetcar accident.
Look at that. Selling 3 Clarions to every one of ours. The Daily Sentinel office. Step on it. A fine yarn this is. Why didn't we give it an 8-column head like the Clarion? And I don't even rate a byline. Sometimes I figure maybe I'm working for the wrong outfit. Oh, this a headline. Accident delays streetcar service. Say, what's the matter with this taxi? I can make better time walking.
Here's the Sentinel story of that streetcar business.
Nothing like the Clarion's, Mr. Reed.
In this case, the Clarion isn't happy unless it can be sensational. As long as I'm publisher of this paper, I'm not going to color any story to gain circulation. A lot of readers may want lurid yellow journalism, but they won't get it from the Sentinel.
I bet Lowry will be burned up, Mr. Reed.
Lowry? Why?
I imagine he expected a byline on this.
Bylines are reserved for scoops or special features. Every paper in town covered this. Lowry knows that.
He ought to.
Lowry's one of the best reporters in the game, Miss Case. But once in a while, he lets his nose for news carry him to extremes.
Well, I guess every reporter looks for sensation.
Miss Case, there's something behind these accidents that doesn't strike me as being on the level.
Well, I did notice that there weren't any until about the last month or so.
Just when this man Fisher starts a campaign to operate buses in place of the streetcars.
Hey, Mr. Reed, I didn't notice that.
What's going on around here, Casey? The Clarion's beating us 3-for-1 up. Oh, hello, Mr. Reed.
On the streetcar story, is that it, Larry?
Well, yeah, that's it, boss. Of course, I know there weren't any passengers injured, and there was no real damage to speak of.
The Sentinel said that, Larry.
Well, I guess the Clarion stretched the truth a little.
A little? They called it a panic.
Any sign of panic that you saw, Larry?
No, one dame fainted when the door jammed, that's all.
The Clarion would call a bargain sale at a dress counter a panic.
But look, boss, I don't usually go out on a limb this way about a small-time accident. Only with that battle about the bus franchise coming up before the city council, this stuff is news.
Not the way you think, Lowry.
Huh?
You recognize the name Fisher?
The guy who's angling for the bus franchise?
What's your opinion of him?
Offhand, I don't like him.
Well, that's the feeling of most people.
Nothing's ever been proved against him, has it, Mr. Reed?
No, Miss Case. He's very clever.
He may get his buses.
Yes, Lowry. A month ago, the city council would have laughed at his demand.
They're not laughing now.
Yeah, but don't you get it? Doesn't it strike you as odd that the streetcar line should start running into trouble right when Fisher starts his campaign?
One more accident and he'll get that franchise.
Say, I must have been wearing blinders not to see it before. It's as plain as the nose on my face.
Plainer, if possible.
Lowry, I want to find out what's going on.
You and me both, boss.
If Fisher's responsible for the trouble the trolleys have been having, the Sentinel wants to know it.
Okay, I'll start digging up dope on Fisher.
Where he goes, who he sees, what he does, everything. Make it good and you get that byline.
Right.
And get me the district attorney, Miss Case. He might have some stuff that'll prove useful.
So Fisher's the baby to go after.
Get the district attorney and put the call through to Mr. Reed's wire. You still around, Raleigh?
Casey, there's one thing that burns me up.
Do tell, because you didn't get a byline.
No, it's the Clarion. Selling 3 papers to wire 1. It isn't right.
The Sentinel could use a scoop, Lowry.
You're telling me. The next time trouble hits the trolleys, all I wish for is that Fisher's in the middle of it.
The middle of the wreck?
No, pal, the middle of the story.
I hope you're right, but I...
Yeah, I know. Fisher's too smart. But you heard the boss. I'm going after him anyway.
Absolutely no trouble, Grady. There's not a soul suspects those accidents weren't genuine.
And what more do you want?
Plenty.
The city council already has my report.
Those reports aren't strong enough.
Listen, Fisher, there's a limit.
When the limit is reached, I'm the one who'll call a halt, Grady, not you.
Now, hold on.
The city council will never act on reports like yours.
If you want stronger reports, you've got to have tougher accidents.
You're the city inspector, aren't you?
Sure.
Then fake those reports.
There's a limit to what I can fake, Fisher. When a door jams, I can't make it look like a smack-up. If the brakes stick, I can't say there ain't no brakes at all.
Why not?
Too many people can check up on me, that's why.
That bus franchise is going through, Grady. I don't care how.
That's your business.
And yours. If you want any dough from me, you'll see that.
Yeah? I get this, Fisher. I'm in with you, sure. I can use a cut of the gravy you're heading for, same as anyone else. I'm making my reports as strong as possible without no one getting wise, see?
You better.
Now, you get that man of yours in the car barns to do a job on one of those streetcars so it'll really crack up.
And what?
I'll turn in a report that will spell ruin for the streetcar company just like that. You'll be in, Fisher.
The ones we have aren't strong enough, huh?
You'd be taking a chance. Fix another accident and you can't miss.
In that case, I might as well make sure.
Now you're talking.
I'll get in touch with my man at once. This time there'll be plenty for you and a district attorney, too.
You can't go in there.
I am in, sister.
By what right are you...
I bust in like this, Mr. Fisher, but I had a deadline to meet.
Oh, you're a reporter. And that's different. Have a chair.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, nice place you got here, Mr. Fisher. Wish the Daily Sentinel would do as well by us.
The Daily Sentinel? I think maybe I'll be on my way.
Hey, if I'm interrupting something...
No, not at all. Goodbye, Fisher.
That guy sure was in a hurry.
He had an engagement.
Isn't he Grady, the city inspector?
Who?
Grady. Works for the city.
No, just a friend of mine. Now, what can I do for you, Mr. What did you say your name was?
I didn't say, but it's Lowry.
Oh, yes, Lowry, with the Daily Sentinel. Say, what happened to you boys on that streetcar story?
We had it.
The Clarion played it up big.
It wasn't important enough.
Not important? Think how many people ride on those streetcars.
A lot.
The lives of hundreds, thousands of people may be in constant danger, and you call it unimportant.
Get off the soapbox, Fisher. Everyone knows your angle.
Of course they do. I want my bus franchise to go through because the streetcar line is mismanaged, antedated, and a menace to the citizens of this city.
Buses are better, huh?
Much better. There's no comparison. Now, why don't the Sentinel get smart and help in my campaign?
Like the Clarion, huh?
Exactly. How about it, Lowry?
How about what?
You're in a position to do me some good, Lowry.
You mean a nice little follow-up story on the streetcar accident? Placing the blame on the management of the company?
That's the idea.
Or maybe an editorial?
Sure. Who knows? I might be able to do a favor for you in return.
Sounds pretty nice.
Sure it is. I knew as soon as you came in the door you were a smart guy. What do you say?
Why, you chiseling lying crook. You no good scheming grafter.
Huh? Now, see here.
You see here. Try to bribe me, will you? Bribe a reporter. If you weren't smaller than me, I'd plaster you flatter than that rug.
Get out of my office.
It's a pleasure. And get this, Fisher. The Sentinel is going after you with both barrels. If this bus franchise of yours is as phony as you are, then all I hope is I'm the guy who writes it up. Boy, oh boy, will I scorch you.
That two-pint reporter talking to me that way. After I get through with that streetcar company, there won't be enough left to... Moran, you know who this is? I want you and Atwell to get busy. Now, that's right. Make it a real crack-up this time. The worst the streetcars ever had.
Atwell. Yeah? What do you want, Moran?
Put down that wrench. We got a job to do.
You mean for...
Never mind the name. What's the next car going out?
Number 618. Right over there.
Okay. Come on.
What's it going to be this time? The brakes? Another jammed door?
Open your lip and get moving. We're getting twice as much dough for this one. We're giving up the works.
Can you tell me where I get the streetcar for Parsons Avenue, officer?
Right here, lady, at the bottom of this hill.
Thank you.
Well, that's her now, just starting down the hill.
It's coming awfully fast.
Hey, look at that trolley. Why don't he stop? He's out of control. He's heading this way.
Look out, it's going to crash! My report of the streetcar accident shows that the cause of the crash was faulty safety equipment. There is definite evidence of criminal negligence on the part of the streetcar company. Signed, Grady, City Inspector.
The City Council hereby calls a special meeting to vote on the bus franchise. Signed, Hopkins, Chairman of the City Council.
District Attorney for this city, I am indicting the officials of the streetcar company for criminal negligence resulting in injury to passengers. Signed, Martin, District Attorney.
District Attorney proves streetcar crash. City Council to vote on bus franchise. Sentinel
I tell you, boss, I went over the whole setup with a fine-tooth comb. There's not a single string leading to Fisher.
What about Grady?
Not a thing.
He was calling on Fisher while you were there.
Oh, I knew it was him, but he's in the clear. His report on the crack-up has been checked and double-checked.
And if he wants to place the blame squarely on the streetcar officials, who's to stop him?
Those two new men in the car barns, you got anything on them?
Moran and Atwell?
You say they've been spending money freely. Did they explain it?
Yeah, claimed they won it betting on a horse.
Try to check up on that.
Honest, boss, we're stymied. It's airtight all the way.
Gosh, I hate to think of a man like Fisher getting away with a stunt like this.
Me too, Casey.
Sometimes I'd like to take the law into my own hands.
What?
Well, honestly, Mr. Reed, isn't that the only way to catch these crooks?
Oh, Casey, hold on. There's only one gent who can get away with that stuff. And you don't look like the Green Hornet to me. Am I right, boss, or am I right? Huh?
He says I don't look like the Green Hornet, Mr. Reed.
Guess nobody listens to me around here.
No, I heard you, Lowry. I was just thinking. That evening, while Britt Reed was in his apartment, he spoke to Cato, his valet, and the only living man to know that Britt Reed is really the dreaded Green Hornet.
And that's the whole story, Cato.
Fisher has his tracks covered from every angle.
What about Otwell Malay, Mr. Brett?
No good, Cato. Even if those two could be charged with the crime of damaging the streetcar, even if they were picked up, it wouldn't have to catch Fisher.
Why not?
There's no actual evidence to connect him with Fisher. He could deny he ever heard of them.
You look for something?
Writing paper. Here it is.
Here's the ink.
No, I don't want this ink. There'll be some of the other in this drawer. Here we are. I want the mask and gun, Cato. The car. Is the Black Beauty ready?
Yes, sir.
Quite a job disguising my handwriting. Now, the seal on the bottom.
Placing the letter in his pocket, Britt Reed went through a secret panel in his clothes press. With Cato, he walked through a narrow passage within the walls of the apartment house, then downstairs to the supposedly abandoned warehouse that housed the sleek black car of the Green Hornet.
Ready? All right, get in.
Once more, the powerful black car roared through the city streets, carrying the Green Hornet on his errand of justice. The curtain falls on the first act of our Green Hornet adventure. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now, to continue our story. A serious accident on the trolley line increased agitation to replace the streetcars with buses. Although the streetcar lines were blamed for the accidents, Britt Reed had reason to believe that they had been engineered by Fisher, who was out to grab the bus franchise. When ordinary methods failed to pin the guilt on Fisher, Britt Reed assumed the role of the Green Hornet to bring the criminal to justice.
Father, it's late. You should be asleep.
I can't sleep, Sally. Tomorrow the council decides on the bus franchise. They'll vote against me.
Dad, they can't throw away all you've worked for. The streetcar lines are the finest in the country.
Not anymore, Sally. Not when people are hurt through my neglect.
Oh, it's not your doing, Dad.
It's my responsibility.
Oh, Dad.
Fisher will get his franchise. Put me out of business.
Here's something to make you sleep.
Leave it on the night's table, Sally.
There. The lights are out, too. Good night, Dad.
Good night. No good thinking about it. Might as well do as Sally says. I'll open the window first. Fresh air.
Don't move, Hanson.
Who are you? What are you doing out there?
Never mind that. Take this letter.
Aye.
Take it. That's better. Now, listen, Hanson.
I'm not listening to... The mask. You're the Green Hornet.
Now, you'll do as I say, or let you have some of this gas.
What do you want?
That letter tells you what to do, Hanson. You can take it or leave it.
Suppose I refuse.
Read it first and then decide. If you want to go on running your trolleys, you'll do as I say.
And the ace of spades. That's 40 smackers you owe me, Ethel.
Shut up and deal.
Regular sucker, ain't you? Next thing you know, you won't have none of that dough Fisher gave you.
Put the cards down, Moran.
Huh?
Who's butting in?
Why, the guy's mask.
Keep your hands on the table.
Hey, I know who you are. That mask you're wearing. You're the Green Hornet.
The Hornet. Let me out of here. I ain't hanging around.
Back in that chair and listen. You too, Atwell.
We ain't done nothing to you.
You two are experts on fixing streetcars, aren't you?
Now, wait a minute.
That's all I know about you two.
I tell you, you got us wrong.
Well, cut it out, Atwell. This guy's the Green Hornet. We ain't fooling with him. Okay, sure we're the guys that done a job on them trolleys.
At Fisher's orders, eh?
Listen, Hornet.
You heard me. Talk.
You know it all anyway. What's the sense of asking us? Sure it was Fisher.
Hey, who you calling?
I'm calling your boss.
For what?
He's going to meet us at the car barns.
What?
We ain't going to the car barns.
Well, I want conversation from you two. I'll ask for it.
Yeah, but
and don't move, understand? This gun has gas enough to take care of both of you. Hello, Fisher. This is the Green Hornet talking. That's what I said, the Green Hornet. Moran, come here.
Me?
Fisher's on the other end of this phone. He doesn't believe it's the Green Hornet is calling. Convince him.
Hello, boss? Yeah, this is Moran. It's him, all right.
That's enough. And get this, Fisher. I'm going over to the car barns with these two stooges of yours. Yes, tonight. I expect to meet you there inside half an hour. Never mind why. If you expect that bus franchise of yours to go through, you'll be there. Now, your whole scheme will be blown higher than a kite.
You can't do this, Hornet. You can't make us go over there.
You heard what I said. Get moving.
Not on your life.
In that case, I'll call the police. They'll be glad to know who's responsible for that trolley trouble.
Oh, hold on.
That's better. Now, you're being smart.
Yeah. Yeah, who'll go with you, Hornet?
Remember, one false move
You
and
won't need the rod, Hornet. We're going.
All right. Come on, you rats, march.
Pretty slow tonight, Lowry. Nothing but a couple of disturbing the peace charges, stuff like that.
Well, as long as I'm covering the police news, I might as well keep hanging around. Never can tell when something's going to pop.
That's what we're here for. Say, whatever happened to that big lug that used to work for Mr. Reed?
You mean Mike Axford,
Now, who else would I be meaning? The way that guy used to get in my hair. Him and his theories. And every last one of them wrong.
The boss got a letter from him the other day. He's out west.
Oh, he is, eh? Well, all I hope is he stays there.
Don't bank on it too much, Doyle. He may come back before...
Police headquarters. Sergeant Doyle speaking.
Police, this is Hanson, president of the Street Railways.
Yeah? What's wrong, Mr. Hanson?
Earlier this evening, I got a letter from the Green Hornet.
What is that name? Did you say Green Hornet?
Holy mackerel, Doyle.
Quiet, Lowry. Keep talking, Mr. Hanson.
I prefer to have you come out here to my place at once. It's on the corner.
I know where it is. A squad car will be out there with me in it. What's up?
I'll explain that when you arrive.
Okay. The Green Hornet, is it? Well, here's where the Hornet loses his sting.
That's what you think, Doyle. I want to be around when you try.
Say, listen, Hornet, what's the idea of Atwell and me doing a job on this trolley?
Yeah. Don't tell me you're working the same racket that Fisher's been doing.
Keep working. You'll learn no reason soon enough.
Hard work using this file with only a flashlight to give us light.
Put some soap on that file. I don't want any unexpected visitors.
What's the difference? The regular car barn's on the next block. Repair shop's empty after midnight.
Sure, nobody's going to butt in. Nobody could even hear us. Hey, you turned off the flashlight. We can't see nothing.
Quiet.
Must be Fisher, Hornet.
Keep quiet. Don't either of you try to move. I can see your figures plainly against the window.
Right, Atwell. Where are you? That light. It's blinding me.
Over beside the others, Fisher.
What?
The Hornet, Fisher. He's got us. I knew that phone call would bring you down here in a hurry.
So it is true. That phone call did come from the Green Hornet.
I told you.
I wasn't sure, but I couldn't chance it.
He made us.
What do you want?
Drop that range, Atwell. That's better. Now keep your hands high.
What are you after, Hornet? Is it money?
You see these, Fisher?
Huh?
Green Hornet stickers.
Yeah, you're in a spot, Fisher. Suppose I plaster this trolley with these stickers. Put them all over.
Go ahead. That has nothing to do with me.
No. The city council will think the Green Hornet caused the streetcar accident. Hanson will be vindicated. What will happen to your bus franchise then?
Let the streetcars go on running.
Exactly, Fisher.
Hornet, I'll give you 20,000.
I want more than that.
30,000 if you forget the street.
I don't mean money, Fisher. All I want from you is your signature.
My signature?
Either you confess your part in these trolley crashes or those stickers go on.
Well, whichever I do, I'm finished.
Right. Either way, you lose.
He's got you, boss. You're bluffing, Hornet.
Am I?
What can you possibly get out of it if I confess?
Nothing personally. Only the satisfaction of knowing that your dirty scheme has been ruined.
Better hurry, Fisher. The police will be here any minute.
The cops? Hey, what? You're not serious.
All right, Fisher, the stickers go on.
No, wait, I'll sign. Give me time to get away before they come. Here. Pen's right here in my pocket.
And here's the confession.
Pretty sure of yourself, weren't you?
Hurry.
Turn the flashlight on a minute, Hornet, so I can see what I'm...
Now, put him up. What gun?
Stand back, Hornet. Thought I was reaching for my pen, huh?
Nice work, boss. You had a shoulder holster, huh?
You can't get away with this. I am getting away with it. Drop that gun of yours.
I said you might. Come on, drop it.
No, Hornet, we'll get you out of this place before any police arrive. All right, Aswell, grab him. Okay.
Yeah, we got it.
Listen to me, Fisher. You listen to me, Hornet. You're going to... You... What? Gas. Fisher.
Now for you two.
Yeah. Free. Gas.
Hold him, Moran. Let me get him. No, you're not. Now you take care of him. I've got Moran. My arm. Good thing you were here. Fisher's gassed. He's too knocked out. You used jujitsu on Atwell, huh? Yes, sir. I was behind the trolley. Sorry, that, but the others didn't.
Moran.
Yeah. Moran and Atwell will be coming too in a minute. Quick, pick up that gun. Very well. We'll leave this confession beside Fisher. It's not signed, but I think it'll serve the purpose anyway. Yes, sir. Yeah. Now we'll get back in the shadows beside that window and see what happens. The brief back here with me. There's no light on the spot. Oh, my. I don't see nobody. They're here. Give me that letter with the pink here beside the trolley.
Here they are. Turn those flashlights this way.
Hey, these two mugs have been stopped. They're knocked out.
Doyle, here's Fisher.
Fisher?
Yeah. Chump and codfish. He's been gassed.
Officer, these two men are Moran and Atwell. They work in the repair shop.
Dirty work, I'll bet.
Look at this. The axle on this trolley's filed almost all the way through.
He's coming around.
Listen, Hornet. Don't tell the cops.
Hornet. Go on, Atwell. Keep talking.
The cops.
You and Moran did this job, didn't you?
Hey, spill it, Atwell. You're in too deep already.
Yeah. But we was working for Fisher. That's how. Fisher's the guy.
How?
I tell you, Fisher paid us to wreck all them trolleys.
And you'll swear to that in court?
Sure I will, sure. Moran, too.
Does this mean Fisher will be implicated?
Implicated? Mr. Hanson, Fisher will be convicted. He might have got away with it before, but now that we found him here with these two rats...
Yeah, right in the middle of another job. He's sunk, Mr. Hanson.
Hey, Sergeant, look at this. I found it next to Fisher's body.
Here, give me that.
That's for the police, Lowry. What the...
Hey, it's a confession, but... It isn't signed.
Don't worry, it will be when we get Fisher down to headquarters. Take those lugs out.
Oh, my jaw.
Come on, you. Grab the other one, Joe.
Yeah, we'll come back for Fisher later.
Well, there you are, Hanson. You don't have to worry about the bus franchise when this hits the front page.
What gets me is what happened to these guys.
What do you think, Doyle? The Green Hornet.
Huh?
If I hadn't followed the instructions in that letter, we'd never have caught Fisher.
What do you mean, Mr. Hanson?
His letter told me to call you. At first, I wasn't going to trust him. Then I thought it over.
Hey, we haven't seen that letter yet.
It was such a rush.
You got it with you?
Yes, I think so. It's in longhand.
Longhand?
Give, Hanson. Maybe that handwriting can be traced.
Sure it is. But I doubt if you can trace it.
I'll take that.
When I first looked at it, the handwriting seemed to be disguised.
Come on, Doyle. Come on, open it up.
Hey, there ain't no writing on this page. It's blank.
Well, maybe you need glasses, Doyle.
I tell you, it's blank. Look.
Well, what do you know?
I'm positive there was writing on that paper before.
Well, there ain't any now. All there is this here Green Hornet seal in the corner.
Doyle, I get it. It's disappearing ink.
Disappearing ink?
Yeah. Try and trace that. Man, that Green Hornet thinks of everything.
And I thought I had me hooks on him.
What's that?
The Hornet's car.
There, out the window.
That's him, all right.
And there he goes.
Oh, I've been looking for that car.
Look at it travel. Well, Doyle, I guess the Hornet still got his sting. Yeah, but don't worry. Your name will go in the papers anyway.
Yeah, that's right. I nabbed Fisher and them, too.
With a little help. Got a phone around here I can use, Mr. Hanson? The Sentinel's going to get an earful of front-page stuff. And, boy, I'd like to see the Clarion try and beat this yarn.
Hornet smashes racket. Fisher arrested. Brass franchise defeated. Green Hornets to
Hi-ho, Silver! Away to those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger.
fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. People of 7 states thrilled to the daring action of a phantom figure of the plains who rode in the cause of justice. No one ever knew where he came from nor where he went when he completed his heroic deeds. But even today the cowboys gather around the campfire and tell stories of this famous masked man, of his heavy 6 guns with their bullets of silver, of his great white horse, the fastest the West has ever known.
Hi-yo, Silver!
Here he comes, riding like the wind, blazing new trails in the West of old. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver, old boy! That's it, old fellow! We have a big job ahead of us! We must hurry, old boy! Hi-yo, Silver!
Jim Murdoch was a wealthy man. He drew huge profits from the gold mine he owned, and out of those profits, he had built a large home standing on the edge of Grant's Canyon. As tonight's story opens, we see him with a visitor, Barney Holden, the man to whom Murdoch owed his present position. Holden has brought news from town.
So that's what Abe Jenkins planned to do with you, Murdoch.
Come here demanding that I help him out, huh?
Yeah. He claims that you and him owned the mine between you. Then you suggested that you split it, and each you take a section for your own and work it independent.
That's just what we done.
Well, he's sore because your half panned out first rate while his wasn't worth a hoot.
Well, we both took the same risk, didn't we, Holden?
Sure. As far as he knows.
You don't reckon he suspects the truth, do you?
No, how could he?
Then why is he talking around town about coming to me for help?
Well, he's desperate. That's why, Murdoch.
Yeah?
His wife is sick and his kid's half-starved.
Ah.
He figures you could spare some grub and blankets without never missing them. So he's coming here to demand that same.
I see.
He said some pretty hard things about you.
Ah.
The worst of it is, Jim, most everyone in town sides with him.
It'd be tough if he ever did learn the truth about that deal.
I know enough law to know that he could make it downright tough for you.
I wish he'd move out in these parts. I'd pay him to do it.
Well, that'd be smart.
If he wasn't around here, there wouldn't be no chance of his ever learning the truth.
But he won't move away.
Maybe if I offered him some cash.
That'd only make him all the more suspicious. He suspects enough already.
Maybe so.
You offer him cash to move away after refusing him loans, and he'd know there was something funny about that gold mine deal.
It'd be worth a lot to me to have him out of the way.
Would it?
Yes, it... What do you mean?
Just that. Would it be worth a lot to you to get him out of your way?
You talk like you might have ideas.
Maybe I have.
I wouldn't want a murder on my hands.
That wouldn't be necessary, Jim.
It was you that schemed the gold mine deal in the first place.
It made you rich.
Maybe you got another smart idea.
Suppose I sort of outline it and see how you like it.
Yeah. Suppose you do.
While Murdoch and Holden made further plans against Abe Jenkins, the man they'd already robbed, Jenkins was making his way to Murdoch's home. As he approached the large house at the canyon's edge, he loosened the safety catch on his holster to make sure he could draw in a hurry.
He's there alone. I'll make out all right. Hate to think of robbing a man, but I'd do more than that to see Martha and the kids warm and well fed for once. Hope he's alone in there. Who is it? It's me, Abe Jenkins. Open up, Murdoch. I want to talk with you.
Sakes alive, Abe. What brings you out on this sort of night? Step inside.
I aim to.
Sit down by the fire and warm up. You must have had a hard trip from the valley.
Not as hard as going back will be.
How's that? It's downhill going back, ain't it?
Yep. Only I'll have a lot of things to carry when I go back. Murdoch, I'm here for some cash money, some grub, and some blankets.
Yeah?
Yes, and I'm going to get 'em.
Here, put down that shooting iron. What ails you?
Maybe you never faced a man that was driven to thieving by the sight of his wife and kids being cold and sick and hungry. Well, you're facing one right now.
You don't mean your folks?
Yes.
Gosh, I didn't know that.
Maybe you didn't. Maybe you thought I was fooling when I asked you to lend me some cash a while back.
Well, I ain't in the habit of lending money, but if it's grub and blankets you want, sakes alive, Abe, you're welcome to 'em. All you can carry. All a mule can carry.
A mule wouldn't eat the grub my kids have had to eat for the past week.
I'm downright sorry things are so tough.
Maybe you know why they're tough.
What do you mean?
You pulled a slick trick on me when you talked me into splitting the gold mine. That gave you all the land that was worth anything.
Now, Abe, you know that ain't a fair charge. I took the same chance you did. I didn't think your half would peter out.
No?
Of course I didn't. No more than I thought my half would turn out rich.
I can't prove nothing, so I'll shut up about the mistake I made. But I'm getting food and blankets.
Why, sure. Come on, Abe. We'll fix up a big bundle for you to take along with you.
I don't know what to make of you, Murdoch.
Why?
You're acting a darn sight different about this than I thought you would.
I ain't as bad as you tried to tell everyone I was, Abe.
How'd you know what I've been telling folks?
I hear things.
Maybe you heard me telling it around that I hope someday to prove that you knew half of the mine was no good.
No, I ain't heard nothing like that. There ain't no truth in it.
Maybe not. But what about that stuff?
Come on with me and you'll get it. Gosh, Jenkins, I'm glad to help you and your folks out.
Murdoch gave Jenkins the blankets and food he asked for, and he helped him to load them on a mule. Then, shortly after Jenkins had returned home with the provisions, Barney Holden hurried into the cafe in town with a startling announcement that he had found evidence of an attack upon Murdoch. The sheriff demanded further information.
How'd you know there'd been foul play at Jim Murdoch's place, Barney?
I went there just to spend the evening with my friend Jim, and the house showed signs of a terrible fight.
Gosh, where's Murdoch?
That's just it. The door was open wide with the wind howling through the house, and there was furniture upset and things busted and no sign of Jim Murdoch around anywhere.
Who went there?
How'd I know? I spent some time looking around the house, and when I seen what must have happened to Murdoch, I hustled back here to tell you.
What must have happened to him?
Murdered.
Did you find him?
No, but you know where his house is.
Right at the edge of the ravine.
Yeah.
What happened?
There's a window looking out in the ravine, and that window was smashed.
Gosh.
Looked like someone had gone through it.
Then we'd be likely to find Jim at the bottom of the ravine.
Well, that's what I'm afeard of, Sheriff.
Sakes alive.
Looked to me like a robbery.
Robbery and murder.
Who could have done it?
I got a blame good idea.
Who? Just name the man that killed my friend and let me at him.
Wait. Hey, Sam.
Come in, Sheriff.
Sam, you was telling me about Abe Jenkins early this evening.
Yeah?
What was he saying?
I remember him being mad about something.
Quiet, Barney. Go on, Sam.
Well, as I recollect, Abe Jenkins was vowing he'd make Jim Murdoch hand out the things he was needing.
Just so.
Abe Jenkins, huh? Why didn't I think of him? He's been sore at Jim Murdoch for a long time.
Yeah, plenty sore.
But gosh, Abe wouldn't go that far, would he?
Why wouldn't he?
Ain't no telling how far a man would go when his wife and kids are cold and hungry.
But Abe didn't look to me like a man that'd do murder.
He was mad enough, wasn't he, Sam?
Seemed like he was.
Then he's the one to question.
Yeah. We look at the bottom of the ravine in the morning. We may as well call on Abe right now and see what he's got to say for himself.
If he's killed Jim Murdoch, then I want the personal job of dealing with him.
If he's done a murder, we'll see that the law deals with him.
Well, I'm betting Jenkins is plumb innocent. That's the trouble. The jury will hear of all his hard luck and let him off scot-free.
Oh, no, they won't, Barney. It's one of two things. Abe done it or he didn't. If he didn't do it, he won't get arrested. If he did, he'll hang. No two ways about that. Come on, we'll go and call on him.
All right, Sam. Come on.
Tonto, you heard all that? You remember what we heard about the way Jim Murdoch swindled Abe Jenkins? We came here to see if we couldn't get a square deal for the poor fellow.
That's right.
Now it seems that he needs friends more than he did before.
Him, good feller.
I don't think he'd do what Barney Holden says.
You know plenty about that feller.
Yes, I do. Come on, Kimasabi. We're going to follow the lawman and hear what Abe Jenkins has to say.
The sheriff and Barney Holden, accompanied by a group of men, went immediately to Jenkins' home to question Abe. The Lone Ranger and Tonto followed them without being observed. And when the party arrived at the house, the masked man and his companion were in a position to overhear what was said.
We'll stay by this window, Tonto. We can hear what's said inside the place.
That's right.
A rap again, Sheriff. They must be to home.
Hey, ain't that one of Murdoch's mules tied there?
Looks like it.
Who is it?
The law. Open up, Jenkins.
Sakes alive, Sheriff. What's the trouble?
Want to ask you a few questions.
Not so loud. You'll wake the youngsters.
Been doing some cooking here, ain't you?
We just fed the kids and they went to sleep.
First time in weeks they had blankets enough to keep 'em warm.
Yeah? Where'd the blankets come from?
Jim Murdoch gave 'em to me.
When?
Why, tonight. I went there and he gave me a pack of food and some blankets and loaned me a little cage.
That ain't true.
What?
You know blame well Murdoch don't give things away.
I never heard of him giving anything away in my life.
He don't.
But he did so.
You don't think I stole 'em from him, do you, Sheriff?
Never mind what I think right now. What happened while you were there?
Nothing. Why?
You have a row with him?
Nope.
Listen to him.
Jenkins, you was telling everybody that you'd get help from Murdoch or you'd know the reason why.
He was right glad to help me.
Wait. Let me ask something, Sheriff.
What's all these questions about anyway?
Listen here, Jenkins. What else did Murdoch give you?
Well, he let me borrow a mule.
What else?
Nothing else. Look here. Jim Murdoch ain't going to you, Sheriff, and said I stole from him, has he?
He ain't come to me, no.
Then what's
Jenkins, did he give you his gold watch?
Gosh, no.
Or that fancy diamond ring he wears?
No.
Then what are they doing there in your fireplace mantle?
Oh, how'd they get there?
Leaping snakes.
Take a look, Sheriff.
I see him.
Them's Jim Murdoch's all right.
I didn't put 'em there. I don't know how they got there.
Sheriff, what's this mean?
You better come along with me, Abe.
For what? I ain't done nothing.
Take him into custody, boys.
No, you can't. He's told you the truth.
We'll investigate some more in the morning.
Investigate what?
The bottom of Grant's Canyon. That's where we'll likely find the body.
Body?
Oh.
Jim Murdoch's body.
Hold on, you don't mean... Sheriff, you ain't saying that...
Take him away, boys. He's to be held on a charge of murder.
The curtain falls on the first act of tonight's thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. You will recall that in the first act of tonight's Lone Ranger drama, we learned that Murdoch and Holden cheated Abe Jenkins out of his share of a gold mine, now owned by Murdoch. Jenkins, reduced to poverty, appealed to Murdoch for food and blankets. These were given him. But shortly after Jenkins returned home, Holden announced in town that he had found evidence pointing to the murder of Murdoch. Jenkins was arrested, but the Lone Ranger believed in his innocence. That same night, he and Tonto rode to the bed of Grant's Canyon. We hear them as they halt at the spot where, according to Holden's story, Murdoch's body should be found.
Oh, that's a roll, boy. Oh, wait. This place?
Yes. But it's mighty dark here, Kimosabe. Too dark to see very much. We'll have to do our best.
You got ID?
I don't think Abe Jenkins is guilty of the thing he's charged with.
You know Barney Holden.
I know enough about him to suspect that he might have framed Abe Jenkins.
That's right. Me take a look on ground.
If Abe told the truth, then Holden put that watch and ring in his house just to make it appear that he'd killed Murdoch. I'll dismount and help you look around down here, Tonto. If anyone has fallen from the ledge above, we might find him before the sheriff.
That plenty long fall.
It's quite possible he'd have fallen into the water.
That's right.
The beach along here is mighty narrow.
Him fall in water, we not find him.
The stream is pretty swift. It might carry him down quite a distance. In that case, the lawman might convict Abe Jenkins without finding the body because of the difficulty of searching for it. They wouldn't need it to prove there's been a murder.
That's right. Wait.
What is it, Tonto?
Me hear splash in water.
If there were only more light down here, we could search better. I heard it that time, Tonto.
Something fall in water.
There's only one place it could fall from. That's up on top of the ledge.
That's right.
And if Jim Murdoch is dead, there wouldn't be anyone up there.
Maybe him not dead.
In any case, we're going up above and find out.
Plenty long way round.
We can make it before daybreak.
Yep. Come on, Tonto. Me ready. Come on, Silver.
The masked man and Tonto could not find Murdoch's body. Instead, they were disturbed by loose stones falling from the direction of Murdoch's home above at the top of the canyon. And they made their way to the house to investigate. The scene changes now to the trail from town. It is the following morning, and the sheriff, accompanied by several deputies and Barney Holden, is riding toward Murdoch's place at Grant's Canyon.
Door's open just like you said, Barney.
Sure it is. I wouldn't have no reason to tell what wasn't true, would I?
But we didn't find no sign of Murdoch at the bottom of the ravine.
That don't prove nothing.
Well, the water could have carried him away.
Sure it could. Whoa,
there.
Whoa. Steady,
Should we go right in and search the place, Sheriff?
What do you think we come here for? To sit on the steps?
I was only asking.
Why, Thunder, it looks like a clean-cut case against Abe Jenkins.
The watch and ring showed he wasn't telling the truth.
Yeah. I reckon he figured we'd believe his story about Jim Murdoch giving him food and blankets. But it's too much to think that Murdoch would give him the watch and ring.
Just so.
I'm sorry for Abe. He ain't a killer at heart. He just was drove to it by poverty.
Don't matter what drove him to it.
Maybe a jury will let him get away with murder.
I most wish they would.
Yeah. Of course, it'll look awful bad for the sheriff's record. Other counties that speak of this one as a place where they let men get away with murder.
He won't get away with it.
I don't blame you, Sheriff. You got your reputation to look out for.
Gosh, sure enough been a scrap in this house, ain't they, though?
Sure has.
There's the window at the rear. You see where I figured he went through?
What's beyond the window?
A ravine.
The house right on the edge of the ravine?
Well, no, there's 5 feet of ground there, but that's all.
Maybe Murdoch didn't go over the edge.
Oh, he went over all right enough.
How do you know that?
I looked out the window last night when I was here. Held a lamp up so as I could see out. I could see where the ground had been disturbed from him sliding over the edge.
We'll have a look outside.
Yeah, we can go right through.
Hey, what's this?
What you got there, Sam?
Looks to be a letter of some sort.
Let me see it.
It was thrown in the fireplace to burn. But it looks like the wind come and blowed it out. You can see where it's charred.
Yeah.
What's it say?
Well, now this is downright interesting.
What is it, Sheriff?
Don't you know, Barney?
No, can't say as I do.
I'll just hang on to this for a time.
Yeah, but let me see it.
Nope. Come on. We'll get out that busted window and have a look at the ledge outside. Hey!
What's the matter?
There's Jim Murdoch on the ground.
What? Let me see.
Sure enough, there he is, lying face down on the ground there.
Now, come on through this window. Maybe he ain't dead yet.
I don't see how
What's the matter, Barney? I thought you told me he wasn't here last night.
I didn't see him.
Sam, you take care of Murdoch. The rest of you stay here.
Oh,
Barney, you was here after Jenkins left, wasn't you?
Yes, that is, I...
According to your own story, you was.
I reckon so. You're the one said the house was all tore up like this.
Now, it seemed to me, Barney, that if you didn't see Murdoch there, when you come here after Abe had left, it couldn't have been Abe that put him there.
How is he? Is he hurt bad?
No, wait a minute, Barney. You stay right here. Sam's looking over him. What'd you find, Sam?
Ain't nothing can be done for him now.
Gone?
Yep, he's done for.
Then Abe Jenkins done it.
I wouldn't be so fast as to say that, Barney.
But he must have. I reckon when I looked out the window last night, I must have been so excited that, well, I didn't see him. It was dark, you know.
Yeah, but you said you had a lamp.
Well, maybe I just missed seeing him. But what's the difference?
A lot of difference, Barney.
Well, I don't see what it is.
If Murdoch wasn't here when Abe left, then it couldn't have been Abe that done the job.
No.
That means it must have been someone else. Now, let me have a close look at him. The rest of you stay back there. Sam, you help me.
Yeah, maybe we can find some more clues, Sheriff.
Maybe so. Something to go with that paper from the fireplace.
Hey, Sheriff's got something already.
Reckon I have.
What is it, Sheriff?
Jim Murdoch's hands closed tight on something here. I'm trying to get it loose.
What is it?
Now, don't be so fast about it. Let me find out for myself. He's holding on to something mighty tight.
Can you get it?
I'll get it. Shucks, ain't nothing but a button.
A button?
Yeah, looks like a button from a vest, a fancy one.
Sure enough. Say, Abe Jenkins don't wear buttons of that sort.
Abe Jenkins ain't even got a fancy vest.
Now, let me see. That might be a mighty important clue.
Eddie.
Hold on, Barney. You're wearing a fancy vest with buttons like this. Stand still there. Let me take a look.
Doggone. There's a button missing from Barney's vest.
That ain't my button, I tell you.
Now, hold steady. Let me compare the two. By thunder, it's identical to the one that's on your vest. And here's threads still clinging to the bottom.
Do they match the threads on the vest?
They sure do.
I can't understand it. I didn't have no scrap of Jim
Shut up
Murdoch.
a minute. Let me think.
But I tell you, Sheriff, the frame-up,
Keep an eye on it, boys, till I have another look at this hunk of paper Sam pulled from the fireplace.
We got you covered, Barney. Just don't make no move till the sheriff figures things out.
This here paper, Barney, tells about you owing a sight of money to Jim Murdoch.
It ain't so. It ain't the truth.
It's a note promising to pay him $5,000.
I never owed no money like that. How'd I owe him such money? He never loaned money in his life.
Now, if you was here last night and found out Abe Jenkins had been here before you...
Oh, I was here. Listen to me.
Shut up and let the sheriff talk.
You might have found out that Murdoch did just what Abe said he done.
You mean Murdoch might have really give Abe food and blankets?
Sure he might have. Then Barney sees a chance to get rid of Murdoch. Throw the blame on Abe and burn this note so as he wouldn't have to pay it.
Listen to me. I tell you, that ain't so. There ain't a word of truth in it. That note's a forgery. Let me see the name signed to it.
This your writing?
No, it ain't. I never wrote that.
I reckon a jury will have to decide that, Barney. This note shows the motive for you wanting to kill Jim Murdoch.
But I didn't, I tell you.
And him having tore a button from your vest, maybe as you was trying to push him through the window, eh?
I didn't. I've been framed, I tell you, framed. I didn't do it. Me and Jim Murdoch was the best of friends.
Well, there's Murdoch. Here's this note. Here's the button. And there's your vest. Looks to me like we got more of a case again you than again Abe Jenkins.
He ain't. Didn't he have the watch and ring? Didn't he have other things?
According to your own story, Barney, you was here after Abe Jenkins left. You could easily have stole the watch and ring and put him in his house.
When could I have done it?
After you got in there with me last night. Reckon we'll take you to the calaboose. We'll jail both you and Jenkins till we find out a few more facts.
Just 1 minute.
Hey, who's the masked man?
I have something to say. Don't any of you make a move.
Oh, look at them 2 guns. And there's an engine with him.
Where'd you come from? Maybe them 2 killed Jim Murdoch.
Maybe they didn't. Go on, stranger. Speak up. I've been waiting for you.
Barney, there's just one man who can prove you are not guilty of murder.
Who's that?
I'm that man.
You?
I'll do it on one condition.
Oh, name it. Just name it, that's all.
That you tell the truth and the whole truth.
About what? Who are you, anyway?
That's not important.
You better do what he says, Barney, or you'll swing as sure as shooting.
Tell the truth about last night.
Well, what do you mean?
You and Murdoch planned to frame Abe Jenkins for a murder, didn't you? Murdoch didn't want Abe Jenkins to learn the truth about the gold mine. So the two of you plotted to get him out of the way.
Yeah, but
Isn't that the truth?
I didn't have no part in it. It was all Murdoch scheming.
You mean Murdoch's scheme to disappear and let you tell the story about Abe fighting with him so's Abe would hang and be put out of the way?
That's right. All I was to do was to tell you about the fight here.
And to take the watch and ring and put them in the Jenkins home.
Yes, but I didn't have no part in the murder.
And why did Murdoch want Jenkins out of the way?
He was afeard that someday Jenkins might learn that I'd made a survey of the gold mine and told Murdoch that half was no good.
And was on the strength of that Murdoch split the claim and gave Abe the worthless part?
Yes, that's the honest truth. Now you gotta keep your word. You gotta prove that I ain't guilty of a murder.
Me get feller up now. You stand up.
Murdoch ain't dead?
No.
He's roped and gagged. I didn't see that before.
It was done in such a way you couldn't see it, Barney.
But the sheriff. Sheriff, you knowed he weren't dead. So the deputies, they seen him close.
Sure, we knowed it. That masked man come to me last night and told how he'd seen Murdoch fixed in the ledge to look like a man fell over into the water down below.
No gag cut loose.
You squealer.
Murdoch, I didn't know.
It was your scheme in the first place.
Shut up. Maybe you can save your hides by turning over what rightfully belongs to Abe Jenkins.
You see, Barney, as I told Murdoch last night, the stone from the ledge fell down below and brought Tonto and me here. We saw what you were doing and told the sheriff everything.
Yeah. And then during the ride here, I got a button from your vest and put it where it looked like I took it from the dead man's hand.
Framed.
As for that burned paper, the masked man put that in the fire.
Oh, that masked man. He's the one that's done it all.
Yep, he's the one. I reckon, Murdoch, the best way to catch a couple of rats that try to frame an innocent man for murder is to pull the same sort of tricks on them.
Oh, don't take us to jail. Listen, I'll give Abe half my claim.
Well, maybe Abe will settle for a half, and maybe he'll take it all. But whatever Abe wants, he's going to get.
We're taking the news he's waiting to hear.
Come on, Silver, old boy. We're riding to meet Tonto at the railroad. The cattlemen are making trouble there, and we're going to see what's going on. Hi-yo, Silver!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Groucho Marx meets some of the most interesting people you could ever hope to hear on radio in You Bet Your Life, coming up next.
You may fire when ready, Fenneman.
Practically ready.
And I'll fire you when I'm ready, eh? And keep your trap shut. Oh, I'm doing a show next Wednesday. I'm doing a show next Wednesday, which will be broadcast on Thursday. It's the American Cancer Show, and I'm going to MC the show, and I want you to listen to it. And send him some money, too. Send me some, too.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Friday, I'm doing the Jolson Show.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is wall. W-A-L-L.
Really?
You bet your life. Elgin American, creators of America's most beautiful compact, smartest cigarette cases, finest dresser sets, present Groucho Marx in the Elgin American show, You Bet Your Life. The comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here's that sterling Elgin American, the one, the only...
Somebody mentioned Groucho Marx? Why, that's me, Groucho! Thank you. Well, tonight we have $1,500 for one of our couples, George Fenneman, who's first to try for it.
Well, just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a boy about to be married and a grandmother. And here they are. Mrs. Thelma Burrows and Don McDuff meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for Elgin American Compacts. And if you say the secret word at any time we're talking, you'll each win a 16-millimeter Apollo Sound movie projector. That clear? Fine. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. A boy is going to get married and a grandmother, eh? I imagine you're the boy that's going to get married, huh? And I wouldn't be surprised if you turned out to be the grandmother, huh? Don McDuff, huh?
Aye, sir.
You're no relation to Leon McDuff, huh?
No.
Pretty sick of that joke, too, I'll bet, huh? Like me, they always used to say, well, oh, Marx him up and Marx him down. Fellow used to say that and thought he had a wonderful joke, huh? I finally shot him, Don, how old are you?
30.
13?
No, 30.
I thought maybe you'd just been bar mitzvahed or something.
Don't paint me too young.
I see we have a house full of Arabians tonight. Where are you from, Don?
I'm from Scotland.
Oh, from Scotland, huh? Well, it's a long way from Arabia, huh?
It's a pretty place.
It might be pretty. My brother Chico's in Scotland right now, you know. He's playing over there in vaudeville. In fact, I sent him a wire. His birthday was last week, and I sent him a wire. I said, Chico, apparently there is more money in the bonny banks of Scotland for you than there is in the banks of America. It wasn't very funny, but I couldn't think of anything.
He won't...
Anyhow, he's in Scotland, and he can't get at me at the moment. Whereabouts in Scotland are you from, Don?
Glasgow.
Glasgow, huh? That's the biggest city there, isn't it?
Aye, sir.
Do you remember that song? I belong to Glasgow, good old Glasgow town. For there's something the matter with Glasgow, for it's going round and round. And I'm only a common old working chap, as anyone can see. But when I get a couple of drinks on a Saturday, Glasgow belongs to me. You're on the threshold of matrimony, I understand, Mr. McDuff, huh?
Aye, sir.
Aye, sir. That's you, huh? I'll put my sailor coat on. You can say aye, aye, sir, if you want. And how old is your intended bride?
24.
24, at a very nice age. And where is she tonight?
Well, I think she's in New York City.
How do you know, huh?
I don't know for sure.
Well, what made you say you thought she was a New York City?
Well, the last time I heard from her, she said she was.
Oh. She might have grown desperate and gone to Brooklyn.
She couldn't get that desperate.
Grandma, Thelma Burroughs, huh? You're no relation to Abe Burroughs, are you, huh?
Oh, I'd like to be, but
Would
I
you?
really am not.
Well, the next time I see him, I'll certainly bring the matter up, huh?
Thank you, Mr.
Now, there are a lot of boroughs in Manhattan, you know. There are 5 boroughs. Are you related to any of those?
Well, I would like to be there, but I'm not.
And there are a lot of boroughs in Missouri. Are you related to any of those?
Could be the Chestnut Boroughs.
Oh. Are you related to any of those boroughs, huh?
Yes.
Well, you don't care who you're related to, do you?
Just so I'm related.
I see, huh? Well, that's not related to anything we're talking about. Now, Don, do you think you look as pretty as Grandma after you've been married? How long have you been married, Grandma?
Well, in 1926, maybe 29 years.
Maybe, huh?
I mean, 23.
When will you know for
23.
sure, huh?
On June the 12th.
June the 12th.
Then it will be that long.
Good. Do you think you'll be as pretty as Grandma when you've been married 26 years? Huh?
Seems much prettier than me right now.
I didn't know the Scotch went in for that kind of stuff. I thought...
We have our moments.
Well, I should see. You have your moments, but I only have a half hour here. Grandma, how many children do you have?
Only one daughter, but she has 2 children. So we have 2 grandchildren, a little girl, 2, and a little boy called Icky. He's 5.
He's called Icky?
Icky.
Why, is he a daddy feeder? That's not a very endearing name for a little boy, is it, Icky? Yeah?
But his mother didn't like the name of Harold, and he's Harold Jr.
Oh, I see. And she thought Harold was Icky, so she calls him Icky. Well, there is a Harold Ickes, you know. Quite a fella, too, huh? How many times have you been a grandmother?
Just twice.
Just twice, huh? You have a kind of a West Virginia accent, is it? Or Virginia, or Carolina, or what?
Well, it's a mixture of the 3 states you just mentioned.
Uh-huh.
I've lived in all 3 states until the last 5 years now.
Uh-huh. Well, you're sort of a border case, huh?
Yes, I know.
Do you think you could equal her record for progeny after a few years?
Well, I'm willing to take my chances.
You'll have to get her out of Brooklyn, you know, huh? Grandma, what does your husband do?
Oh, my husband is an XGI at the present time. He works in leather work. He's a disabled XGI.
I see. In the last...
yes, in the last World War.
He saw action overseas?
Yes, sir.
Or did you disable him?
Now, Groucho, I didn't do that.
No, was he seriously hurt or just...
Well, he has to recuperate 3 more years before he can work.
I see. Well, I wish him Godspeed, and I hope he has a quick recovery, huh?
Thank you.
Now, how did you meet this hero?
Oh, how did I meet him? Well, I was working for the Missouri Relief Commission, and we went out. I had 12 people. We called them a flying squadron. We were going around to men's work camps to see if they needed to continue work. He was a captain there. And this was in, as I say, the Ozark Mountains of Missouri.
Mm-hmm.
And at that time, a snow came
I used to hunt quail there.
You did? Well, we saw some quail.
Mm-hmm.
And we were snowbound and had
You probably saw the same quail I was hunting.
About the same time, yes, sir. And we were snowbound there.
You were snowbound with a quail? Huh?
Yes. No, with 300 men in a
You
work
were snowbound with 300 men?
Yes.
You call that being snowbound?
Yeah. But we didn't mind it because...
I'd say you were haybound, huh?
We didn't
Well,
mind...
anyhow, what happened? I didn't
we
mean to
didn't mind
interrupt
it
you so
because
much,
we
huh?
got to stay in the 4 walls of the captain.
You said something. Grandma, you said the magic word. You said wall, and that's the secret word for tonight. That means you each win an Apollo 16mm sound movie projector. Not only that, you could walk off with a $1,500 question tonight. Now, let's get back to business, huh? You were snowbound in the Ozarks
Yes,
the last...
in the opposite quarters.
You were in the officer's quarters, huh?
Yes, sir.
Oh, am I mixed up? And what happened?
Well, I was in an upper bunk. I fell out the first night, hurt my toe, and then I had to be carried to the mess hall on an improvised sled. Well, you'd say pulled on it, I guess. That's a Virginian
I wasn't going to say anything, huh?
But they laughed. And this captain would pull the sled. I don't know why he didn't give it to somebody else to do. I didn't then know, but I later found out.
Uh-huh.
And after we left there in 10 days and went on to St. Joe, why, he followed us. And
you
know
were with
the old
St. Joe
story.
at the time.
St. Joseph, Missouri.
Oh, I see. And?
Oh, well, and 5 months later we were married. And that's how then happened the child, and the grandchildren. That's why I'm a grandma.
Well, that's it. That's a logical way it works out, huh? What happened to all the snow? Do you remember, huh?
Oh, it went away in time for us to leave in 10 days.
Mr. McDuff, when are you going to be married?
In June.
In June. And what strange motive do you have for this folly?
I'm in love.
What was that?
I'm in love.
Oh, I see. How do you know you love this charmer?
I have a funny feeling inside of me, and I can't get her off my mind.
That could be indigestion, you know. What sort of work do you do, Scotty?
Well, I'm going to establish myself in the liquor business here. I was going to study law, but I think there's more money in liquor cases.
Your theory is that there's more money in bottles than in battles, is that it? Now, you're going to open a retail liquor store?
No,
Wholesale? You're just going to run it, huh?
I'm going to sell to the stores.
Or sell to the stores, huh? Now, how did you meet the lady of your choice?
I met her in London at a canteen, and another chap and I had a few drinks, and they were sitting right across the table from us.
Were you in the service then?
Oh, yes.
In the Scottish regiment?
I was a member of the RAF then.
Oh.
And we were having a few drinks and feeling pretty good, and there was this whack and another girl there, and we sort of motioned to them if they'd like to join us, and they did. And it turned out to be a very merry foursome from then on, and found out that they were very charming girls, and I certainly want to make her my future wife.
Mm-hmm. And what about the other couple? Did they...
They also got together.
They... Well, that can be fun, you know. First time my wife saw me, I was on the screen. So she opened the window and let me in. Well, you're both very nice kids, and I have the ideal gifts for you. For Don McDuff, here's your beautiful Elgin American cigarette case and lighted a match in jeweler's bronze.
Just what I want.
Just the thing for a wedding present. And for Grandma Burroughs, here is your gift. Elgin American's beautiful Venus dresser set in jeweler's bronze.
Thank you. I wanted one. My husband gave me your compact for Christmas.
Your
Not
husband...
the one you used, Groucho Marx, but he bought me one to use for myself.
And, you like
this
it?
This is lovely. Oh, I love it.
You love
it's beautiful.
It. And what's the most important advice you can give a young man who's about to marry a belligerent Bobby Soxer?
Well,
Grandma?
I really think they should have something in common and do things together always.
You'll get nothing out of me on that. We've been raided too often, huh? Well, I must say that your husband must look pretty funny in a beauty parlor sitting with his head under a dryer. Especially if he's bald. Now, I can just see the two of you trying on house dresses at Sears Roebuck together. Mr. McDuff, let's get some of your ideas on married life. For example, after you're married, how many nights a week would you like to be out with the boys?
Oh, not many, just 2 or 3.
I see. And Grandma, how many nights a week do you allow Grandpa to be on the town?
Every night, as many as he wants.
I hope you're listening carefully, Mr. McDuff. Grandma, why doesn't Grandpa go out by himself in the evening?
Well, he just won't.
He won't, huh?
I wish you would sometime.
You do?
You get so tired of having him around.
Even with the compact?
Yes.
What do you think your bride would say if you brought home a friend unannounced for dinner, Mr. McDuff?
She wouldn't mind. She likes surprises.
Oh, I see. I hope you like surprises. You're in for one, huh? Grandma, did your husband ever bring anyone to dinner without notifying you first?
Only once, sir.
And what happened?
Well, he never repeated it.
You remember that, Mr. McDuff, huh? There's only one man I know who can safely bring home a friend for dinner without first calling his wife, and he's a cannibal. Now, Grandma, what was your most embarrassing experience?
Oh, my most embarrassing experience.
Outside of that time when you were snowbound.
Well, this was when I was teaching school my first year.
Were you a school teacher?
Oh, yes, sir.
Is that so?
Yes, sir. And then I was teaching...
Why did you quit?
Oh, I was... Well, I didn't quit. I still teach sometimes.
Oh, do you?
Yes, sir.
What do you
have
teach?
to.
Just general everything?
Just everything. College English.
College English? How does that differ from basic English?
Well, it's very different.
It is. Huh?
Yes, sir.
Well, what was your most embarrassing
Most
experience?
embarrassing moment was when I was teaching the third grade. This morning, one little boy didn't show up. I was all worried because he was to be in the program. Finally, I saw his mother coming in. And I said, Lawrence, why didn't you come to school? And
The mother's name was Lawrence?
The little boy's name was Lawrence. He had never been late and had a perfect attendance all year.
Mm-hmm.
So he looked a little embarrassed and hung his head. So I told him to have a seat. And then I asked the mother why he didn't want to come. She said, well, he said that if he came to school and was going to put on that brownie suit, that you'd make him take off his clothes. I told him, no, you wouldn't. But he said to me, he says, well, Mother, yes, she would. You don't know that woman like I
do. Was this on the Sunset Strip, or was this... Don, do you think after you're married, your bride will be jealous?
She won't have anything to be jealous of.
You don't? Well, what do you suppose she'll say if you ever come home with lipstick on your collar?
I won't come home with lipstick on my collar.
Where will you go, huh? Grandma, what would you say if Grandpa came home with lipstick on his collar?
Oh, he wouldn't have lipstick. It would probably be ketchup.
Ketchup, huh?
Yes.
Don't be so sure. It might not even turn out to be Grandpa. Huh? Now, in just 1 minute, you'll play the Elgin American game for $1,500. You bet your life. But first, George Fenneman.
Have you looked at your compact lately? Well, that dress-up day of days, Easter, is just a week from Sunday. So, of all things, don't let a battered, dingy compact spoil your Easter look when a new, first-in-fashion Elgin American will complete your smartness so beautifully. So reasonably, too, for such individual designing, jewel-like finish, and famous craftsmanship. See these preferred compacts tomorrow in silver finish, costume colors, jeweler's bronze, and sterling silver at your favorite store. And see Elgin American's exciting new companion line of compacts, American Beauty, priced as low as $2.95. Remember, for perfect Easter gifts, for your own Easter peak of perfection, the very finest in compacts carry America's #1 compact name, Elgin American.
Now, let's see if you two will get a chance at the $1,500 question. You're going to play You Bet Your Life. Fenneman, tell them the rules.
Each of our three couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $1,500 question at the end of the show. Our other 2 couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they won't know what goes on until it's their turn.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. What question category did you select?
Name the states.
That's right.
Name the state, north or south.
No, north or south. That's right. Now, here's your first question. How much you going to bet?
$10.
$10? Is that all right with you, Grandma? What state is immediately north of California?
That's Oregon.
Oregon is right.
On the way, they have $30.
Remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight. How much of the 30 are you going to try this time?
20.
20? What state is directly south of Iowa?
Just a second. I know that south of Iowa is, first comes Minnesota, Iowa, and then comes Kansas. Let's see, Iowa,
One question, one answer between you now. Talk it over. Take a stab at it.
That's Illinois.
No, I'm sorry. The answer is Missouri. You should have known that.
They now have $10.
You now have $10, and here's your third question. How much of the 10 are you going to fly for?
10.
All right. What state is north of South Dakota?
The north of South Dakota is North Dakota.
North Dakota is right.
On the way again, they have $20.
All right, you're on your way. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 20 are you going to go for?
Might as well bet it all.
Going to bet the 20? What state is south of Oklahoma?
South of Oklahoma is Texas.
Texas is on the nose.
And they wind up with $40.
Don't forget, you each won an Apollo sound movie projector for saying the secret word. Congratulations and good luck from Elgin American Compacts. Stick around now. You're still in the running for the big question.
Perhaps the next couple will say the secret word, Groucho. It's wall. They've been in a waiting room off stage. Okay, boys, bring them in. Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a baseball player and an umpire from among several we invited to the show tonight. And here they come. Umpire Lou Barber and player Phil Cavaretta meet Groucho Marx.
Gentlemen, welcome to the Elgin American Show. And if you say the secret word at any time we're talking, you will each win a 16-millimeter Apollo sound movie projector. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Hiya, Phil. I saw you Sunday at Wrigley Field.
I saw you last night.
That's right. Now, you see me tonight. Now, an umpire. You're the umpire, huh? Lou Barber, is that the way you pronounce it?
That's right.
Man without a country, huh? A man without a country, a social leper. Where are you from, Lou?
San Antonio, Texas.
San Antonio, Texas. And, Phil, where are you from?
Chicago, Illinois.
You're really playing for your hometown, huh?
Yes, I am.
What team do you play for? This is for their information, not mine. Huh?
Chicago Cubs.
Chicago Cubs. Huh? How do you feel about being in last place all season last year?
That was mighty damp, believe me.
Yeah. You've been in the cellar so long, you could qualify as a finance expert.
Just about.
And what's your position on the team?
First base.
As if I didn't know. This is your first year on that sack, though, isn't it? Weren't you in the outfield? Well, they had weight kids last year, didn't they?
In and out. I was in first base, and I played outfield once in a while.
You don't have to show off, Phil. And umpire, what's your position?
I'm an umpire.
I see. Horizontal, huh? Now, you don't have to apologize. You're among friends here, you know. We frisked them all for pop bottles before they come in here tonight. Are you married, Lou?
Yes, sir.
Any little robbers at home?
I got one 3 years old.
One little thief, huh? What does your wife think of umpires?
Well, she likes me.
That is not what I asked you, Lou. What does she think of umpires?
Well, she hates them like everybody else.
How'd you meet your wife, Lou?
Met her in church.
I didn't know umpires went to church. What do they do? Go there and confess their sins?
It's a sanctum, you know.
It's an inner sanctum. That's the only place they're liable to take a rap at you, huh? Well, how did you meet her, I mean? Were you,
Well, I just met her in church.
Well, did you meet all the girls in church?
No, not all of them.
Well, was she sitting near you?
Well, fairly close.
And what did you do? Did you flirt with her?
Well, we had mutual friends who introduced us afterwards.
You didn't flirt with her while the
Oh, no, nothing.
fellow was delivering this sermon up there? Huh? You were paying attention to the sermon?
Yes.
Oh, what a liar, huh? I guess once an umpire, always an umpire. Now, Phil, are you married?
Yes, I am.
Any little sad sacks at home?
I have 3 girls.
How'd you meet your wife? Did she throw you a fast curve?
Well, no, not exactly. I met her in the nightclub.
Are you a sucker for curves, huh?
Yes, I am.
You are, huh? You met her in a nightclub? Was she performing there?
Yes, she was a professional dancer.
She was a dancer,
That's
huh?
right.
And this was in Chicago?
In Chicago.
Where? Chez Paris?
Well, not exactly, no. Water in night spots.
And? You were out sitting out front?
I was having a Coca-Cola.
Coca-Cola. And? What happened?
Well, I was introduced through a friend of mine. And I liked her looks. And I asked her for a date. She accepted.
By this time, you'd had the Coca-Cola, I suppose.
Oh, yes.
Well, how long were you going together before she tagged you out at home?
Well, not too long.
You're from the Cubs, all right. Always getting caught off base. Huh? How long have you been playing professional baseball, if you'll pardon the expression, huh?
Well, I've been at it 15 years.
15 years. Where'd you start in, Phil?
I started down in Peoria, Illinois.
Pabst Brewery, huh?
Pretty good town.
You were a busher there, huh? And
All
then
the
you
way.
went from there where?
To the Chicago Cubs.
You went right to the Cubs and you never played out here at all, huh?
No, sir.
Well, you'll get here sooner or later, Sonny. When you're too old to walk, they'll finally nail you for Hollywood, huh? We have a home, an outdoor home for old ball players. Now, what was your most exciting experience on a ball field?
Well, it was my first year with the Cubs. This is in 1935, and I was just 17 years of age. And we were playing the St. Louis Cardinals in St. Louis.
A rough team then, huh?
You said it. And
was Hornsby with them then?
No,
Fresh?
Fresh was, yes. And we had a 5-game series, and we needed 2 games to cinch the pennant. So in the first game, I was fortunate enough to hit a home run, and we won 1-0 to cinch a tie. And the next day, we went out to beat Dizzy Dean, and we cinched the pennant.
He wasn't fogging them down that day, huh?
Well, he was burning them in, but he was just hitting our bats.
That isn't the way Dizzy would tell that. Well, Lou, umps here. What made you decide to become an umpire? Do you just naturally hate people? Or...
Well, I played a little baseball. In fact, I was a pitcher at one time.
Uh-huh.
And it just turned out to be easier to call him out than to get him out.
Well, that's a very wise decision. What was your most unusual experience as a crook?
It happened last season. We had man hit a home run.
Who? Let's not be so ambiguous here, huh?
One of the visiting players, it so happened, in a playoff. And
why are you so reluctant to identify him? Huh?
Contrary to the opinion of everybody in the stands, in fact, everybody in the city of Dayton, Ohio, it happened to be, the ball was foul in their opinion, but not in the opinion of the umpire. And it took the management foresight, I'd say, get 3 squads of police to get us out of town.
Well, let that be a lesson to you, huh? Now, how long have you been making bum decisions? And what league are you working for now?
I'm in the Pacific Coast League.
Oh,
now.
in the Pacific. You mean you're going to have to watch Hollywood next year, too?
That's right. I'm going to.
Well, at least you get paid for it, huh? And believe me, you earn every nickel you get. Huh? Well, we have something for each of you. Elgin American's handsome silver-finished cigarette case, and here you are. Thank you very much. Now, Phil Cabaretta, what do you do during the winter?
Well, I have 3 youngsters at home that keep me pretty busy during the winter months. And
You have no other occupation?
Well, at the present, no.
Well, what are you planning to do? I mean, when your baseball days are over.
Well, I hope to stay in baseball.
Permanently?
I'd like to manage someday, or maybe coach.
Uh-huh. Well, I understand you're a pretty shrewd cookie. According to Charlie Grimm, I was talking to him last night. He says you're quite a fellow. He says you're always in perfect condition. He says you never need any Take any weight off, no blubber in the spring or anything.
Well, it's my living, and that's the way I look at it. I like
Well.
to stay in shape.
You're a very smart fellow, and you got a nice shape, too, huh? Do you ever get angry at the umpire, Phil?
Well, once in a while.
Huh? You get annoyed? Well, when you come screaming in from the infield to protest a decision, just what do you say to the umpire? Now, remember.
Sir?
Phil, you don't have to go any further, huh? The rest of it is kind of Truman talk, huh? You say, sir, isn't it possible that there's been some mistake, I suppose?
That's right, exactly.
And somebody brings the umpire a glass of water because I'm sure he's fainted by this time. Now, what do you really think of umpires? I mean, seriously.
Well, seriously, I believe they're really swell fellas. I mean, they have a job to do out there just like the ball players have. If they miss a decision, it's through no fault of theirs. They call them as they see them. And off the field, they're really a bunch of swell fellas, and they really deserve more credit than they get, believe me. I mean it.
Well, that's a very nice tribute, umpire. Now, later on tonight, you can tell me what you really think of it. You see, we have to be careful what we say here. This isn't being broadcast from Texas. This is not NBC. Now, astigmatism, tell me, suppose you're behind the plate and you get a cinder in your eye just as the pitcher throws the ball. How would you miscall it?
Well, I've still got my other eye. Call it the way I see it.
Well, could you see with one eye?
Oh, definitely.
Suppose you got a cinder in both eyes. How would you call it?
Just call it the way it is.
Have you had your eyes tested lately?
Certainly.
And how's your vision?
20/20.
That's right. Seeing double, all right. Now, suppose you made a bad decision and realized it immediately. What do? Change your mind and flash a winning smile?
We never make mistakes.
Well, there's two schools of thought on that subject. Yours and the rest of the world. How do you feel about that last immortal statement, Phil?
I wasn't listening.
Well, you're very polite umpires, Phil. Of course, you haven't got your bat right with you right now, huh? Now, tell me, Dillinger, it's your turn at the plate. What have you got to say in defense of umpires?
Well, it's a pretty good racket from the...
You regard it as a racket, huh?
standpoint of ours is put into the occupation. And you do have to be in good physical condition. You've got to know all your rules. You have to have good judgment.
And running shoes.
Well, yes.
I agree with you all the way. Now, umpire, I've often thought I'd like to be in your shoes. Pretend I'm coming to you for a job as an umps. Now, you go ahead and interview me.
Well, if you got good judgment.
Well, I had a judgment against me last week.
Can you make snap decisions?
Shoot a mighty good game of craps.
You know all the rules in the book.
I think most of them, yes.
Well, now, if you had a man on first base...
I'd rather have a woman if you can...
Pitcher...
Let's say it's a man, huh?
Man on first base.
Yeah.
The pitcher starts his throw to the plate and drops the ball. What's your decision?
I'd say it was a ball. I'd give him a base on balls.
Definitely no.
Definitely no. What would you do?
It's a balk.
It's a balk, huh?
A balk.
I see. Well, that's one wrong, huh? Go on from there. That's only the first inning, you know. Huh?
Have you ever been arrested?
Well, the Los Angeles police don't arrest anybody. They just pick them up and let them go. That's it.
Have you got good eyesight?
Well, I just wear these glasses to hang my nose on. That's all. Well, how about it? Do I get the job?
No.
Why not?
Umps still wear glasses.
Well, I could take them off and be just as blind as the next umpire. Well, boys, it was very instructive and pleasant having you here. You know, I'm quite a ball fan myself. Now, let's play You Bet Your Life. Now we're getting down to the serious stuff. You got to run your $20 into more than the other couples, and you get a chance at the $1,500 question. Is that clear to you, boys?
Yes, sir.
Now, Fenneman, remind our listeners how much the first couple won. Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. What question category did you select?
Song of the season.
Songs about the various seasons, huh? Here's your first question. How much are you going to bet on the 20?
$10.
Don't often see an umpire and a ball player chatting like that. $10? $10. Give me the title of this seasonal song. Play, Jerry.
Summertime.
Summertime is on the nose.
They're off to a great start. They have $30.
Phil didn't waste much time in that nightclub in Chicago, I can see. Remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight. How much of the 30 are you going to try for this time?
15.
All right, what's the name of this song?
Springtime in the Rockies.
What is the rest of it?
Springtime in the Rockies.
Springtime in the Rockies is on the nose.
Now they have $45.
Look at them. They're even shaking hands tonight. That shows you what $30 will do, huh? Now then, you have 45. Let's see if you can identify this seasonal song. How much of the 45 you going for?
25.
25. Remember, you're going for the big money tonight. Now, $25. I don't want to influence you. Play it, Jerry.
Something about Are You Listening? Winter Wonderland.
Winter Wonderland is right.
Now they have $70.
All right, you got the bases loaded now and a big sticker at the bat. Here comes. You got $70. How much you going to go for this time?
$40.
You got to clean the bases in order to come home with the dough now. Here it is. Give me the title of this song for $40.
In the good old summertime.
And they wind up with $110.
All right, you nicked me for 110 smackers. Thanks and good luck from Elgin American Compacts. Now, in just 1 minute, our last couple will play You Bet Your Life, and then we know who gets the chance at the $1,500 question. Well, Fenneman, just don't stand there. Say something. All right? I'm full of dextrine tonight, huh? Among other things, huh? Go ahead, Fenneman.
Yes, I was going to say that men,
Say
too.
it, huh?
I was going to say men, too, are on dress parade Easter Sunday. And the man with the new
Hop along,
Elgin...
Fenneman, huh?
Okay. All right. Men, too, are on dress parade Easter Sunday. And the man with the new Elgin American cigarette case, or a cigarette case and lighter to match, has the handsome, well-turned-out appearance Easter calls for. You'll feel a definite lift, an emphatic sense of satisfaction, when you smoke or offer cigarettes and a light the Elgin American way. And prices are easy on the wallet. See these smoking accessories for the well-dressed man tomorrow. They're precision perfect. Come in masculine designs, beautifully finished in silver, jeweler's bronze, and sterling silver, and make Easter gifts beyond compare. Any man has every reason to throw his chest out further on Easter when he's the proud owner of a handsome new cigarette case or cigarette case and lighter to match by Elgin American.
We'll soon know who's going to earn the most money tonight and get the chance at the $1,500 question. George, who's ahead so far?
Well, the baseball player and the umpire are ahead with $110. And here's our final couple. They've been in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know the secret word is wall. Okay, boys, bring them in. We invited some circus people to the show tonight, And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a sideshow barker, Dave Murphy, and a circus bill poster, Francis Kitzman. And here they are. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to the Elgin American Show. Welcome to the Elgin American Show. And if you say the secret word at any time we're talking, you'll each win a 16mm Apollo Sound movie projector. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Mr. Dave Murphy, you're the circus barker, eh?
That's right, Groucho.
Barker for which circus do you do your barking?
Clyde Beatty's world's largest trained wild animal circus, now playing in Los Angeles at Washington and Hill. Performances at 2:30 and 8. Doors open an hour earlier.
I want you to realize we also sell Elgin American Compact. Are you married, Dave?
Yes, I am.
Mm-hmm. Any little foghorns around the house?
No.
How'd you meet your wife, huh?
Well, she was out on the Midway one day and listening to me spiel about the oddities and curiosities, and apparently she liked the way I talked because later on we met, took her inside, and she's been listening to me talk ever since.
And you listen to her talk, too?
Frequently.
Bill Poster Kitzman, Francis Kitzman, is that right?
That's right, George.
You're also from the Clyde Beatty Circus?
Yes, sir, I am.
Just what do you do for the circus?
Well, I advertise, post bills, and decorate barns, windows, and walls, and whatever I run into.
There we go again. You said wall, and that's the secret word tonight. So you each win an Apollo 16mm sound movie projector. The walls are really talking tonight, huh? Now back to the business at hand. Tell me honestly now, is it a very good circus, Mr. Kitzman?
Well, Clyde Beatty Circus is really one of the best. Tops and everything.
Mm-hmm. How about taking me in with you Saturday night, huh?
I never go to the circus.
Is it that bad?
It's very good. However, I'm always 3-4 weeks ahead of the circus.
I see. Huh? And as a bill poster, just what do you do? You paste signs around town? Huh?
Well, that's really all I do. Paste signs all over town.
That's all. And have you ever had an interesting experience posting bills?
Lots of them. Several, you bet.
Could you tell us one briefly?
Well, this one really happened last summer. I was up somewhere around Portland.
Portland, Oregon?
Portland, Oregon. And I was posting bills.
There's another one, you know, married to Fred Allen.
That's right. Well, I managed to get permission from a garage man to post some bills in the back room of his garage. So I put Clyde Beatty all over. Lions, tigers, and everything. Made it look beautiful. So I went back to Portland that night, and the next noon, here this garage man's looking for me. I thought, well, I made a friend of him. I know I give him passes. Can't be that. So he was mad. He says, Kitzman, I want you to come back to my garage. I want to show you something. I think you're going to be responsible. So I didn't know what it could be. So I go out there, and I see that tigers and lions had holes in them. I didn't think nothing of it. And he says, well, now here this morning, 3 or 4 boys is here with 22 rifles. And they were shooting at the lions and tigers. They was hunting them. Mm-hmm. And just come inside my garage. They shot a tractor plumb full of holes, ruined the radiator and the motor and everything. Ruined a brand new tractor.
Uh-huh. Well, and did you reimburse him for this damage?
Well,
or did you beat it out of town? Huh?
Well, I did really beat it, no, but he didn't really hold me for it.
He didn't?
No, but
I gave him a few more passes. Thrown in the can, didn't he?
I think that's what he intended to do.
Oh. You must have had many narrow escapes like that.
Plenty. Comes up every day.
Now, Mr. Murphy, what was your most unusual experience with the circus?
Well, I'd say the most unusual that comes to mind right now is trying to get 2 drunken midgets home to a hotel.
Well, 2 drunken midgets, that's just the same as 1 regular man, isn't it? Shouldn't have been so difficult. What were they drunk on, short beers? Now, what happened?
Well, we started for the hotel and they were reasonably sober, but it was quite late at night, and apparently all the world loves a midget. And,
well, that's debatable.
Any place we stopped that was selling the stuff, they got their share. They didn't pay for any, but they got their share. And then I have to be a spoil sport and try to get them to go home.
Yes.
That doesn't work at all.
No. So?
Well, then they don't walk so good.
No.
And if you've ever seen a midget stumble around, it's funny.
Did you finally get them into bed?
Yes.
Both in one bed, I
Yes,
suppose.
sir.
Are you married, Bill Poster?
Yes, sir, you bet.
And does your wife go along with you on these trips?
She travels right with me with the circus.
In the,
On the
how do you
job.
travel, huh?
We travel in a trailer.
In a trailer.
Big
yeah.
house trailer.
It's like a honeymoon, huh?
Well, regular honeymoon, you bet.
Anybody else in the trailer with you, huh?
Well, from 10 to 15.
That is not my idea of a honeymoon. How did you meet your wife, Mr. Kitson?
How'd I meet the wife?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
No, I'd say old girl, huh?
Old girl, yeah.
How did you meet her?
Well, I was in some town in a town in Minnesota, and I was decorating the buildings up with circus pictures. And
Don't tell me you slapped a 3-sheet on her.
well, I was figured out when I see her. She was across the street in a restaurant waiting on a table,
Yeah.
and she was admiring our handiwork. We was decorating in first-class shape, and so the other
She's an
fellow-
art lover, isn't it?
art lover, animals, you know, what that's putting out. So the
She
fellow-
liked animals and married you, is that it?
I believe that must be something to that.
So what happened?
Well,
She was
when we
slinging
got-
hash and
she
you were
was slinging-
pasting up.
I'm slinging the paste, that's right. So when we got through, we went across the restaurant, thought we'd kibitz a little bit and talked to her, and we had a little pie and coffee, I guess. And when we got through, why, instead of tipping her, we slipped her a couple of tickets for the circus. See? So she thought, that fellow's all right, he's a big shot, so... And, so during the conversation, I see she went for it a little bit. Why, I made a little date with her that night to go to a dance. So we've been traveling the circus ever since.
And did you give her any paste or anything?
Well, I don't know.
Did you ever give her a paste after an argument?
Well, I might have give her a little paster once in a while, yeah.
Well, we have some gifts for you. For Barker, we have an Elgin American compact of sterling silver with 14-karat gold engraving. Your wife will love it. And for Bill Poster Kitzman, a sterling silver compact just like it.
Thank you.
Now, Barker, I'm sorry I've been neglecting you. I've been barking up the wrong tree here. But as a sideshow Barker, just what do you do?
Well, Groucho, it's my job to stand out in front of the sideshow on the midway and attempt to lure the customers into the show.
Well, how do you lure the suckers inside? You just drop one shoulder strap and wink at them?
No, we attempt to tell them truthfully just what's going on inside the tent and make them want to come in.
Huh? Well, after you trap these poor schnooks into your moth-eaten tent,
Oh,
what happens after you get them in there?
well, then we go around from stage to stage and explain each attraction in turn.
Mm-hmm. Now, what attractions do you have in your sideshow besides the customers, huh?
All the midgets and the giant and the fat boy and the tattooed lady, the sword swallower, the anatomical wonder.
And
all
the drunken midgets, huh? Could you tell me about the tattooed lady? Pretend I'm outside gawking at the pictures, and you try to get me inside. Now, you toss off the spiel, and let's see if I would be impressed.
On this stage, ladies and gentlemen, we introduce Lady Gilda, the tattooed wonder, covered all over through every inch of her anatomy with pictures, historical representations, famous paintings.
That's the place to see him, all right. Now, Pastepot, let's get back to you. As a bill poster, what are some of the hazards of your job?
Well, the main hazard is it's very hard to put a poster up in the wind. It wraps you up and it blows away.
You mean the 24 sheets?
24 sheets, yeah.
That's about as big as, about the size of that Elgin American sign up there, isn't it?
Well, that's about an 8 sheet.
Is that about an 8 sheet?
That's about an 8 sheet.
I used to 3 sheet in front of theaters, but Now, Barker, why don't they have circus parades anymore?
Well, they've become impossible to handle in modern-day traffic, Groucho.
I see, huh? Afraid the elephants will get run over? The animals afraid of the horns and the tooting and the automobiles and everything?
It's usually the chief of police who's a little afraid of the traffic problem.
Well, at the moment, he's pretty busy, you know. Now, speaking of parades, I was in one last Sunday, the Parade magazine, and it was the first time I was ever in a parade and not following one. Huh? Do you have any man-eating lines, Barker?
Well, Clyde Beatty features 40 ferocious lions and tigers.
40.
Count 'em, you're supposed to say, huh? I once saw a man eating lion. He said it wasn't very good, though. Have any of your wild animals ever escaped, Mr. Murphy?
Not recently, Groucho. At least I've never been around when one had.
Well, you never been around when a lion escaped out of the cage?
No, sir, I'm sorry.
Well, tell me, Sideshow, I've always wanted to be with a circus. Could you find an opening for me? I mean, besides the one I usually use under the tent.
Well, we're always in the market for another curiosity.
Well, shake hands with your new anatomical freak, huh? Only 2 of us in the world have never been photographed in a bathing suit, and you'll never get Truman. Well, I've learned that life with a circus isn't always a circus. Now, let's see how you work together as a team for $1,500. You're the last couple to play You Bet Your Life. Beat the other 2 couples, and you get the $1,500 question. Can't tell you how much the others won, but George is off stage to remind our listeners. Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. What question category did you select?
Nicknames of musical instruments.
That's right. Very good, Bob. Now, here's your first question. How much of the 20 are you going to try?
We'll go for 10.
10? Is that all right with you,
That's all right
Francis?
with me, yes, sir.
What instrument is known as the licorice stick?
The clarinet.
Clarinet is on the nose.
They have $30.
Remember, you're going for $1,500 tonight. How much of the 30 are you going to try for?
How about 20 kits?
That'd be okay, I believe.
20 kits is all right with you? I thought he only had 2 kits. Now you say he's got 20 kits, huh? What instrument is known as the 88?
The piano.
The piano.
They now have $50.
All right, you're climbing up. You now got $50. Here's your third question. How much are you going to go for?
You take it, Bill.
Well, better make it 35.
35. All right, what instrument is known as the woodpile?
The xylophone.
Xylophone is on.
And now they have $85.
You've now climbed up to $85, and here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 85 will you risk?
Let's make it 65.
65, is that all right with you, Mr.
That's
Kitzman?
going pretty good.
What instrument is known as the doghouse?
The bull fiddle.
The bull fiddle is right.
And they wind up with $150. And that means that they, the Barker and the Bill Poster, with their $150, get the chance at the $1,500 question. Remember, America's #1 name in compacts, Elgin American, is also the name men can trust for handsome cigarette cases and lighter ensembles. Easter just isn't Easter without these preferred accessories. Remember, too, Elgin American's brand new companion line, American Beauty, sensational buys. As low as $2.95 for compacts, $3.95 for cigarette cases. At Easter time, at all times, the best dressed men and women carry accessories by Elgin American. And here's the winning couple, the Barker and the Bill Poster.
Well, back again to try for $1,500 of Elgin American's dollars, eh? Good luck. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you, so talk it over thoroughly and no help from the audience, please. Here it is for $1,500 in cash. You learned this in school. See if you remember. For $1,500. Which of the 13 original states was first to ratify the Constitution in 1787? What is the answer you two have decided upon?
Massachusetts.
No, I'm sorry. The answer is Delaware, the state of Delaware. So that means the big question next week will be worth $2,000. You've been a wonderful team, and in addition to the 16mm Apollo Sound movie projector you each won, you also earned $150 in cash in the quiz. Congratulations, and thanks to both of you.
The Elgin American Show, You Bet Your Life, is a John Goodell production, transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Bob Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. Remember, next week's big question pays $2,000. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for You Bet Your Life, starring Groucho Marx. Presented by the creators of America's most beautiful compacts, smartest cigarette cases, and finest dresser sets, Elgin American.
Good night, folks. Have you looked at your compact lately?